hours before Sunday's fatal collision, the country's Prime Minister warned that firefighting aircraft might struggle to fly due to high winds. Kyriakos Mitsotakis warned that his country faced extremely difficult days ahead, high winds both fanning the flames and hampering efforts to bring them under control. Already, wildfires in Greece have claimed the lives of 3 firefighters in the Peloponnese and the islands of Crete. The end of July saw huge wildfires in areas of France and Spain. These are now under control. With such high temperatures, the risk of further fires can't be ruled out. For now, though, it appears that as the danger eases slightly in the west of Europe, it is increasing in its east. For Greece, tragedy in the air as well as on the ground, as the wildfires continue to burn. Douglas, Sky News.
Prime Minister insists his government will be relentless in tackling small boat crossings. Andy Burnham made a pledge while meeting emergency workers at Dover.
This image could come back to haunt Andy Burnham or hail him the leader who succeeded where others didn't. Beside him, a boat that carried 96 migrants across the Channel in May. Among those on board, men, women, and young children. They're the scenes that have become all too familiar, ones that successive governments still have managed to stop.
We have to deal with the issue rather than play politics with the issue. Just deal with it head on, with grit, and then make the changes that will bring that reassurance. It's not changing the whole approach. Slowly but surely, we are putting in place those building blocks of a very different approach to this issue. It's working, but there's more to do.
But as Andy Burnham says, these pictures don't actually tell the full story. Small boat crossings initially went up after Keir Starmer came to power, but the official data shows numbers have since fallen. At the start of this year, that dipped significantly and continued to gradually decline. But that doesn't mean the boats have stopped, and since Andy Burnham took over, in just 2 weeks, we've seen more than 2,000 people arrive on UK shores.
The weather is, of course, a factor, but the government is pointing to policy. So, for example, a deal with France was renewed fairly recently at a cost of £662 million. What's it paying for? Well, more police officers on French beaches, more surveillance technology, so like drones along the coastline to intercept criminal gangs.
In Dover, these officers try and track down the people smugglers behind the Channel crossings. They've more than doubled in numbers since the start of 2025. But while the government believes these measures are working, others say they're not going far enough.
Since this Prime Minister came to office, he's not even been in post 2 weeks. More than 2,000 people have arrived, and several people have been found dead in the Channel. This is a huge problem. It requires a real, sizable solution. The solution is there. The National Crime Agency told us, the people at home know, people who come into this country must be detained and must be deported.
Scenes like this have heightened tensions in recent days. Around 60,000 migrants have crossed from Morocco to the Spanish territory of Ceuta in Northern Africa. Unprecedented pictures, prompting critics to blame Spain for being too liberal on immigration. So while back home, the new Prime Minister might be somewhat satisfied with government progress, he also knows this is the issue that has plagued his predecessors. Complacency did not only cost him his job, but Labour the next election. Lucy McDade, Sky News.
Well, you heard that from Lucy about the crisis in the Spanish enclave of Ceuta, where tens of thousands of migrants cross over from Morocco. The European Union is going to hold emergency talks on the issue tomorrow after Italy reinstated border checks on arrivals from Spain. And it's also caused anger on the Spanish mainland as well. Around 1,500 protesters took to the streets of Madrid to demand that the Spanish government take action. Around 60,000 people crossed into Ceuta from Morocco, but most have now returned voluntarily, although at least 86 people died in the chaos. So let's bring in our Eastern correspondent, Alex Rogers, who's here with me, and extraordinary pictures from Ceuta over the end of last week and over the weekend, Alex. But to what extent has that concentrated minds here politically on illegal migration?
Well, it's just reignited the very
fierce and heated debate around migration that we've got here. We saw Andy Burnham in Dover on Sunday, sort of watching activities of law enforcement, and that's because since he became Prime Minister, 2,000 people arrived here in small boats. So this issue just 2 weeks. Exactly, just 2 weeks, 2,000 people have arrived here in small boat. Now, the government will say that small boat crossings are significantly down this year than they were last year, 43% down on the same period. And they will say that their work will French, increased patrols, specialist units to sort of intercept boats. They would say that that's working. But of course, the governments don't really get credit for when, they only get credit if people don't see this happening, but it is still continuing to happen. And Reform and the Tories continuing to put pressure on Andy Burnham for this. They say he hasn't addressed it enough since he's been Prime Minister, but he obviously is now. Well, that's right, and Reform as well, putting out a policy of their own, a new policy, haven't they? What are they saying? Well, they're saying that they want the Navy to get involved and return migrants back to France. Now, Labour say this is a non-starter, effectively. They're saying, there is no agreement with France and that this could antagonise France. If we're encroaching in on their waters to try and take migrants back to France, that would risk inflaming tensions and undermine the cooperation that we've seen on French beaches that have reduced the number of crossings. So they say it's a complete stuff. Interesting stuff. We're going to be hearing from the government, from Reform, and from interesting to see what they have to say about this issue. Now, let's stick with politics, because voters in Clacton are being asked to pick an MP for the 6th time in 12 years next week after Nigel Farage resigned in early July in the midst of a parliamentary investigation. Well, despite Reform being the only major party to put a candidate forward for the by-election, there's a record 34 names on the ballot. Our political correspondent Anne Fortescue takes a look at this.
So the media circus is once again rolling into action. Are we just looking at more political stunts? You would rather a bin represent you than another.
Yeah.
Well, is there something more interesting going on here? A quick reminder of why this by-election is happening in the first place.
No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election.
There are a record 34 candidates standing in this by-election, but apart from Reform UK, the other main parties, Conservatives, Labour, the Lib Dems, the Greens, are not standing until after that parliamentary parade and the £5 million gift received by Nigel Farage is completed. He, of course, says he's done nothing wrong, and the reason that he's willing to gamble in Clacton is because he knows the level of support he has, which, to be fair, is awesome. Do you mind me asking who you're going to vote for?
Reform.
Do you again?
Nigel Farage?
Here we go.
Oh, why? I like you. And I think you've done that for me.
You vote for Farage, Nigel Farage?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. You vote for Milner?
Yes.
Interestingly, the other name that has come up is this one.
I actually voted for
May the best life one win and make your votes count.
someone whose manifesto is a bit of a jive and a bit of a joke. I think, someone new, I think it was fresh.
The only alternative to Nigel Farage, and that's the Nigel Farage losing seat.
The widespread expectation is that Nigel Farage will win this. People are disposable for what they want. They are voting for what they don't. We have seen so much actual voting recently in presented in making sure that it is particularly striking. There is at least a level of organisation around our bid space. People are willing to vote for a novelty candidate to try to stop Nigel Farage.
There won't be a get-out-of-work operation in any form of sense from the parties, supporters of those parties who don't fancy going and voting for campaign face really don't have, or the candidates really don't have, much of the reason to head out to the polls, probably. So I do think we probably should expect turnout to be depressed.
You don't have to look far to see that we are in Reform UK territory here. This is a constituency that is predominantly older, white Brexit voting. Remember, it was the first UKIP seat in the country. Reform UK sources tell me that they hope they can get 80% of the vote. Turnout will probably be low. They think this gamble is going to pay off. We'll soon find find out if neither path has overtaken.
And you can watch Ali's full report by scanning the QR code. So it's time now to speak to the government. I'm joined this morning by the Energy Secretary, Nyata Fanhula. Very good morning to you. Thanks so much for coming in. And I want to get onto the issue of energy in a moment. But first, get your reaction to events over the weekend and at the end of last week in Ceuta, the Spanish enclave that saw 60,000 migrants cross from Morocco into. Are there lessons to be learned about what happened?
Well, look, I think anyone that saw those scenes will be incredibly worried about them. I think we've been in very close contact with the Spanish. As I understand it, 98% of the people that cross the borders have now been returned. But there is something about having control of our borders and making sure they can't be breached. I think here we've got Home Secretary that is getting to grip with this issue, and we've just got to be relentless, as the Prime Minister said.
Well, yes, you use that word relentless, didn't he, in curbing the number of small boat crossings. But what does that mean? I mean, is it going to continue with Starmer's approach, or has it got new plans?
Well, look, so the thing I would say is that we have seen small boat crossings decline by 50% over the course of last year. I think the crossings this July were the lowest we've had for 6 years. And we need to continue that. And the approach that we are taking is threefold. It's partly about enforcement, so we see a doubling of enforcement officers to make sure that people aren't getting on those roads to begin with. And they are, and they need to be returned in return. But secondly, it is about making sure that we are getting to grips with criminal gangs at the heart of this. We've seen an increase in arrests of about 73%. And then the third type is making sure that there are safety legal rules. We think that approach is working. 50% down. Everyone wants to see an end to this small boat crossing. It is a nightmare for people who are on those boats, putting their lives at risk. It is a nightmare for us trying to control our borders, and we've got to get to.
So you're basically saying no change, or continuation on the existing policy?
Well, because it is working. 50% down on last year.
You will say that statistic about the number of
It's also down.
Absolutely, but just to point out that since I'm going to the fortnight ago, 2,000 illegal migrants have crossed in small boats across the English Channel. I mean, it's still a huge issue, isn't it?
It is, but since we have taken over the last 2 years, it's going down. And we've got a three-pronged approach. Come back to it. It's about enforcement. It's about watching the criminal gangs so that ultimately they are exploiting people vulnerable. And it is about saving legal routes. We think that approach is delivering. We will continue being completely vigilant on it because ultimately no one wants to see people crossing the channels, putting their lives.
Let me just put to Reform's idea, though. They think that there's more crisis than that, and more action is needed. They are suggesting, and to quote them, the largest military operation in the English Channel since World War II to stop small boat arrivals. They say that the Tories have just responded to the issue so far, but the free ferry service and free.
Well, listen, what I would say is, their proposal, which I believe was tried when Robert Jedrick, who used to be a Tory, was in the Home Office in charge of immigration. It didn't work. I don't believe it will work now. Candidly, we're not going to take advice from Reform about how we get to grips with this because the set of people they've got in charge of Reform, the set of people who were in the government at the time when we saw this crisis. We think we do have an approach that's working. We just have to be, we've got to be focused, we've got to be relentless. It's down by 50%, there is more that we need to do. We recognise that, but the approach is working.
Okay, let's move on to the issue of energy because there's been a lot of speculation about what Andy Burnham will do when it comes to North Sea oil and gas drilling. He said he's going to be pragmatic about it. You're the Energy Secretary. What does that mean? What does pragmatic mean? Does it mean he's minded to expand drilling in the North Sea?
Well, listen, we have been really clear that oil and gas are part of our energy mix as we do this transition. This is not just the government's position, but the Committee for Climate Change is also being clear that as we do the transition, oil and gas will be part of the mix. And so that has always been the position, it continues to be the position. There are a set of decisions that need to be made about existing licenses, which, if you'll forgive me, I'm not going to go into because they're quasi-judicial. I need to make that decision based on the evidence that's available. But the thing I am really clear about, I was in Aberdeen, my first week in the job, to talk to workers, to talk to businesses there. And we do have a situation where jobs are being lost. This has happened for the last decade. We've got a community that used to be in the and ensure that they are a thriving part of our energy sector going forward.
I mean, I think that the licences you're referring to are the Jackdaw gas field in the North Sea and the Rosebank oil field west of Shetland, already in the planning system. Of course, they might say that they don't necessarily constitute new licences, which you said in the manifesto that you wouldn't allow. So, would you be comfortable in theory with them being approved?
Well, again, I know why you're trying to draw, but you'll forgive me.
Is it your personal?
Look, because it's not, because I'm the decision maker, and if it looks like I'm making a decision based on anything other than the evidence that's presented to me, that prejudices that decision, so I can't go into it. But look, what I would say is that we recognise that there are issues in the North Sea around jobs. That's why we're trying to invest revenues out there. So whether that is existing jobs that exist that we've got to target and trying to make sure we're preserving them, or the billions that we're hoping to put into clean energy, whether that is carbon capture and storage, whether that is offshore floating wind, we are determined to make sure that Aberdeen continues to be a core part of our energy sector going forward.
You don't want to go into whether or not you're minded to.
Because I can't.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm prejudicing a decision that needs to be made.
If they were approved by you and through the process, would you risk losing supporting many of your own MPs? A number of them have come out and voiced some concerns, not only what it would mean for your environmental credentials as a party, but also suggesting that many of their constituents are seeing some soaring temperatures, worst drought since 1976, and are raising concerns themselves. Would you have any thoughts on that?
Well, so two things. Any decision that is made, there is a, if you like, an environmental set of criteria that would have to be met for those decisions to be made, and that has always been the case and continues to be the case. Look, on the specifics of my colleagues, and indeed myself, being concerned about climate change, of course we are. You know, climate change is here. We are seeing it in the extreme weather that we've had and the heat that we've had in this country, wildfires that we had in Suffolk, wildfires that we're seeing in Europe, and we've got to take it seriously. It is the first job of government to make sure that we're taking action to protect families, their homes, their businesses, their communities. And as a mother, candidly, my kids would not forgive me, your kids would not forgive me if we did.
So was approving more fossil fuel projects, but that kind of
well, look,
resolve in danger?
Look, oil and gas are part of the energy mix, and that is consistent with a pathway to get to reducing our carbon emissions by 2050. That fundamental has not changed. My job as energy secretary is to make sure that we are driving the transition, because we must. And as I said, our kids would never forgive us if we did not do that in the here and the now today. But it also has an impact on us today. The opportunity, this is the bit that I have to get right, is that does mean billions of investments. So we take clean energy, £100 billion between government and the private sector we are putting in. That is investment in our communities. That is investment creating jobs of the future. So if we get this right, it's a win-win-win. The job of government is to make sure we are stepping in to do that effectively, so it impacts on our communities in the right way.
Very quickly, because I want to let you go, but Adam Burnham has really stressed that the cost of living is his big priority. One of his first announcements was a temporary cut in VAT on electricity bills. Will there be no help on energy bills to come?
Look, my number one job is getting bills down. The Prime Minister was really clear with that, with me when he gave me the job. I was clear about it from my own head. Because candidly, energy is an essential thing. People don't have a choice about whether they put their heater on or they put their fan on, or candidly, they're cooking meals for their kids. And it is not affordable at the moment. And that is a function of a whole set of things. In particular, it is a function of the fact that we are far too dependent on global markets we have no control over. And so part of why we're investing so much in clean energy is so we've got homegrown energy now at prices that we can afford.
But that's a long-term aim. What about in the near term when people are struggling with the winter coming up?
Absolutely. So we're completely clear in our minds that people are finding it really, really tough. Which is why, you know, back in April we took 150 quid off bills. We've made that commitment to take VAT off electricity bills, about £45. We'll be taking off going into this winter. For families on least tested benefit, there's another £150 discount that's coming. That is all stuff we've already done. It's a down payment. We know we need to do more. My number one priority is to get some bills down for consumers.
For the rest of the people, I appreciate you being in the studio too. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Nothing, let's show you some of those stories this morning and get set from the hot weather. The UK Health Security Agency has issued heat health alerts for Weather alerts will be in place for the East Midlands, East of England, South East and London regions from 9 a.m. for 24 hours. And 4 areas will be under red alert. It's emerged that the pilot of the plane which crashed in southern Peru had reported a mechanical fault during flight. All 13 people on board the sightseeing flight at an archaeological site died in the crash. There were 11 European tourists and 2 crew. Investigators are still gathering evidence at the scene. Investigation is underway after thieves stole a cash machine in southwest London. CCTV captured the gang hooking the machine to a car before driving off. The vehicle was later found burnt out in Leeds with the machine still inside. No arrests yet made. Now, this is staggering. Drivers have stolen an average of £200,000 worth of fuel every day since the start of the Iran war. That's according to new figures out today. So let's find out a bit more about it. We talked to Amelia Harper about this. And these are staggering figures, Amelia. This is people basically filling up and then driving off before paying, is it?
Yeah, that's right. There are two means by which this is happening. The first, as you said, is by people quite literally just filling up and driving off. The second is by what's called a no means of payment, which is where you fill up the car but then have to go inside the kiosk and speak to staff and say, I have no means of paying. You then fill in a form and agree a timeline by which you then have to pay. But yes, as you said, the number of incidents of fuel theft has risen sharply since the start of the Iran oil crisis. The number of incidents specifically has gone up by 20% since February, and it's thought that this has been driven by the rising price of fuel. And alongside this, forecourt operators are also reporting seeing rising levels of abuse, intimidation and violence being directed towards them. But let's just break down these figures. So the estimated value of unpaid fuel per day has risen from £131,000 in 5 months leading up to February to £194,000 a day in the 5 months since. And in terms of the amount, you then have nearly 109,000 litres of fuel that are now going unpaid every day, up from nearly £88,000 of fuel before the conflict. And as I said, the industry is reporting that this is not just about fuel theft. The Petrol Retailers Association is saying alongside this, staff are seeing increasing levels of violence and abuse directed towards them from what they're calling frustrated customers. And it's being reported that they might start considering live facial recognition technology to try to tackle this.
Interesting stuff. Thanks, Amelia. Now then, Jackie's here. Just to mix it up, keep us on our toes.
Things up a little bit.
Exactly. And
Myself on my toes.
yeah, both. So, got to make sure so, exactly.
Gianni Infantino with his fight to stay on as the president. Also, Commonwealth Games drew some close last night. Bit of fun.
Demand an electric drive that makes you feel alive. Refuse ordinary. Believe you deserve more. No compromises, just all the spec, all the standard. New all-electric leak motor V05. Change the game.
It's not only little ones that make a mess. Or get really mucky. Which is why Clary made the big one. With double the stain removal, it handles even adult-sized messes. Double the clean, and
so soft and sensitive skin. The big one from Fairy, for little messes and big messes. Always keep out of reach of children. Give love to your dog every day. An Advantage Durable every month.
Milo!
One tasty Advantage Durable tablet eliminates fleas and ticks for a whole month. Advantage Durable. Easy to love, easy to protect.
Advantage Durable. If you need business insurance, join nearly 1 million customers who trust.
Right now at Wren, you can get up to 50% off selected quartz worktops. Wren, made for living.
Please go with cutting off your spike and nothing gets past the best. You guys want to be anything, we look in shadows. Stay away from that house.
It's a sound like or suicide spying.
Follow 3 Welsh choirs on their road to competition. Voices of the Valley.
So back to within sport, and we should pick up, shouldn't we, on Rob Harris's story that we let show with this morning. The Wales FA being the first nation to push for Infantino to go from FIFA. So there are 200 nations in FIFA, and before all of this debacle happened, Gianni Infantino had 200 votes. So when the vote happens next year in March, he would be voted back in because 200 people put letters in saying, yeah, we're going to vote for you. Wales are now the first country to come out and say we have now withdrawn our support for Infantino. To get rid of it is not as easy as you think, to trigger a vote of no confidence and all the rest of it. It's more difficult than people are imagining. It's not a quick thing. I spoke to people last night for a while, they were explaining the process to me. So, Gianni Infantino needs 106 votes to stay on as president. And like I said, he had 200 before all this happened. Wales have now withdrawn, others will withdraw. If 20% of the 211 nations want to call an extraordinary congress and trigger a vote of no confidence, they can, but it takes 3 months, so it won't happen. You know, even if that happened today, the actual meeting wouldn't happen for 3 months. They'd also have to have a new candidate. That candidate would have to garner support and know that they've got the maths, they've got the figures to get over the line, and it takes a while. Yeah, you're kind of going across the world, like, we're voting, no, we're voting for Infantino, okay, move on to the next one. But that new candidate has to be put forward, even just to be voted for in March, by November the 18th. So you're sort of still looking towards this March date when they're going to have the election anyway, and Gianni was going to be in because no one was going to propose it. That's now very different. The other way he could be removed is the FIFA Council, which is 37 members. There's quite a few vice presidents below Infantino. Alexander Sefrin of UEFA is one of them. There were several of them. If 19 of those members want to call an extraordinary meeting, they can, but that would require 19 of them going against Infantino. And I think maybe that is a process ongoing right now, but whether they can get to because he has got quite a lot of support still. You know, even at age he came out and don't agree with his plan to sell off 20% of the World Cup. He still has support in HS. We know that CONCACAF, North America, Central America, that confederation, and UEFA completely linked to God. But that's not enough votes to. I mean, I guess he could step down, and step back to do that. He could be advised it's probably a good idea to step down, but I think if he knows he's still got the votes, which he may well have, it might be more difficult. He might be able to power. But it's not what the point is, it's just not a quick thing. It's not a quick process. It's not the way people say, oh, by the end of the week we'll be gone. It's that rapid.
The countries following Wales.
Yeah, sure. She talked Commonwealth Games, she talked a bit more Wales. Anna Fanuka, what a superstar. Anna Fanuka of Wales
sprint cyclist became the first sprint cyclist to win 4 gold medals at a single Commonwealth Games. 4 days, 4 successive goals, and she is now the most successful Welsh female athlete in Commonwealth Games history, which is amazing feat. So she rode the pony yesterday, and then in the evening she was carrying the team flag, the Welsh flag, at the closing ceremony. So, believe us, kind of pinching myself. Also at the closing ceremony, watched a bit, the Scottish team were given felt cone hats to wear. You can see one like that salt. There we go. Yeah, and that's a nod to the World Cup when Scottish fans were doing things for traffic cones.
Yeah, I think it actually started in Glasgow. They put traffic cones on statues.
Yeah. Yeah, carried it on with the World. Quite funny. It's now a thing. But you have to say that Glasgow did a great job of stepping in for Victoria when Australia pulled out, so it's too expensive, so it cost $3 billion and got it. They stepped in and did it for about 150 million with a bit of input from the Commonwealth Games Committee and did it really well. It's probably like a sort of slimmed down version, but it works. There were some great stories that came out of it. If you think back over the few weeks, you got Josh Kerr, the other night being absolutely amazing and looking nice in the dominant world. Archie Goodburn in swimming, who didn't get a medal but made the final, and then talked about his brain tumour and how his dream was a medal, but also to find a cure for his disease. And I suppose as a beauty as well was still a story because of the whole drama. So all these frustrations as well. Yeah, I think it was a good Commonwealth Games. Under the circumstances, it was really good. Yes, really good.
Let's talk golf.
Yeah, so Women's Open Golf was finished last night. It was won by 23-year-old Chinu Kawaku of Japan, who then had to give her acceptance speech or winner's speech in Japanese for the translator. You don't often see a sport these days, which goes to show how new she is, I guess. There she is. It was quite dramatic at the end because there was a playoff, a sudden playoff. Esther Henslet sank this 45-foot putt. It's worth showing because it's so amazing. So she had that to stay in the competition and force the playoff, and she did it. And then in the playoff itself, her ball hit Stewart and flew into a bush, and then she couldn't recover from that. And so,
I'm not sure if it's true.
I know. Yeah, I think it was all right. But yeah, he was fine. Anyway, so it was one where she won. He also picked up 1.1 million. Oh, that's quite nice. Not we should mention football. There's also sort of bits and pieces of football going on at the moment. Transfer rumours and who's going where. Bruno Guimaraes was due to turn up for Newcastle at their training camp in Spain today. But there's ongoing behind the scenes talks that we're going to move to Arsenal or not. Has he turned up there? We're not sure. We're trying to find out. But 3 weeks until the start of the Premier League season. Last night in America on a pre-season tour, Liverpool were leading Leeds United 2-0 and then lost the match 4-2. I don't think ever saw that coming.
That's a new manager, of course, isn't it?
It's a new manager, lots to think about. In the second half, they conceded 4 goals in 25 minutes. It was a collapse. And yeah, I suppose these games are to learn.
Yeah.
About the team, aren't they? Definitely. Wanted to. Yes, and there are other lots of games going
So
on.
lots of those players who would have been playing at the World Cup, or a lot of them that tour and do these warm-up matches. I mean, they're really exhausted.
Well, a lot of the World Cup players do that.
Right.
A lot of the World Cup
And the
players
lineup.
are still
Yeah.
not sort of playing yesterday, which is a bit but they're not back yet. So they're still on a great. Quite right as well.
Yeah.
Start the season as quickly. Anyway, they've got 3 weeks to get back into their lives. Celtic begin their defence tonight against Dundee.
Football.
Yeah,
It does.
it doesn't go away from any time now.
Which I know you for one really surprised.
Yeah.
And you mean one back now.
Yes.
about travel insurance.
You mean what? All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather. Well, this week we bring some much needed rain, but not all drought hit areas will see it, with the south hot and humid today. England and Wales will be largely dry this morning with plenty of sunshine, but the odd shower will develop in the southwest. Elsewhere, it's going to be cloudier with some rain, most prolonged over Scotland. It will turn out hot and humid across southern Britain with a high of 34 degrees Celsius possible in the southeast. Most other places look much cooler. All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather. Coming out next, we're going to be taking you through stories making headlines in today's papers. We've got journalism reporting out. Encounter the next electric intelligence. All new Safehouse, 100% electric.
Michael's not feeling the best a man can get right now, and it's not being one-on-one with the keeper, it's his body. Strength with his regular grooming kit and now very irritating. Next time, Mike, use new Gillette LiveStream, our safest body trimmer technology with a skin-first blade to help protect against nicks and cuts. And he's back at the game! Well, they all count. Gillette Lab's safest body shape, our best your body can get.
The meal deal plus a McDonald's. Selected Saver Burger, medium fries, and selected drinks, plus a choice of water fries on the sides. All for $5.59.
I will take the stars and the sky. Stop the rain from falling everywhere. They turn your world upside down, but they're so perfect. So do everything you can to protect them. Campus.
At home, life should feel easy. It doesn't need to be perfect, just perfectly yours. With spaces that work for every member of the family. From quiet moments to joyful get-togethers. Let's design a space that fits the way you live. Shops, welcome home. Book your free home design visit today at shops.co.uk.
You know, you're alright. Yeah, I've just got a bit of a push-sheet itch. You've been using the grace, sweetheart. What's your itch down there? Wing, you need the Gillette Venus Intimate range. Designed for bigger hair and more sensitive skin. Anti-irritation barrier helps protect your skin from ingrowns and bumps. Curvy handle lets you reach anywhere. Now leave you to it. Listening so. Stories that have taken their interest. Very good morning to you. Lovely to see you. Let's turn to the Daily Telegraph. You picked out their kind of picture story and the copy that goes underneath it, of course. And this is, essentially the story in Ceuta, the Spanish enclave, which saw around 60,000 migrants crossing from Morocco at the end of last week, has really focused minds on illegal immigration into this country. Andy Burnham in Dover yesterday talking about it, and other parties as well putting forward ideas. Yeah, and so, before we're doing a press conference today, they're talking about Operation Fortress to intercept all migrant boats and return to France or Belgium. And I think these things are easy to say, obviously very hard to do because we're still kind of working on the problem. I think most people would say Siobhan really has done a decent job of kind of tackling some of the boat crossings and different things like that. She says it will be difficult for the UK to copy Spain's approach because it's trickier to tackle crossings, of course, across the sea than it is across the channel than it is across land. And so obviously for people over land it's much easier, but also much easier to return. But I do think the really interesting thing is here is I think reform would have to really talk about what they're actually going to do differently. What do they think could be done differently, if not through a pact with the French government or returning the boats? What could be different? What could be better than what they're currently doing? And the other thing that I think is they talk about involving warships, aren't they? Yes, the Royal Navy and how they're going to fund that. And I think this is like lots of money. And I think the other thing that I also think that's really interesting is that there's such a thing as illegal immigrants coming into the country. There are people overstaying, or once they've been told they can't stay, then they can't come. But in terms of people coming over, if they're saying they're refugees, it's not illegal for them to come, it's illegal for them to stay there welcome. Yeah, the government would say it's an illegal route, and therefore anyone who comes in is an illegal. Well, it's but there are no other, it's not an illegal route, like to come into somewhere, even though you're crossing that border, it's that if you come and you say, I'm seeking asylum, then someone says, actually, no, you have no right to seek asylum, then they're illegally staying here once they've overstayed their welcome, so to speak. But I do just think it is really interesting. I think before we've got lots of different questions that lots of people hear about as well today, so hopefully in their press conference they'll be addressing those things as well. But I do think that the Prime Minister's walking quite a tightrope in terms of he's had quite great success against before, you know, on kind of his policies, his plans, his way, you know, beaten in the local election. So I think it will be interesting to see how he's going to tackle this and what they're going to say in yeah, and I spoke to Yasser Fanvilla, the energy secretary, a short while ago here, sitting next to me, and she implied that they felt that progress was being made. I mean, Prime Minister's talked about relentless and there's more work to do, but we didn't get a sense of a dramatic change in policy. No, I don't think there will be, because I think people think Siobhan and Mood have managed so far with her policy to get them somewhat. Okay, let's move on to a story that's on the front page of The Guardian, continues inside, about an NHS trust that cuts mental health jobs. So the East London Foundation Trust are slashing 313 mental health jobs. I think the headline, as always, contains not the whole story, and it's a tricky situation because we have seen stories recently where people have been discharged from mental health wards or not being supervised properly, have gone on to, you know, crimes. And so when things like that happen, it rightly draws our attention to mental health provision. The other thing that NHS trusts are always balancing are books. And people don't want to hear that they're in debt, they're not balancing the books, they're in financial difficulty. It's a really, I would say, a tricky job, and that's not my job. So this is why the jobs are going. So this is why the jobs are going, because they've got to balance the books, and they have a deficit that a £25 million saving target is what they've got to do, and that has to come from somewhere. I would probably, if I was a betting person, say that it's probably not just mental health that's taking some of the hits at that budget. Of course, I'm not in there, so I can't say that's what's happening. But I do think we have to really think about what does the NHS need free at the point of entry. What can we fund? We know that we can't fund everything, and so unfortunately some things do have to be cut back. It is what, when, how. But I think sometimes with these stories we don't quite get the difficulty of the choices people are making, because if your mum was up for cancer treatment and you want to hear that that budget has been slashed and now she might not be able to get her chemos quickly, if someone's waiting for an operation, something that's debilitating, if you want to hear that they're not going to get the life-saving treatment that they need. These are all really challenging, tough choices, but we do know that after everything has a big ripple effect. So if something does go wrong, yes, of course, we're going to look to this and say, it was the cut why this happened, and then we get to ask those questions. A lot of changes for the new health secretary. A lot. And let's turn to the Financial Times. They have a story looking at a new chair of Ofcom, which, I mean, is a job now that's sort of changing in so many ways, isn't it? As, you know, online offerings are expanding and in many cases becoming quite problematic. I mean, we're both really happy remember that Ofcom started 2 decades ago, and it was the heralding for the internet. The heralding of kind of how do we control bias, how do we look at this when someone failed across, you know. So the TV channels, we're all operating by these really stricter rules. But of course, with the online revolution and citizen journalism and everything, which I don't disagree with all of it, I think it's really great for opening up the media landscape. However, a lot of those people aren't then subject to the same rules. So everyone will go, well, why is Sky talking about this? Well, actually, legally, Sky can't, or else they're going to go fine. If I'm an online person, if I name someone, show a picture, for me, there's kind of no consequence unless the court wants to take 2,000 people to court for that. So Ofcom's new chair is saying it needs to be relevant for this online era. AI is on the way, so in 3 years' time, whatever they decide today is probably going to be out of date. And he's trying to say we really have to sit back and assess how can we see into the future. And that's such a challenge because it's happening at such a pace. Keeping regulation it's 3 years ago, he's saying even the last act was passed, there were AI chatbots with notification problems. So they were dealing with the now problems. I think the challenge of Ofcom is how they deal with what's next, not just what's now. I think that's great. Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. Let's turn to the Eye, which has a story about the host quite about it. So many people across the country are now having force. And the survey makes quite interesting reading of this. Yeah, we've become a nation of not so much followers as I think we used to be. So 1 in 10 homes say they plan on ignoring it. And it's actually really interesting what one householder said. She said she pays an extortionate amount for her water. It's not her problem. The water companies would rather give their CEO ridiculous amounts of money instead of building new reservoirs. And I do think that there was a sense of us feeling like we're not all in this together. There's been lots of stories in the media about water companies, about bonuses, about sewage being pumped into the sea. And so I think a lot of people sit back and say, well, why am I flowers taking the brunt of that thing? And I'm not saying that that's right, but I'm also saying that I do think water companies, their reputation is actually quite bad. So people just think, well, why am I the one that now can't have a bath while someone's being paid hundreds of thousands of pounds in shareholders for getting dividends? And I do think that's probably a little bit behind why people are not doing it. But yeah, so some people say that not half of households say they support the host pound bike, but 35% say don't oppose it, not do it. The question is, are your neighbours going to dog you in it? That's what I want to know. Oh, no, could you imagine? I mean, I wouldn't. Would you? No, I don't think they would. They wouldn't anyway. They're very nice neighbours. Let's move on to, very finally, to the Daily Mail. I'm looking ahead because I can talk about parents who this too. Yeah, I mean, I don't have children myself. I have stepchildren, but I can see how, yes, I can see how parents might think, let's get to the end, trying to fill people's time. Life is really expensive. Kids eat a lot of food. They need a lot of stuff, and so I think the important parents already counting down the days of September, which is actually quite far away from February. It is. They've got a lot to do. They've started out there. They have. Who would have thought, though, that obviously there are so many challenges with this hot weather, and it's laughing at it. The farmers we've heard about some rules of papers about potential food shortages because harvest is never affected. But for kids, hot weather is a bit of a gift, isn't it? There's so much more you can do outside. Go outside, play outside. I don't think a lot of kids are playing outside now. We used to play outside, which was one of the lamp posts down there, don't go past it. You know, but anywhere within that realm you could go. And I think kids maybe are not spending as much time outside. But hopefully they want to. Thanks very much indeed. I hope to see you again next time. But for the moment,
I'm on my way.
legal phone insurance. If your car doesn't drive up after an accident, it's still getting to your destination. Making it clear. It takes a beating. Give love to your dog every day. An Advantage Chewable every month. Milo! One tasty Advantage Chewable tablet eliminates fleas and ticks for a whole month. Advantage Chewable. Easy to love, easy to protect.
Advantage Chewable.
made for making dreamy bedrooms a reality. Get up to 7 years interest-free credit on stylish, space-saving fitted bedrooms. Wren. Made for living.
Ever wondered if you could spend less and students more? With up to £450 off select lots of river cruises for Southland. Book today. Riviera Travel.
There's big news for women who feel they have thin hair. Scientists have uncovered some amazing results whilst developing a shampoo originally designed for men. In a study, over 90% of women who used new planted DMT said they noticed their scalp was less visible. The patented DMT formula comes from years of clinical testing and makes hair look fuller and denser. New planted DMT shampoo, now available at Boots.
When the sofa's calling, but the floor looks appalling. Reach for new flat. It's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. The powerful formula starts lifting dirt straight away for a fast clean, fast dry fix. Get your floor back to flawless in no time. With new flat direct to floor, back to clean in a flat.
Big sound.
You've got this power and passion.
It's the sound that shows like spine.
Follow 3 Welsh choirs on their road to competition, celebrating what it truly means to sing as one.
It's been my anchor.
All those will have to
You're there with the best choirs in Wales.
It'll be a tough competition.
Voices of the Valleys and Sky Arts. Hello, very good morning. It's 8 o'clock. This is Mornings with me, Anna Jones. Here's first pin falls against Gianni Infantino. The Welsh FA says it won't back him to be re-elected as FIFA president. Donald Trump says negotiations to end the war with Iran will begin this afternoon after calling off a wave of weekend strikes. The longest ballot paper in British political history. We preview the upcoming Clapton by-election following the resignation of Nigel Farage. Also today, we'll see what's happening in headlines in today's newspapers with journalist and author Janelle Madrid. Plus, a dramatic smash and grab as thieves make off with a cash machine after timing it. Hello, very good morning. Thanks for joining us here today. Our top story, Sky News can reveal that Wales has become the first football association to officially withdraw support for Gianni Infantino to be re-elected as president of FIFA. This follows the loss of confidence in Infantino's leadership after that botched attempt to sell off a stake in the World Cup. Our sports correspondent Rob Harris has the story.
Well, this crisis facing Gianni Infantino is developing at all hours of the day and night, and I've just heard from the Football Association of Wales exclusively that they have written to FIFA to tell them they have withdrawn their support for Gianni Infantino's re-election next year. This is, we expect, to start a cascade of letters from across Europe to pile pressure on Infantino to leave office after his botched attempts to sell off stakes in the World Cup to private investors. This crisis is escalating now on Infantino, who had the loss of confidence in his leadership from UEFA on Saturday. Now the start of a new week is beginning with an attempt to force action from him. We've still not heard from Gianni Infantino since the European Football Associations withdrew their support on Saturday. We also heard from the North American Federation as well that they didn't back him too at the moment in terms of his leadership. Well, this is what I just heard exclusively from the Football Association of Wales. This is their statement to Sky News. The Football Association of Wales hereby confers its withdrawal of support for the candidature of Gianni Infantino for re-election as FIFA president for the 2027-2031 term. The the recent failures in good governance, processes, leadership values, stakeholder management, communications, and sound judgment led us to a position where Mr. Infantino has lost the confidence of the FAW to remain at the helm of world football. Failing to put the best interests of football first is a failure we cannot accept. That is damning. Wales does have a significant role in world football. In February, they were hosting Gianni Infantino for a major meeting. The laws of football are set by the body called the International Football Association Board. It's made 8 votes, half are held by FIFA, the other 4 by the home UK associations, including Wales. So that gives Wales a lot of clout in the world, and this is an attempt to start momentum within Europe to see that Infantino doesn't stand for re-election, but there's a desire to see him lose office sooner. On Sunday, we discovered that UEFA had threatened Gianni Infantino with legal action over this attempt to sell off shares in the World Cup and told him to retain all documentation. This really is a significant and growing rebellion facing Gianni Infantino, who's been in power for 10 years, but now he's on the brink and could well be forced out of office in disgrace. We've still not heard from him since he revealed exclusively to Sky News in the early hours of Saturday morning that he was abandoning the attempt to sell off those stakes by launching a new commercial venture for the World Cup. He valued $20 billion, trying to raise $4.2 billion. He was saying it's about making more money for football associations around the world. He's been told by many, including his senior advisor, Carlos Cordero, last week, it's a bad deal for football. The concern is that cronyism has led to this, it leads to Donald Trump and an attempt to make money out of it himself. But this, we now have exclusively that Wales has become the first football association worldwide to withdraw its support for Gianni Infantino's re-election bid next year in an attempt to pile the pressure to see him leave office.
Yeah, really interesting to see whether other countries follow Wales's lead. We'll be chatting about that with Jackie at about 1:30. She'll be here to talk through all the fallout. And then at 9:30 we're going to be joined by football writer Henry Winter to get his take on it. To the Iran war now, and Donald Trump says that negotiations with Iran will begin this afternoon after calling off an intense wave of strikes planned for the weekend. Travelling on Air Force One, the president said he decided to cancel the large-scale attack after hearing from Gulf leaders.
Well, now what we're doing is we're talking to them in the form of a negotiation. It begins tomorrow afternoon, and we'll see. I'd love to do that. Save a lot of lives, save a lot of unnecessary power. To be honest with you, it takes many years to ever build it back, and it couldn't. I don't think it would be even buildable back. So we had an attack that would be the biggest attack since World War II, and it would have been disastrous. And they didn't want to do it. And frankly, Saudi Arabia didn't want it either. They thought that the deal is imminent.
Now, a British pilot is recovering after surviving a mid-air helicopter collision while battling wildfires in Greece. This happened in the central Attica region of the country. 2 others died after the helicopters crashed into one another.
This is the moment 2 firefighting helicopters collided in midair. The crew of one helicopter, Greek national and a British citizen, were both found safe at well by search and rescue teams. The crew members on board the other, one Greek, one Danish, both died in the crash. Over 500 firefighters are battling these flames northwest of Athens. At least 100 homes have already been destroyed, and over 1,000 people have been evacuated. Hours before Sunday's fatal collision, the country's Prime Minister warned that firefighting aircraft might struggle to fly due to high winds. Kyriakos Mitsotakis warned that his country faced extremely difficult days ahead, high winds both fanning the flames and hampering efforts to bring them under control. Already, wildfires in Greece have claimed the lives of 3 firefighters in the Peloponnese and on the island of Crete. The end of July saw huge wildfires in areas of France and Spain. These are now under control. With such high temperatures, the risk of further fires can't be ruled out. For now, though, it appears that as the danger eases slightly in the west of Europe, it is increasing in its east. For Greece, There's tragedy in the air as well as on the ground as the wildfires continue to burn. I'm Papadopoulos, Sky News.
Prime Minister insists his government will be relentless in tackling small boat crossings. Andy Burnham made the pledge while meeting emergency workers in Dover. Political correspondent.
This image could come back to haunt Andy Burnham or hail him the leader who succeeded where others didn't. Beside him, a boat that carried 96 migrants across the Channel in May, among those on board men, women and young children. They're the scenes that have become all too familiar, ones that successive governments still have managed to stop.
We have to deal with the issue rather than on politics with the issue. Just deal with it head on, grip it, and then make the changes that will bring that reassurance to the public. It's not changing the whole approach. Slowly but surely, we are putting in place those building blocks of a very different approach to this issue. It's working, but there's more to do.
But as Andy Burnham says, these pictures don't actually tell the full story. Small boat crossings initially went up after Keir Starmer came to power, but the official data shows numbers have since fallen. At the start of this year, that dipped significantly and continued to gradually decline. But that doesn't mean that boats have stopped. And since Andy Burnham took over, in just 2 weeks, we've seen more than 2,000 people arrive on UK shores.
The weather is, of course, a factor, but the government is pointing to policy. So, for example, a deal with France was renewed fairly recently at a cost of £662 million. What's it paying for? Well, more police officers on French beaches, more surveillance technology, so like drones along the coastline to intercept criminal gangs.
In Dover, these officers try and track down the smugglers behind the Channel crossings. They more than doubled in number since the start of 2025. But while the government believes these measures are working, others say they're not going far enough.
Since this Prime Minister came to office, he's not even been in post 2 weeks. More than 2,000 people have arrived, and several people have been found dead in the Channel. This is a huge problem. It requires a real, sizable solution. The solution's there. The National Crime Agency told us, the people at home know, people who come into this country must be detained and must be deported.
Scenes like this have heightened tensions in recent days. Around 60,000 migrants have crossed from Morocco to the Spanish territory of Ceuta in Libya. Unprecedented pictures, prompting critics to blame Spain for being too liberal on immigration. So while back home the new Prime Minister might be somewhat satisfied with government progress, he also knows that this is the issue that has plagued his predecessors. Complacency would not only cost him his job, but Labour the next election. Lisa McDade, Sky News, from Dover.
The crisis in the Spanish enclave of Ceuta, where tens of thousands of migrants crossed from Morocco. Well, the European Union will hold emergency talks on the issue tomorrow after Italy reinstated border checks on arrivals from Spain. And it's also caused anger on the Spanish mainland. Around 1,500 protesters took to the streets of Madrid to demand the Spanish government to take action. Around 60,000 people crossed into Ceuta, but most have now returned voluntarily, although at least 86 people died in chaos. Back here, before UK, said they would launch what they called the largest military operation in the English Channel since World War II to stop small boat arrivals from France. Well, earlier I asked the Energy Secretary, he had to find there about that idea.
Candidly, we're not going to take advice from reform about how we get to grips with this, because the set of people they've got in charge of reform are the set of people who were in the government at the time when we saw this crisis. We think we do have an approach that's working. We just have to be, we've got to be focused, we've got to be relentless. It's down by 50%, there is more that we need to do, we recognise that, but the approach is working.
Let's bring in our political correspondent Alex Rogers, who's here. So tell us a little bit about this plan being put forward by Reform and what the reaction has been generally.
So Reform was saying they want the largest military operation in English Channel since World War II, and that they want to send the Royal Navy into the Channel to basically intercept these boats and send them back to France and Belgium. Now, as you would expect, Labour and the Tories are pouring cold water on this plan. They think it's a non-starter. That's because, well, essentially there's no incentive for France to agree to this deal. Labour thinks that taking this approach risks inflaming tensions with France, right at a point when we've got a deal with them to control French beaches, which is actually bringing the number of crossings down at the moment. It's 43% lower this year than it is in the same period last year. There's also fear that taking the Navy into water like that would risk fatalities in the Channel, which is obviously something that everyone wants to avoid. So for the opposition parties, they're saying that this is just headline grabbing to distract the form from some of the issues they're going through internally at the moment.
But definitely what's happened in Safehouse is concentrating political minds, isn't it? And focusing on our own issues of migration. This is what Anne Vernon goes over yesterday, as we saw in Lucy's report there. I mean, this is really getting the parties talking.
That's right, Anne. And Andy Vernon did say on Sunday that it was worrying. He did say it was a matter for the Spanish government, but as you say, those scenes, those images of people crossing the border have kick-started the evergreen conversation that we have about migration and the small boats crisis here. Labour saying they're bringing the crossings down, but we are seeing more and more reports of people smugglers adopting and changing their tactics to get around the increased enforcement that they're coming up against on some of the French beaches. So the numbers fluctuate. There's been 2,000 in the 2 weeks since Andy Vernon became Prime Minister. So it really does fluctuate, and it may be Labour saying that it's down now, but maybe we see an increase next year.
Indeed. Alex, as we will be talking to you before shortly on some of those issues and their plans. Still on politics, voters in Clacton are being asked to pick an MP for the 6th time in 12 years next week after Nigel Farage resigned in early July in the midst of a parliamentary investigation. Despite Reform being the only major party to put a candidate forward, there's a record 34 names on the ballot. Our political correspondent Anna Fortescue takes a look at what's to come.
The media's focus is once again rolling into Sweden. Are we just looking at more political stuff? You would rather a bid representing you in Parliament. Is there something that's interesting going on here? A quick reminder of why this by-election is happening in the first place.
No, I've decided that the people of Clapton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election.
There are a record 34 candidates standing in this by-election, but apart from Reform, the other main parties, Conservatives, Labour, the Lib Dems, the Greens, they until after that parliamentary vote, £5 million hit received by Nigel Farage. He said he's done nothing wrong, and the reason that he's willing to gamble in practice is because he knows the level of support he has, which, to be fair, parties. Do you mind me asking who you're going to vote for?
Reform.
I'll give you a guess.
Nigel Farage?
There you go.
Why? I like it, and I think it's low up front.
You vote for Farage, Nigel Farage?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. You vote for Milford? Interestingly, the other name that has come up is this.
I actually voted for the best local win and make your votes count.
Timothy's manifesto is a bit of a jab, a bit of a joke. I think, someone new, I think it's fresh.
The only alternative to Nigel Farage, and I'd like to see Nigel Farage lose his seat.
The widespread expectation is that Nigel Farage will win. People aren't just voting for what they want, they are voting for what they don't want. We have seen so much actual voting recently in Denton, in Makerfield. It is particularly striking here. There is at least a level of organisation round our big space. People are willing to vote for a novelty candidate to try to stop Nigel Farage.
There will be against our operation in informed stems from parties, supporters of those parties who don't fancy going into the government face, who don't have or clear on that. Much of the reasons to get out of politics. So I think we probably should expect turnout to be depressed.
You have to look far to see that we are in reform territory here. This is a constituency that has strongly older, white Brexit voting. Remember, it was the first union in the country. Reform UK sources tell me that they hope they can get 80% of the vote. Turnout will continue to be low. They think this gamble is going to take. We'll soon find out if Nigel Farage
Chinese football flights, scanning QR codes to see let's just bring you some of those stories now and check some more hot weather. The UK Health Security Agency has issued heat health alerts for 8 regions of England, and alerts will be in place for the East Midlands, East of England, South East and London regions from 9 AM for 24 hours, and further 4 areas will be under a yellow alert. It's emerged that the pilot of the plane which crashed in southern Peru had reported a mechanical fault during the flight. All 13 people on board the sightseeing flight over an archaeological site died in the crash. There were 11 European tourists and 2 crew. Investigators are still gathering evidence at the scene. Ukrainian drone strikes have killed 8 people in Russia, including a child in a playground. The rebel governor said a 13-year-old girl died and 2 other children were wounded in the attack. In Pakistan, these 14 people have been killed by a suicide bomber while they were taking part in a rally against militant groups. And 2 dozen others were wounded in the attack in Kabul, a town in the Swat Valley. Demonstrators have gathered near a police station chanting anti-militant slogans and demanding peace. There's been no immediate responsibility by any group. And an investigation is underway after thieves stole a cash machine in southwest London. CCTV captured the gang hooking the machine to a car before driving off, ripping it around. No arrests. Now then, I find these figures extraordinary. Drivers have stolen an average £200,000 worth of fuel every day since the start of the Iran war. That's according to the new figures that are out today. So let's find out a little bit more. Amelia Harper is in the newsroom for us. And Amelia, this is people who fill up with petrol and then just drive off without paying. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Nearly got the figures wrong there, Anna, but it's a lot higher than that.
Underestimated it.
Yeah, you did. No, but it is a lot higher than that. And the story in the news this morning is that the amount of fuel that is being stolen at UK petrol stations has risen sharply since the start of the Iran oil crisis, and incidents of petrol theft have risen by 20% since February, and it's thought that this is being driven by the war in Iran. And it's not just this. Forecourt staff are also recording facing growing levels of abuse and violence and intimidation by what are being called frustrated customers. Let's go through the figures. So it's estimated that the value of unpaid fuel per day has risen from around £131,000 in the 5 months leading up to February to £194,000 a day in the 5 months since. And what this means is that nearly 109,000 litres of fuel are now going unpaid every day, up from nearly 88,000 litres before the conflict. And as you alluded to, just as you were bringing me in there are a couple of different methods by which this is happening. One of them is when a driver says that they cannot pay having filled up with fuel, and what happens is that you go in to speak to forecourt staff and you fill out a form and you say that you can't pay and you agree a timeline by which you should pay. Then the second is simply when drivers drive off having filled up their car. And as I said, it isn't just fuel that the industry is concerned about, it is also the treatment, the levels of aggression towards forecourt staff. The Petrol Retailers Association is saying that staff are facing, since February, growing levels of aggression, and it means that petrol forecourts, it's reported, are now considering using facial recognition software to try to tackle this.
Okay, Amelia, thanks very much indeed. Let's return to the issue of immigration and bring in Reform's UK Home Affairs spokesperson, Zia Youssef, to talk about his party's plans this morning. And morning to you, Zia Youssef, thanks for talking to us. And you said that Reform UK wants to launch the largest military operation in the English Channel since World War II to stop small boat arrivals across the Channel. Why do you think it's necessary to get the military involved?
Well, north of 200,000 people have now landed on our beaches illegally over the last 8 years. Some have gone on to murder British citizens in brutal fashion. Some have attempted mass casualty terror attacks on our shores. And the Tory and Labour governments met that invasion with free ferry service and free hotels at taxpayer expense. Reform will respond with, as you said, the biggest military operation in the English Channel since World War II. It's called Operation Fortress. It is engineered and endorsed by several senior members of His Majesty's armed forces. This is the way that we actually stop the boat. If you look what Australia did, between 2007 and 2013, they had an enormous issue with small boat illegal migrant arrivals, including the fact that 1,200 of those people tragically died making that journey within weeks of using their military to make a clear statement that one of those vessels will reach their shores. Small boat arrivals fell 100% within a matter of weeks, and deaths fell to zero. There wasn't a single migrant death during those operations. The precedent is there. We're more than capable of it. The simple fact is, Tories and Labour lack the political will and the courage. We are unwilling to continue to allow hundreds of thousands of unvetted, largely men, of military aid from countries like Iran, Iraq, and Syria to arrive on our beaches illegally and then cost British taxpayers tens and hundreds of billions of pounds.
But Nigel Farage said last year that towing boats back to France would be an absolute last resort. So what's changed, given as well that the number of crossings is down this year compared to last year, 43% lower than the number recorded this time last year?
Well, the first point in terms of numbers, a lot of that is simply down to weather. We've just seen enormous numbers start to come. We're seeing records broken almost every week. We've got 165 in one boat. We've got thousands since Andy Burnham became Prime Minister, 700 in a single day. And as I said, it only takes
But still,
one.
43%
It only takes
down
one.
is going in the right direction, isn't it?
Well, the numbers are still absolutely enormous, and there's no sign of the problem actually ending. It only takes one of these people to actually, for example, commit, God forbid, a mass casualty terror attack. And I want to make sure your views understand this is not speculation. Our brilliant security services have foiled multiple attempted terror attacks on our shores by people who came across the channel illegally. We know that the Iranian regime is sending agents with that express intent using this route. This is a national security emergency. Look, we're unwilling to use our military to secure our border and defend it against an invading force of hundreds of thousands of people, and I couldn't give you a better reason to use them. It is absolutely necessary. With regards to Nigel's comment previously, yes, it is a last resort. It is a last resort, but we are there now. I don't know how many people would need to arrive for us. Is it millions illegally on our beaches? And similarly, God forbid, and it pains me to even say this, God forbid, if we don't want to wait for one of these terrorists to actually succeed on a mission, God forbid, in this country, to actually do something about it. All that's required is the political will. We're publishing an in-depth plan at 11 a.m. today. As I said, it's advised and endorsed by former senior members of our armed forces. We have to stop the boats from coming. We have to prioritise the safety of British people.
Will this work? I mean, have you secured an agreement with France to accept every person that the Navy would turn around and send back?
Well, one of the challenges of not being government is you're unable to negotiate with other countries. Although we might have more, so what our plan envisages is two scenarios. One in which the French consent to our Marines arriving with these migrants on French shores. But the plan also envisages a scenario which is absolutely possible. We acknowledge that the French could object to it. Should they object to it, then of course we basically get into a big diplomatic argument with the French. And I would remind your viewers, or no doubt already know, that the Tory and Labour government already sent France £1 billion of taxpayers' money to quote stop the boat. The official position of the French government, the Élysée-Palace, is they don't want those boats leaving their shores. So what our military would be doing is in fact actually assisting the French with complying with their with the contract they've already signed. And the second point, the final point I want to make, forgive me, is this is a humanitarian mission. 1 in every 100 illegal migrants making the journey across the channel sadly died. 4 died last week. And as the Australians have shown, bringing the military, not only are there no deaths, the boats crisis stopped. We don't want British people being killed by people who come across on small boats, neither do we want illegal migrants being killed. The status quo is unacceptable. That's why we have to do this.
Okay, well, just to go back briefly to that point about the French agreement, essentially the central promise of your policy depends on the cooperation of the government that's not yet agreed to it. That is still leaves that very open.
Sorry, just can I just correct that? Sorry, so the plan envisages a scenario A in which France does comply, which I acknowledge then is easier, but we also acknowledge there's a chance that the French object to it. But the manner in which, if the French object to it, then as I said, we go back to the negotiating table about the money that Britain's paying France for this, and we get into a diplomatic argument. Now, if we're unwilling to have Élysée Palace about the invasion of Britain via France by these people, then what nerve are we willing to have diplomatic argument there?
Okay, but still discussions to be had. On the issue of safety, the Tories have pointed out this morning that defence ministers told the Commons that warships sit too high off the water to take people safely off dinghies. I mean, this could actually be a dangerous operation, couldn't it?
No, it would be protecting and saving lives. So again, the document from Part 11 will show this. So there are multiple vessels involved. We're not using the Marines are not going straight from the warship onto a dinghy. They'd be going from an offshore patrol vessel. Those vessels have RHIBs, which are rigid hull inflatable boats, which are very small, highly manoeuvrable, comparable in size to what the appropriate in size for the task at hand. They go up quite alongside and they take these migrants who are obviously in distress. Some of whom might need treatment and take them back to France. And I really want to emphasise there is precedent for this. The Royal Navy has an exemplary record in places like the Horn of Africa and during the Troubles, for example, of conducting these exact sort of missions.
Okay, I just want to ask you a couple of other questions. A number of national polls have put Labour ahead of reform recently, albeit narrowly, but that's the first time for more than a year. You've also had a couple of election results that you might be a little bit disappointed by reform's performance. Do you think questions over the funding of your party are putting voters off?
Well, we have had a few election results have been disappointing, and we acknowledge that. We look at that. We want to keep learning. We want to keep listening to voters and making sure that we're making the case for why we need a reformed government. I think if you look at what's happened with Burnham, who's arrived, it's generally perfectly normal. Historically, even prime ministers that left with record levels of unpopularity, like Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer had a very similar level of popularity to Andy Burnham has now. So that's not surprising in any way. Neither is it surprising that the polling momentum that we had, where we went from sort of 14 to 32% in a straight line in a matter of months, was sustainable for 5 years. So things do go up and down. Here's the most important point. Britain is in dire straits right now. We have a border that is unprotected and undefended. We have north of 1 million illegal migrants in this country. Law and order for many people is simply not working. Taxes are too high. I could go on. So our view is there's only one party on the right with a real chance of a majority under our voting system, the first past the post system, of turning this country around. We're going to continue to work really hard to win. Everybody in this country believes in those values to their vote.
You talk about the right. Rupert Lowe has offered a pact with Reform to unite the right. Would Reform be willing to team up with Restore Britain?
Well, as Nigel said on Twitter yesterday, he's open, we're open to talking to anyone with any political party that shares the values that we just talked about there, that wants, for example, as I said, illegal migrants to be deported from the country, for our borders to be secure, all the things we just had a discussion about with regards to our planning channel. The fundamental point, though, is that, for example, coalition, I know enough about British history to know coalition governments never actually achieve anything useful. They disappoint everybody. There is only one party with a real chance of beating Labour. The next general election, whenever it is, will be a straight-up battle between Reform and Labour. We don't take anyone's vote for granted, but what we're going to do is make the case that Reform are the party to do the things that those people want, and we'll continue to work really hard to earn it.
Okay, I have to let you go, but Zia, yourself, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can help.
You're looking happy.
Well, forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then? All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
This week will bring some much needed rain, but not all drought hit areas will see it, with the south hot and humid today. England and Wales will be largely dry this morning with plenty of sunshine, but the odd shower will develop in the southwest. Elsewhere, it will be cloudier with some rain, most prolonged over Scotland. It will turn out hot and humid across southern Britain with a high of 34 degrees Celsius possible in the southeast. Most other places look cooler. And the afternoon will bring showers or longer spells of rain with some thundery downpours possible.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
So Jackie is here to tell us what you've got coming up in the sport shortly.
We will have the latest on Gianni Infantino's fight to hold on as president. Also, talk a little bit about the Commonwealth Games, which comes to us with hats, gold medals, flags.
Did Nappy keep you up last night? If you stop the leaks, you stop the wounds. Pampers Pants Punami Grip System with new 2 times wider leg cuffs and a pocket to help stop leaks. So everyone can sleep better and wake up ready to go again. Pampers.
Official partner of F1. These filters. Riddle's new Better Than Filters Glow Booster. Our new way to get you glowing. With high filters, hello healthy and younger looking skin. With biopeptides and vitamin C. It's better for umbrella. New multitasker Better Than Filters. For Riddle London. If you're London, love it.
Board and still a lot of talk around FIFA and a lot of pressure seems to be building on Gianni Infantino.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But the question is, you know, if he were to go, how quickly it could happen. And I was talking to FIFA last night, so what's the process, how long? And it seems like it's not a fast thing. So actually, it could be quite a long process. So we've heard that Wales have withdrawn their letter of support. I guess that several other nations will put in their letter of withdrawal of support for Infantino. He did actually have 200 support letters before this whole thing blew up last week. So he was a shoo-in to be voted in the next elections in March. Now, not so much, but the question is how many votes does he have? So there are 211 nations. If 20% of them want to call an extraordinary Congress, they can call it, but it takes 3 months. So they probably have the numbers to do that, but it will take 3 months. You also have to have another candidate who can say, we would like this person. They have to garner votes and support and get the numbers.
And that's not straightforward, is it?
No,
When
it
it's a
isn't.
global organisation.
No, and everyone's at different time zones. You know, you've got to get the numbers, otherwise what's the point in putting someone up to lose it if you're not going to win that? Let's talk of Victor Montagliani, who's from CONCACAF, also vice president of the FIFA Council. He's very popular, he's Canadian, and it's thought that he would be a good candidate because he's not from Europe, and it's not this new idea that Europe once again ganging up on everybody else in FIFA, all of the other nations. What would be quicker is the FIFA Council. They make all the key decisions in FIFA. There are 37 members. If 19 of those members want to call an extraordinary meeting to ask him to go and call a vote of no confidence, they can, and that's quicker.
will be a good process, and he's already under pressure from them, I think, for the valid and red card. That's all got to be investigated and not. Well, yeah, and could it get to the point where he just thinks, I'm going to have to step down? I know I've lost support, and it's going to be really hard to push anything through, and I've lost the confidence. I think, well, obviously the pressure is growing. I don't think he will step down unless he knows the right is absolutely equal, and there are countries that have come out in support of him. So he still has the numbers. He needs 106 to win the election. The election is in March. And for someone to oppose him, their name must be in by November the 18th. So you need to get a solid candidate who know will get the numbers. But, you know, although CONCACAF in Europe, so the Americas and all the European nations are behind removing him, you've got so many parts of the world that are actually still in support of him. South America, Africa, Qatar, South America supported him, some of the Asian group have come out and supported him. So he still has support. It's just the question is how much support does he have? And is this all about his plan that lasted a number of days to sell off parts of the World Cup to investors, or does it go deeper than that? I think it goes deeper than that. I think you know, the FIFA Council will make all the big decisions. I think they wanted answers to several things from the World Cup and not lose that red card, you know, using political interference from Donald Trump to overturn American red card. That is an absolute no-no. And that they want answers over that. So there's things like that. There are things like, you know, so many people did not agree with cutting the match into quarters, introducing water breaks, i.e. outbreaks. A lot of people didn't like that. The half time also being elongated from the final to half an hour. That, you know, that wasn't right either. It was just all sort of smacked of the Americanization of world football. And I think there are several things that just went by. The police lights, as you mentioned, right? Yeah, there were several things. He's got to answer. Yeah. So interesting to see how much we should build and how quickly. And how quickly, I think, is the key. I think the longer it goes on, this will kind of die down a bit. You know, I think it's to do with what's got momentum. Yes. Let's move on because Commonwealth Games. I know. It came to an end. I think well done Glasgow for scrapping together pretty big Commonwealth Games, and then had 18 months to do it because Australia pulled out. Funny how Australia pulled out of hosting the games and then came over and actually won everything. Yeah, they came top of the medal table. That was quite annoying. But nevertheless, it was really good. Speaking of the Welsh removing their vote, it was very much about everything. Welsh girl yesterday making history, winning 4 goals in track cycling. She's the first British cyclist ever to do this. No one's ever done it in the Commonwealth Games. She's the most successful Welsh athlete in the Commonwealth Games, and she's only 23, so there's only more good things to come from her. The closing ceremony was come from. It was all done very quickly. I think netball was played in the morning, then they rambled together a new set to the closing ceremony in the evening. Scotland athletes, that's what they just turned up and left out traffic. I love that. It has become such a thing, hasn't it? Kills as well, man. And kills as well. There were good stories that came out of it. I know a lot of people who do the Commonwealth Games saying, what's the point when key athletes don't take part anymore? Archie Goodman in swimming with the brain tumour, making it to the final. The whole Alan Peaty story of backing the ball, not getting the money that he wanted, really overanalyzing it. That's the story. Josh Kerr winning the mile just so comprehensively. And you know, there were really good stories. Women's golf last night as well finished the Open finish at Royal Liver, and it was won by Shirin Kawaki of Japan, 23 years old. Winners' prize and trophy for 1.1 million. She didn't really won outside her own tour before, so this was actually really quite an extraordinary victory. It was quite dramatic at the end. There was a playoff. Esther Henslet forced the playoff at the German golfer by sinking this. So she knows in the clubhouse, thinking she'd won. If that hadn't gone in, she would have won. But it did go in. What our last pass under massive pressure to force the playoffs. The playoff happened, and then Henslet hit one of the court marshal, one of the field marshals, with her ball on the second playoff hole. It then sort of diverted into this bush, and she couldn't make par after that. That's kind of the end. A bit of a sad end, having the heroics of the last hole to do that, and then actually go into the bush. Yes, I know, but what I'm shooting for. 3 weeks is sort of start season, it's not long to go. Last night, Liverpool overnight around on the tour of America. They beat Leeds United 2-0, and they lost 2. 4 goals conceded in the second half in just 25 minutes. Then you manage it, Areola would be superb. Yeah, kind of lots to think about. I mean, I don't know how much store people or managers set on pre-season matches, because you're missing a lot of the players, your players that were at the World Cup, who are still on their break, you can't play the team that perhaps would play at the start of the season or 2 weeks in, or the rest of it. So I don't know how much you can read into that, but actually it's quite interesting to learn quite a lot, rather than if you just go 4-0 and like, oh yeah, we're great. Yeah. It's a good positive message for the Liverpool fans out there. So exciting, actually, beginning to which is exciting. Another area football again. It's been at least a week. To be honest, I don't think it's got football. See you next time. Thanks very much indeed. And do say this is going to be going through these again. And don't listen to research now. stories that we haven't considered already to take us through. The Times, first of all, not their main story for now, but the one across the top, power plants with meters fitted backwards cost us £100 million a year. I mean, that's not a star headline. That is, electricity users could be paying £200 million extra a year because hundreds of power installations have their meters fitted backwards. And so it means that basically there's a state-owned national energy system operator, NESO, and so basically the meter telling the grid operator they're consuming power when they're actually generating power. And so the grid control room is responsible for making sure that power supply and demand is in balance, so there's no blackouts. But basically whistleblowers say they're actually flying blind because the data's really poor because these meters are on backwards. So a spokesperson says that actually the 100 million is not direct to consumer pipeline, I think you all understand it's not a direct flow. And Ofgem are actually working to implement a solution. But I do think it's really interesting, we don't often hear about things like this. And he's saying, an independent consultant called Andrew Larkins is saying that fixing the issue would cost 44 million. So either way, we're going to be paying a lot of money, but it would seem that it would be better to fix the problem than to keep paying an extra amount year on year because they're not going backwards. And I think what they're saying is there's just not a lot of light on this subject. I think this is places I know journalists get a lot of stick, but it's stories like this that I think journalism is really important for highlighting that there is actually an issue here which otherwise would go kind of under the radar and we would never know that we're paying extra on our bills because the meters being used. Well, yes, and as you say, NESO spokesperson talking about at least it's not a system security issue, which, as he says, is a good thing. But they also say that the figures cited shouldn't be presented as actual consumer costs. It's not 100 million on top of our bills, and maybe the way the headline says a cost. There will be a cost. Can you imagine all those meters sent backwards? Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the front page of The Guardian. They have their main story actually is about movies about food shortages, but let's just acknowledge the column to the right of that. And this is the story of the crossing of 60,000 migrants is thought into the Spanish enclave of Ceuta, which has a land border with Morocco, doesn't it? And this has obviously attracted a lot of attention around Europe and in the UK. And around 600 people sadly lost their lives during that. But it's been interesting what the Moroccan government has been saying, that a lot of people are seizing on this, and obviously the viral pitch that everyone kind of streaming in. And they're saying that it's not really that simple and that it shouldn't be used for propaganda because there's an actual issue here. And it doesn't mean that we will have the same thing happening here in the UK, which we looked at another story on this where Siobhan and Luke is saying it's not going to happen here in that kind of a way because it's a different kind of border. It's a different kind of border. It's a land border, so there is actually a crossing, a 12-mile water crossing. But what it seems like is that people are allowed to enter the crossing on land and then only for 5 minutes by the authorities, and they're able to then actually go through the border. And then people from Spain were leaving mainland Spain because they wanted to get away from everyone streaming over. So it does sound like a terrible situation for some people, quite deadly. But I don't think we're going to see it here in that same way as sometimes the pictures and rhetoric might suggest. Yeah, we have got an emergency meeting, European, yes, or certainly a European meeting tomorrow, and political parties here all talking about migration, so it's really put it on the agenda here as well. And I'm going to leap ahead to the story that you were talking about just before we came to you in The Guardian about ultra-processed food firms. What is The Guardian saying? Yeah, the World Health Organization Director General has accused global food companies of obstructing vital public health measures. So they're trying to, a lot of countries are trying to put warnings on processed food labels. We've got an obesity problem in this country and many others, as we well know, well documented. And so basically, what he's saying is that these food companies, are very publicly, they say, we're all about healthier food. Actually, behind the scenes, an investigation by The Guardian has said there's been 235 lawsuits put in place by these companies targeting Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, the US, and the UK over the space of 15 years. And even though 3/4 of these cases were lost by the food companies, again, we're not being labelled countries in expensive litigation, meaning that they're slowing down public health measures that people are trying to take. So although they don't win, it costs a lot of money. And as we know, when someone sues our government, they don't sue the government. The government doesn't have money. The government has our money. It's taxpayer money. You would expect that if they are losing at that kind of rate, it's going to be seen to not be worth continuing to litigation. The money they're making to try and do it. So when we see the friendly fast food adverts, on the other side, they're actually also suing our government so that we can keep eating food. And you know what? People's choice, they want to eat processed foods. People have the right to have it. But I think it's important to have the education that actually it's not good for you, and the fact that they're actually suing governments over that is actually good. Let's move on to Article Inside the Eye, and they are selling as you would imagine, the new Prime Minister, and also this policy that he has announced today is being picked apart, but also the vibes he's giving off as well. So what's the eye saying? Well, the eye's saying we don't think he has as much careers as the kids think he has. So what they're saying is that he's been very everyday man and doing all these social media videos. I think there's always something to say. The only way to avoid criticism is to literally do nothing. Because we all said that Keir Starmer was too stiff, too wooden, couldn't communicate very well, out of touch. Now we have someone who is now too in touch with himself and too blokey. It is always hard to know the politicians, and I think it is hard to strike that right balance of how real. Well, I was going to say that don't people have a quite good radar for authenticity, and it's a matter of if someone feels the politician being themselves, even if it means being on social media all the time, if they think that it rings true, then it's going to be good for him. And that I generally do think about. I train senior leaders in how to be. It's never about not being yourself. So it's not. It's not about training them to be something different. It's about the right version of themselves in public. There is, of course, a version happening and you'll never see because that's private and that's for him. But so, what do you make from your perspective of working with politicians to kind of let people see the authentic them? What do you make of that? So I think he's actually very good at it. I don't think it's quite tipped over the balance yet, but I do think there's a point where we're like, okay, we need to see less of you and more of the positives. We need to see more of the policy that you carry, the decisions that you're making, and the reasons behind them why you're making them. But I think in this kind of get to know Andy Burnham phase, I think he's actually doing pretty well in terms of being very friendly, but there will come to the point where people say, okay, I think he's a bit like Keir Starmer's toolmaker father thing. Okay, at first it was interesting, like, okay, that's where you're coming from. But then comes the point, oh, okay, thank you very much. We know as much as we'd like to know about you now we'd like to focus on what you're doing for us. I think that's the balance of the tipping point that he will need to judge. And I mean, it is an issue, we talked last about the challenges for Ofcom with technology developing. It's a challenge for politicians. Oh, we've got consensus. We can't possibly answer that in time. So I'll have to say thank you and goodbye, Janelle, and
There's no peace of mind if the dishes are still soaking in the back of your mind, but with Fairy Skip the Soak Power Spray, you can skip the soak with a quick. The grease just melts away. Just spray it on your air fryers, dishes, and pans, and you get the power of an overnight soak in minutes. Or you can spray it on and load it in. It gives you a sparkling clean on kitchen worktops too. Fairy Skip the Soak Power Spray. Did you get that painting? Round teeth. That's square. Peanut butter.
Crunchy, umami, all smooth. And I got almond butter for Daddy. Even put some grass-fed cereal.
Don't change the subject, Dad. What about my peanut? Oh. Good. Find everything they really value at the prices you do. Lidl, more to value.
When the sofa's calling, but the floor is appalling. Reach for new flat. It's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. The powerful formula starts lifting dirt straight away for a fast clean, fast dry fix. Get your floor back to flawless in no time. With new flat direct to floor, back to clean in a flat.
always thought of everyone for herself. So I thought, honestly, she'd give that dog the coat off her back rather than see her go. I'm surprised that she got a few that's what too. She's figured out that whole thing was something. It rains. Obviously, it's the UK, but of course, shout that country.
We're here in your community to guide, support, see you talk things through. However you choose to say goodbye, we have you over.
Oh, perfect things.
For all prophetic appetites.
Opportunity diary.
We're all for senior suffers.
We're all for fabulous foodies.
We're all for finding the right food for you. Chat to our advisors in store today.
Perfect poo.
Better, we're all for that.
Big sound.
You've got this power and passion.
It's the sound that shows them spine.
Follow 3 Welsh choirs on their road to competition, celebrating what it truly means to sing as one.
It's big. We're all there for a career.
You're there with the best choirs in Wales.
It'll be a tough competition.
Voices of the Valleys on Sky Arts.
Hello, very good morning. It's 9 o'clock. This is Mornings with Ian Anecdotes. Here's what's happening today. Breaking news, Sky News understands the English FA is set to send a letter withdrawing support for Gianni Infantino's re-election, following on from the Welsh FA's decision. Donald Trump says negotiations to end the war in Iran will begin soon after calling off a wave of weekend strikes. But Iran reportedly denied the talks are taking place. Longest ballot paper in British political history. We preview the upcoming Clacton by-election following the resignation of Nigel Farage. Also today, we're going to discuss the meningitis B vaccine as tens of thousands of young people receive their first dose. The dramatic smash and grab as thieves make off with a cash machine after tying it to their car. Hello, good morning, and thanks for joining us. Our top story today, breaking news this morning. Sky News understands that the English FA is set to send a letter withdrawing support for Gianni Infantino's re-election. They also revealed that Wales became the first football association to officially withdraw support. This follows the loss of confidence in his leadership after that botched attempt to sell off a stake in the World Cup. From our sports correspondent Rob Harris, we can get a reaction from Jackie in a moment, but let's bring in Rob first of all, because Rob, you're the one that's broken this story this morning, so what can you tell us?
Yeah, this is our concerted effort to force Gianni Infantino out of power at FIFA. We understand that the English Football Association is set to tell Gianni Infantino in writing that they have withdrawn support for his re-election next year as FIFA president. This is an escalating crisis for him. It was very early this morning. We were live with Sky News revealing that Wales officially submitted their letter withdrawing backing for Infantino's re-election all over the attempt to sell off states which have imploded. This attempt to sell off those states in World Cup to private investors, creating fury, particularly across European football. And there now is this momentum across the UEFA nations to put pressure on Infantino to leave office. The Football Association on Saturday said that they didn't have any confidence in him, and they called for a full robust review of FIFA's leadership and governance to ensure that the global game is run transparently for the benefit of all 211 member nations and with a long-term stewardship of football at its heart. And now we've seen some of that action take place. I've not heard from Infantino in the 2 days since putting that statement out. He's been quiet since, and he put a statement out exclusively the early hours of Saturday
what will it take European nations as they see it for Infantino to leave office? This is an attempt to put pressure on him to do so, but do have the mechanisms of forcing a vote of no confidence. It's next March in Morocco where Gianni Infantino is due to stand for re-election as things stand, having first gained power in 2016, he was given another 4-year term to 2031. And what we got the sense of is the fact that the FA has submitted their backing, how much support Gianni Infantino had, particularly in recent months. It's one of the questions about some of the ways he's conducted himself at FIFA, some of those close links with Donald Trump, some of the business dealings, some of the decisions off the pitch, some of the issues with disciplinary decisions, like the links with Paul Balogun, red card suspension, USA start the World Cup, like Cristiano Ronaldo getting off his ban for start the World Cup without any explanation. There are all these questions about Gianni Infantino's leadership, that have all been brought to a head by this controversy of the attempt to sell us space in the World Cup. And now we are seeing a draining of support for Gianni Infantino in Europe, but there are parts of the world still backing him. We hear that particularly African nations, the Middle East as well, Qatar put out support for his leadership as well, praising him for listening to people withdrawing these plans. But certainly within Europe, there is now a determined effort to force Gianni Infantino out of power, and Gianni understands that the Football Association from Wembley is writing to FIFA to withdraw their previous backing for Gianni Infantino's re-election. He tried to seek the endorsement yet again of the 211 Football Association to continue in power, but that is looking increasingly less likely.
Rob, it's Jackie. I just want to know, what does this actually mean? If you've got two nations who've withdrawn their support, we had around 200 letters of support, so we've still got loads of backing. I mean, what would it take if, I don't know, 90 people put in letters and say we're withdrawing our vote? Would it actually mean anything until that vote happens in March?
It would be a huge crisis within world football if there was such a divide like that. We sit at war with a huge block of the world still backing Gianni Infantino, and another power base completely against him. And often Infantino was pointed to having too much power, even though he himself was former the general secretary at UEFA and has tried to divide the world in that sense, position himself, helping particularly nations in Africa, those who've not qualified for World Cup, to help them develop and sort of positioning themselves against European power. In fact, that JP Morgan FIFA representation I was saying last week, we talked about the undervaluing of the World Cup compared to the Premier League, even though the Premier League is a year-round competition last year, and the World Cup is staged every 4 years. So that's where you see some of those issues. So it is an interesting question what would happen if building stuff happens rapidly back in some parts of the world. But the sense I've been getting from schooling from Saturday when UEFA got their joint statement was followed by individual essays gradually throughout their own crystals out of their own head. And that's the sense I'm getting now. There is an effort to build momentum, separate statements, separate comments, to show dissatisfaction of European nations.
And Rob, it is relatively complicated and a slow process if these nations are going to force Infantino to step down. But is he likely to go of his own accord if he feels he's lost the faith of the countries that FIFA represents?
Well, so it might be surprising there's been no element of contrition or apology in the last few days at all, sensing how the public view it is. And, it has largely been insulated quite a bubble, and it Donald Trump bubble at times in the last year. So that sense of handsome touch with reality is something that's been brought into question at times, which perhaps brings into doubt of the decision making. He's also lost his senior advisor, Carlos Cordero, who now started using pride that he's in protest that the bad deal has been put in for football. So he has a diminishing number of people around him also to consult on these matters. But we haven't heard from him since that Saturday morning statement in the early hours. So nothing to try to succeed to plan something. He's certainly allowed the ball to be filled by the critics and all the concerns about his leadership. He's absolutely eviscerated in public having a style of leadership and
try to dig in. And he's previously seen our freedom controls, as we've reported so often various things over the years. You know, relatively sensible, was every 2 years, that created some anger. Then there was an attempt by UEFA nations to join the World Cup. This was being put on the table last week that no European nation will participate in the World Cup as long as Infantino pursued these plans. And communication guaranteed that there would be changes in the way FIFA was being run. So that was a determined view then, and now it's currently up in terms of that European nations leading the drive to see Infantino leave office, because it's very much a sense from the highest part of European football that this time enough is enough. I'm very much sure that they do want to see Gianni Infantino out the season.
Well, really interesting. Thanks very much indeed for that. And so, Jackie, Rob was saying there that the English FA is set to send their letter withdrawing support for Gianni Infantino, following Wales's lead. Rob was telling us about that in the middle of the night last night, and that Wales, the first nation to do that. So the big question is now, how many will follow suit, and will it mean that he's ousted?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it won't mean he's ousted in sort of in here and now, even if, like I said, 90 nations say we are withdrawing our support. He needs 106 in the March election to be re-elected. He may still have 106 votes, but the amount of damage that's been done to the brand of FIFA, the image of FIFA with all of this, you have to say it's likely he's going to hang on. The FIFA Council are the main council within FIFA, which has got 37 members that make big decisions in FIFA. There are 8 vice presidents, for example, Alexander Safehouse of UEFA is a vice president, but there are 8 of them. If 90 of this council want to call an extraordinary meeting to bring him down, to ask him to resign, to create a vote of no confidence, they can. But 90 that's the magic number, they have to call that meeting. And if that were to happen, that would be a much quicker process in terms of recommending that he goes. If you rely on the member nations, 211 member nations withdrawing their support, so far we've got 2 handing in their letters. What needs to happen there is 20% of the 211 need to write a letter to call a meeting, extraordinary Congress meeting, for a vote of no confidence, get rid of it. And that takes 3 months. So that's not a quick process. I chatted to FIFA last night for quite a while to try and understand the process, and it's just not instantaneous. It's not, you think you should go in the blind. You also have to have someone to fill the void, who's the candidate,
who everyone unites around.
Everyone unites around and would get the numbers. There is one name that's being talked about is Victor Montagliani, Canadian. He is a vice president on that FIFA council. He's very popular, he's growing in popularity. The question is, does he want that job? He might not necessarily want that job. And would you get the numbers? You have to do a lot of canvassing to see where people's loyalty lies. And there will be a lot of countries in the world that will still be loyal to Gianni Infantino, in Africa, in South America, Qatar, they still back him, which will rule out a couple of members who thought might be a candidate. They can't because they're country assets, so they can't.
I'll just leave it to see where it goes.
Don't know where this is going to go.
And actually, we're going to get the view of any which
Well, it's what's
one.
empty.
Yeah.
It's, he has been challenging FIFA for a bit as well, along with several journalists at the World Cup over lots of things like drinks breaks and things like that. And he will, Gianni will still has to answer questions about what happened at the World Cup, at least what has just happened regarding the potential selling off of FIFA assets.
Jackie, fascinating stuff. We'll talk about this again. To the Iran war now, and Donald Trump says negotiations with Iran will begin soon after calling off an intense wave of strikes planned for the weekend. Travelling on Air Force One, the president said he decided to cancel the large-scale attack after hearing from Gulf leaders.
Well, now what we're doing is we're talking to them in the form of a negotiation. It begins tomorrow afternoon, and we'll see. I'd love to do that, save a lot of lives. Save a lot of unnecessary power, to be honest with you. It takes many, many years to ever build it back. If it couldn't, I don't think it would be even built back. So we had an attack that would be the biggest attack since World War II. And it would have been disastrous for them. And they didn't want us to do it. And frankly, Saudi Arabia didn't want it either. They thought that the deal was imminent.
And just to update you on this, according to the Reuters news agency, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson has dismissed claims that the talks are happening. They said there's no plan to receive a delegation or send an Iranian one for talks. So we'll keep close eye. Now here the Prime Minister insists that his government will be relentless in tackling small boat crossings. Andy Burnham made a pledge while meeting emergency workers in Dover. Political correspondent Lucy.
This image could come back to haunt Andy Burnham or hail him the leader who succeeded where others didn't. Beside him, a boat that carried 96 migrants across the Channel in May, among those on board men, women and young children. They're the scenes that have become all too familiar, ones that successive governments still haven't managed to stop.
We have to deal with the issue rather than politics with the issue. Just deal with it head on, grip it, and then make the changes that will bring that reassurance to the community. Start changing the whole approach. Slowly but surely, we are putting in place those building blocks of a very different approach to this issue. It's working, but there's more to be done.
But as Andy Burnham says, these pictures don't actually tell the full story. Small boat crossings initially went up after Keir Starmer came to power, but the official data shows numbers have since fallen. At the start of this year, that dipped significantly and continued to gradually decline. But that doesn't mean that boats have stopped. And since Andy Burnham took over, in just 2 weeks, we've seen more than 2,000 people arrive on UK shores.
The weather is, of course, a factor, but the government is pointing to policy. So, for example, a deal with France was renewed fairly recently at a cost of £662 million. What's it paid for? Well, more police officers on French beaches, more surveillance technology, so like drones along the coastline to intercept criminal gangs.
In Dover, these officers try and track down the people smugglers behind the Channel crossings. They've more than doubled in numbers since the start of 2025. But while the government believes these measures are working, others say they're not going far enough.
Since this Prime Minister came to office, it's not even been in force 2 weeks. More than 2,000 people have arrived and several people have been found dead in the Channel. This is a huge problem. It requires a real sizable solution. The solution's there. The National Crime Agency told us, the people at home know, people who come into this country must be detained and must be deported.
Scenes like this have heightened tensions in recent days. Around 60,000 migrants have crossed from Morocco to the Spanish territory of Ceuta in unprecedented pictures, prompting critics to blame Spain for being too liberal on immigration. So while back home the new Prime Minister might be somewhat satisfied with government progress, he also knows this is the issue that has plagued his predecessors. Complacency could not only cost him his job, but Labour the next election. Lucy McDade, Sky News, Dover.
Well, you heard there from Lucy about the crisis in the Spanish enclave of Ceuta, where tens of thousands of migrants crossed from Morocco. Well, the European Union will hold emergency talks on the issue tomorrow after Italy reinstated border checks on arrivals from Spain. It has also caused anger on the Spanish mainland. Around 1,500 protesters took to the streets of Madrid to demand the Spanish government to take action. Around 60,000 people crossed into Ceuta, but most have now returned voluntarily, although at least 86 people died in the chaos. Well, here, Reform UK said that they would launch what they call the largest military operation in the English Channel since World War II to stop small boat arrivals from France. Well, earlier I asked the Energy Secretary, Nyata Fambulla, about that idea.
Candidly, we're not going to take advice from Reform about how we get to grips with this, because the set of people they've got in charge of Reform were the set of people who were in the government at the time when we saw this crisis. We think we do have an approach that's working. We just have to be, we've got to be focused, we've got to be relentless. It's down by 50%, there is more that we need to do recognise that the approach is working.
We're joined now by the Shadow Home Secretary, Chris Filt. The Tories have taken all of this. Good morning, thanks so much for talking to us. I'll ask you about what you think of the reforms plans in a moment. But first of all, I noticed that you, the Tories, have pointed out that Ceuta is a warning for Britain. Why do you think it's a warning? Do you think a similar thing that could happen here has happened there? It isn't a very different situation.
Well, what happened in Ceuta shows you what can occur when there are pull factors that attract people into a country, into a territory, because the rules are weak. The rules in Spain clearly are very weak. The Prime Minister there, the Socialist Prime Minister, has recently given settlement to about 1 million illegal immigrants. And we see a similar thing here with our Labour government, where illegal immigrants get accommodated in hotels. 95% of those crossing the channel on small boats get to stay. That is a phenomenally powerful pull factor. I was in northern France last week on Wednesday. On that day, that one day alone, 750 illegal immigrants crossed the English Channel because of those pull factors. I witnessed 100 of those personally. I was in the water waist deep, witnessing those illegal immigrants leaving. I saw the French gendarmes, who the Labour government are paying with £660 million of our money, stand by and do nothing while the illegal immigrants embarked. So I think it is a warning as to what happens when you have no border control. And we don't really have border control. The only thing stopping the crossings this year has been the rough weather, the wave height in the channel. And when it is fair, I asked the skipper, as a fishing skipper, on the channel last week about it. He's had to cancel a lot of fishing trips this year because of the waves being quite high. And when you do get a day of calm weather, like last Wednesday, the illegal immigrants flood across. 750 on a single day, and over 2,000 since
Yes, and yet Labour will point to their record over the last year and say that crossings are down by 43%. They say that the actions that they're taking in cooperation with French authorities is working.
Well, I'm afraid to say, since the election, 77,000 illegal immigrants across the channel. That is a phenomenally large number. And this year, as I say, the wave height in the channel has been higher, which has stopped some crossings. And when the channel is calm, like last Wednesday, you find 750 people crossing on a single day.
The problem is, though, that under the Tories, they reached their highest level on record. So it's quite hard to hear you talking about numbers.
Well, of course, in the Conservatives' last full year, 2023, the numbers came down quite a lot. There was then the Rwanda plan to remove illegal immigrants to Rwanda, but Labour, after the election, cancelled that just before, the law had to change, the law of legal work got done, and Labour then cancelled that just weeks before it started. We now have a comprehensive plan under new leadership, which involves leaving the ECHR, the European Convention on Human Rights, and that will enable us to deport all illegal immigrants within a week of arrival. No asylum claim, no human rights claim, no cushy hotel, no legal aid, no court hearings. And of course, they dropped a lot, but they need to end. They need to end. We need to deport illegal immigrants within a week of arrival, because if we do that, that will act as a deterrent, and they then won't bother getting on a boat to leave France in the first place. That approach worked in Australia about 10 years ago, and it can work here too.
Reform said today that the Tories and Labour have responded to this crisis using free ferry service and free hotels. They are saying that tougher action is needed. They've talked about bringing in the Royal Navy and return every intercepted boat to France. Is that right?
Well, I mean, that is sort of shoot from the hip. Honestly, they haven't really thought it through properly, as usual, because that plan depends on the French agreeing to receive back the migrants intercepted. That is the flaw in the plan. But I'm totally in favour of tougher action. This illegal immigration has to end. I was on the beaches last week. I saw it with my own eyes.
Doesn't your plan rely on countries cooperating with you and using it themselves?
I think if you're sending someone back to their country of origin, the country they come from originally, that country does have an obligation to take back their own citizens, just as we would if the boot was on the other foot. Just last week, Germany successfully sent some men back to Afghanistan, for example. If there is any problem, if they return to the country of origin, you then have a safe third country like Rwanda, but it could be somewhere else that will receive them instead. That is a credible, properly thought out plan that will work. It works in Australia, it will work here. I'm afraid Reform are just shooting from the hip in a bit of a panic. They haven't really thought it through properly.
A quick question about, you mentioned Afghanistan, would you send women back to Afghanistan?
I would not send women back to Afghanistan, no, because I think it is genuinely dangerous. But there are lots of countries you can send people back to, you including men back to Afghanistan. You do, and by the way, the majority of illegal immigrants crossing the Channel are young men. I was there last week on the beach, and they were mostly young men. There were very few women and children in sight at all. In fact, it's actually worse than that, because when I saw this dinghy embarking with about 100 illegal immigrants, I was in the water next to it, up to my waist in water, while the French gendarmes did nothing. And some women and children were being actually pushed off the boat by the male illegal immigrants, because there wasn't much space on the boat. So really, this illegal immigration is about young men paying people smugglers. And I saw with my own eyes women and children getting pushed out of the way.
I just want to ask you a little bit about Safehouse that you're announcing today regarding the police. You say you want to give the Home Secretary the power to direct police forces to carry out specific investigative practices. Chief prosecutors have traditionally guarded their independence very closely. So isn't this what politicians and police have to do their job?
Well, of course, individual decisions about whether to arrest X person or Y person are matters independently for the police. But matters of policy and priority, I think, should be subject to more democratic oversight. And the Home Secretary is the public's elected representative when it comes to police and crime. It's unacceptable, in my view, 92% of reported crime doesn't get solved. And we've all had examples, either personally or our friends, where you reported a mobile phone stolen and the Find My iPhone signal tells you where it is, and the police then don't do anything. Or you've seen a stolen bike advertised on eBay, and the police don't follow it up. I would like to mandate the police to always follow those kind of leads. The iPhone signal, the mobile, or the bike on eBay, or images of the suspect taken on CCTV, that should always be run through the facial recognition database. We can solve tens of thousands more crimes by doing these basic things. That's why I mandate them, because crime must have consequences, and the people who are scared should be the criminals, not the public.
If you're proposing that every force should routinely use facial recognition, what do you make of the fact that although the police would say that the technology is getting more accurate, there are real concerns from civil rights groups, for example, about privacy, but also the risk of mistakes? What safeguards would you put into place to ensure that innocent people aren't wrongly identified?
Well, obviously, you don't rely just on facial recognition to secure a conviction. You might use facial recognition, two kinds, retrospective and live. You might use facial recognition to identify the suspect in the first instance. But then, of course, you've got to prove the case to a court in the normal way with hard, irrefutable evidence, the usual criminal standard, which is beyond reasonable doubt. So you use facial recognition to identify the suspect and then prove the case and secure a conviction in the normal way. It is, by the way, unbelievably accurate. So the Metropolitan Police have, I think, done about 3 million scans in the last year on the streets. That's a different kind of facial recognition. It's called live facial recognition. Out of the 3 million scans, there were only 10 incorrect identifications.
There are concerns about
and they were rapidly identified. Police just said, "Can I see your ID?" And they were immediately released. The system a few years ago did have alleged racial bias. We're going back 7 or 8 years. They've now updated the system. It's been tested by the National Physical Laboratory 2 or 3 years ago, and the system the police now use, the setting they use it, has no racial bias whatsoever. Live facial recognition, which is a bit different, was used in Nighttown, Croydon, and in the last year, something like 200 wanted criminals have been caught, including a man wanted for kidnap, another man wanted for a double rape dating back 7 years. Those criminals, who the police haven't been able to find using traditional methods, have now been caught and are being prosecuted in the usual way. It's working to keep the public safe, but I'd like to see the police use these techniques much more widely, because 92% of crimes being unsolved is just not acceptable.
Okay, we could talk a lot more about this, but we don't have time, unfortunately. Let's just bring you some of the day's other stories this morning, and get set for more hot weather. The UK Health Security Agency has issued heat health alerts for 8 regions of England, and alerts will be in place for the East Midlands, the East of England, South East and London regions from 9 o'clock this morning for 24 hours. A further 4 areas will be under a yellow alert. It's emerged that the pilot of the plane which crashed in southern Peru had reported a mechanical fault during the flight. All 13 people on board the sightseeing flight over an archaeological site died in the crash. There were 11 European tourists and 2 crew. Investigators are still gathering evidence at the scene. The investigation is underway after thieves stole a cash machine in southwest London. 6 CCTV captured the gang hooking the machine to a car before driving off and ripping it out of the ground. No arrests have yet been made.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year. All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather. For this week, we bring some much needed rain, but not all drought hit areas will see it with the south hot and humid today. England and Wales will be largely dry this morning with plenty of sunshine, but the odd shower will develop in the southwest. Elsewhere, it'll be cloudier with some rain, most prolonged over Scotland, and will turn out hot and humid across southern Britain with a high of 34 degrees Celsius possible in the southeast. Most other places look cooler, and the afternoon will bring some showers or long spells of rain. All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather. Jack, we'll be back in just a moment with the sport, including that latest news on Gianni Infantino's fight to hold on as FIFA president. On that note. This is important viewing the home for cat protection. Every week, the schools wandering the streets alone with news answers on their mind. Or a new key, everyone can turn to. Or anyone else, really help people in the world you can that could save their lives. Help them adopt cats for food, shelter, and expert care they urgently need. And help them find a loving new home. Sing to support the 25 £1 for just £1 a month. Please would advocates in need. Encounter the next electric intelligence. All new Safehouse, 100% electric. He is back, and Jackie, we should reflect on the breaking news that we brought you at the top of the hour that Sky News understands that the English FA is set to follow Wales in the first country to withdraw their support for Gianni Infantino at FIFA. So already a second country is following Wales' lead.
Yeah, and would you expect like many more of those letters to start appearing? Because we know that UEFA, they have said all 55 of our members are going to call for a vote of no confidence, and CONCACAF seem very much joined in with them as well.
obviously they stopped short of saying we're going to boycott the World Cup if you go ahead with your plans. Of course, those plans are not now going to go ahead, but let's see how many countries actually come out and make a statement. Let's talk to Henry Winter actually, football journalist, joins us now. You know the World Cup, I think you know a couple of run-ins with FIFA discussions, shall we say. What does this mean? The Welsh FA have withdrawn their support from James Infantino. The English FA are set to say, even if there are 90 letters withdrawing support from Infantino, we've had a lot of support before this whole debacle. Will it do anything? Will he be forced to resign?
I mean, that's what UEFA are hoping, that's what many people are hoping, including one or two people within FIFA itself. I mean, these letters are obviously important, as you say, the English FA and the Welsh FA. So around 211 member associations effectively, implicitly gave Infantino their support for the next March's election in Rabat for another 4-year term. And Infantino thought this was just going to be a straightforward procession, but obviously the events of the last 2 weeks have just absolutely cast a cloud over that. What is interesting is that, okay, so the FA and the Welsh FA are saying we're not going to support you in March, but what is far more significant is what is actually going to happen now. So I think there are a lot of people who want him to resign. They see Infantino here in one of his rare public outings or press outings. They wanted to go now because he's taken this great sport and the world game to the brink of civil war, and only by him standing down is the game going to be reunited again. And then, of course, it's just a question of who steps in. General Secretary Matthias Grafström, who's sort of untainted by Infantino's scandal, he can come in as a step up as a sort of interim figure while the world sorts out who should be the next leader and the right leader, someone who listens, someone who's accountable, someone who doesn't just be seduced by the idea of rubbing shoulders with the rich and powerful.
I had a little chat with people last night to try and understand the process because it's quite complicated and there seems various ways that you can remove, but not particularly. Tell me what you know about the FIFA Council. So 37 members. I understand that if 19 were to step forward, they could trigger a vote of no confidence, and then that could happen quite quickly. Do you think there are 19 on that council who would oppose Jenny?
I think there probably are. I think so many of them are disgusted by his behaviour and obviously in tune with the reaction around the world. You've been covering it, it's been all over social media, all over the newspapers, all over the world. Obviously, there's some bastions of support in Africa and one or two parts of Asia still for Infantino. And it'd be interesting to see whether he rushes through his plans to hand out some of the money, because FIFA do have substantial sums in reserve which they could dish out without necessarily having to rush off to Wall Street and his billionaire mates. And also when they rush through the idea of a 64-team World Cup for 2030, which would obviously bring in a lot of support and a lot of sympathy and maybe one or two votes from around the world with those countries who are desperate to actually get their hands on the World Cup. And you see the FIFA Peace Prize, which he gave to Donald Trump, which sort of almost triggered or certainly accelerated the concerns, some within the building, absolutely externally around the world. Has Infantino sort of lost the plot? Has he become so seduced by power, by rubbing shoulders with the rich and famous? And actually, he needs to focus on what's actually a good World Cup and focus on what his job should be about, which is about his service to the game, not what the game can do for him.
There are reports, aren't they? Even before the whole plot to sell off the World Cup, albeit small parts of it, before that, there were questions that needed answering by Infantino. There were members of FIFA who thought you should be answering questions about the overturning of the red card bargain. You should be answering questions about cutting the game up into quarters and introducing breaks without really asking everyone if they're okay with it. There are questions. There are questions to answer apart from this whole problem.
Absolutely, you can rewind a year, and Messi is into the Miami team, effectively being parachuted into the Club World Cup. What have they actually done to deserve
to be there ahead of other teams. You could look at Cristiano Ronaldo's the sort of lifting of his suspension, 2-game suspension for the group stage with Portugal, because obviously Infantino wants the big names to be on the show, because that also brings in big bucks from TV. So, and as you say, events at the World Cup, the White House's influence or interference, certainly the call for review into Balogun, as you say, that meddled with the disciplinary process, didn't help Americans in the end, actually probably backfired. As you say, the commercial invasion of the game with the mid-half breaks, the hydration breaks as they were called, commercial breaks as most sane people call them. So events like that, I mean, he's fitness the government. I mean, if you were a referee, Jackie, and you look at him thinking, shall I give him a second yellow card? You would just look all over the field, do a topping up process, and say, off you go, mate.
Exactly that easy. What do you think he's thinking right now, Infantino? Do you think he's thinking, I'm going to dig in here because if this is delayed till the March vote, I probably could still get 106, which is all I need to remain in power? Or is it thinking something else?
I think probably the former. I think there's an arrogance and a naivety to him. I don't think he's necessarily taking the best of advice. So what's sort of, in a way, the good guys of football, and a lot of them headed by UEFA, need to do now is actually exactly what they're doing, is exerting the pressure. You've seen that, reports today of legal action being threatened against Infantino by UEFA. I mean, this really isn't a civil war. I mean, it's almost Shakespearean when you've got parts of the same family warring against each other. And so the pressure will absolutely ratchet up on Infantino. They'll try to isolate him within FIFA. Then, FIFA is an organisation of 960 odd, very odd employees, and a lot of them must be absolutely aghast about. The other thing is, you're showing the pictures here of FIFA's base in Switzerland. Swiss law is quite labyrinthine and complicated to negotiate. So I just hope that one or two people who he does listen to, maybe even Trump, says, listen, mate, you're an embarrassment now, you've got to stand down.
And just to say briefly, is there any outstanding candidates who would be better to replace him?
I think at the moment the logical step is to put, it's almost like a sort of football club where a manager leaves, and you look at someone in the academy who can step up and sort of steady the ship. And Matthias Grafström, the very sort of same, sweet, and I spoke to him during the World Cup, he's a very balanced thing. He's not tainted by the Infantino scandal. Put him in, calm down, and whether it's Sheikh Salman or whether they're good individuals at CONCACAF can put themselves forward for the sort of formal ceremony, as it were, in March. But action needs taken now. I mean, Infantino needs really to go this week, and someone like Grafström just step in, steady the ship, and reunite this great game.
It's not great, are they? And March is very interesting. We'll have to just wait and see whether we have more countries put forward letters with full support and see if momentum builds. And interesting what Henry said. I think a lot of people suspect that we'll dig it and see if he's still doing the numbers. The maths works with him. Good until March. Hold on till March. In the meantime, though, let's reflect on the Commonwealth Games, which came to an end last night. And you sort of got the feeling that, there were a lot of people not so much engaged in the Commonwealth Games as they normally are. You had athletes, star athletes, for example, like Hodgkinson, who said, I'm not going to compete, I'm going to concentrate on the Europeans, which followed shortly afterwards. But those who did, I think, really had an amazing experience. And Glasgow did an incredible job stepping in really at the last minute and putting on a Games which was meant to be held in Australia. They pulled out because of finance reasons, and Glasgow stepped in and done it for a fraction of the price. Slimmed down Games, but nevertheless it created some really good moments. And Emma Finnegan asked her if she enjoyed her Commonwealth Games. She lived the dream. 4 gold medals, 4 days to a Welsh sprint cyclist. No sprint cyclist has ever done that. None of them, have ever done 4 goals at the Commonwealth Games. And she is now officially the most successful female Welsh athlete at a Games. so she got her final goal yesterday morning, and then in the evening she was carrying the Welsh flag at the closing ceremony. So that's the stuff that the dreams are made of. And even the closing ceremony was a bit of a feat. I think he was hosting the network tournament earlier in the day, and then in the evening he just transformed it into a closing ceremony venue. Shipped in lots of Scottish people yeah, all the athletes. The athletes were all given felt coat hats to wear, which is. I actually just thought this was a Nazi World Cup where the Scottish fans were so brilliant and were really. No, it's been traffic cones on such. It's been going on for quite a while, but kind of fun. Just made it a bit more fun. But there were good stories that came out of those games. You know, Archie Goodberg, the swimmer, who got to the final with the brain tumour. You got, as a Peter Ramsey, with his comeback story, which didn't really kind of work out, and left him leaving the game thinking, I've got a lot of thinking to do. Josh Kerr, winning the mile, literally going all around the outside and so fast, he did it very comfortably anyway, and he will leave his home games thinking, I'm invincible. Yeah. I'm absolutely invincible, and everyone else will think it too. So for a lot of people, it worked out very well. Yes, Windsor got finished last night. Quite dramatic in the end, actually, because it was won by Shino Kawaki of BW 1.1 prize, but there was a playoff with Esther Henselet. Now, Shino Kawaki was in the clubhouse thinking that she probably done enough to win. Esther Henselet, the German golfer, had to sink a very big putt, which I think we can see. Here we go, 45 feet to take it to the playoff. That's a lot of pressure. Nervous. So I took it to a playoff. They went down the first hole, it was all square. Went down the second hole, the playoff, and Henselet hit the marshal with the golf ball, and the ball picked off into a bush. She then couldn't get her par, which is a bit of such drama. It's a bit of a shame, but anyway, well done. And 3 weeks to stop. You're excited already. Well, overnight, while most people were sleeping, Liverpool playing one of their warm matches in the States. They were playing Leeds, they were 2-0, very comfortable, and they lost the match 4-2. So who saw that coming? Apart from Leeds, probably. Conceded 4 goals inside 25 minutes. So lots of things that I'm going to Iriola to think about. But honestly, I'm not sure how much, store you can set by these pieces and matches. A lot of players are missing, a lot of World Cup stars are still on break. You're trying out maybe different personalities, and maybe not, the personality you're going to even start the season in 3 weeks' time. So I don't know how much you can do, but nevertheless, I think you do. But sometimes in football you don't, because you're not playing the team that you're going to play. But it's a good opportunity to try out some young players. Celtic play tonight. They will be giving defence of their Scottish Premiership against Dundee. There is a lot of Sky Sports. That one very much. Washington, they do it again. That's it. It's forward. Oh, there's really soon. There is. Hey, you're going to lie down. More from here after the break, though. I'm going to be joined by the medical director for NHS London, Dr. Chris Street, to discuss the meningitis B vaccines.
Give love to your dog every day. An Advantage Durable every month.
Milo!
One tasty Advantage Durable tablet eliminates fleas and ticks for a whole month. Advantage Durable. Easy to love, easy to protect.
Advantage Durable. Ever wondered if there's a better way to explore your life? Or how it feels to unwind your luxury after a day of discovery? Ever wondered how gathering could be a work of art itself? Or which lovely delicacy you choose when both each evening? With an all-inclusive drinks package included in all our luxury European river cruises, and over to £450 of select autumn river cruises,
So wonder why you choose anyone else. Booked it in with the electronic.
You'll be there, and there, and there. You'll be by their side on the boat, and at the station when they launch. Because if you leave the RNLI up to your will, you will equip and train them to brave the waves, and give them the strength to save lives. Leave a gift in your will to the RNLI, and you'll be their protection at sea. That's because, as a charity, the RNLI depends on gifts and wills. And your gift will always be remembered, because your name will be added to the side of the lifeboat. Search RNLI wills to receive your free guide to gifts and wills. Thank you.
This is life. Signature quality. Expert crafted. Comforting 15-year guarantee. Life is about the company you keep. Search the Cotswold Company today.
Short-term car insurance from 1 hour. Download the app now. Meet the fully electric Volvo EX60.
Let's talk. What can I do for you?
Freedom to move. Electric. Search Volvo EX60.
Big sound.
You've got this power and passion.
It's the sound that shows that it's fine.
Follow 3 Welsh choirs on their road to competition, celebrating what it truly means to sing as one.
We'll live with that.
You're there with the best choirs in Wales.
Will be a tough competition.
Voices of the Valley and Sky Eyes.
Now, almost 19,000 young people have received a meningitis B vaccine just 2 weeks after the NHS rolled out the campaign. It follows a series of outbreaks earlier this year that claimed the lives of 3 teenagers. We're joined now by Medical Director for NHS London, Dr. Chris Strepper. A very good morning to you. Thanks so much for talking to us. So tell us a little bit more about this vaccination campaign and why it's happening now.
Yeah, thanks very much. Good morning. So we had the terrible tragedies last year with a number of deaths from meningitis, and in the days of modern vaccination, these are mostly avoidable. So we had a real targeted campaign to increase uptake. And as you said in your introduction, 90,000 extra people have had their first dose of meningitis B vaccine this year. They need their second in the last fortnight. They need their second dose more than 28 days after the first dose, and so we're opening up second doses on the 17th, and we've got 135,000 as well as the 90,000 the vaccine, 135,000 appointments, and hopefully this will make a real difference to avoiding this terrible, life-changing often and sometimes life-ending disease.
And talk us through why this particular age group, I think it's year 13s, which is about 6 to some people, and last year of school to university stuff. I think it's under 25-year-olds, isn't it? Why is it so important that that age group gets protection?
Yeah, so the group we're offering it to are people who were born after the 1st of September 2007 until the 31st of July 2008. So it's the people, as you say, who've just come through year 13. When they go to university and live in relatively crowded circumstances often, and they inevitably I think increase the amount of social contact that they're involved in, and occasionally kissing does take place, and so sharing dates, sharing drinks, living in close approximation and kissing does increase the transmission rate. And we know that your chances of getting meningitis B go up by 7 times compared to people who don't go into that environment. So it's a really significant increase in risk when you go to university, and you can protect yourself substantially from that by having straightforward vaccination.
And how long does this last for? Will this protect students for some time, or should this be an annual thing?
No, we hope it will give them a long period of protection and last them through the peak. Meningitis tends to peak in younger people, and we hope it will effectively give them lifetime protection, or protect them. The greatest protection is at the time when they're most vulnerable, and so that they won't need to repeat each year at university. So if we can capture people, we can capture teenagers at the right time, then we hopefully protect them from the most severe risk at the most vulnerable time in their lives.
And remind us what that risk is. I mean, we talked about sadly students dying from an outbreak. How serious an illness is this?
Yeah, so it's one of the commonest causes of sepsis, which kills people. In fact, the NHS has recently launched what we call a modern service framework. So it's a real concentration on eliminating harm from sepsis. But in the sepsis syndrome, people become drowsy, they can eventually lose consciousness, they can become confused, but it can lead to what we call multi-organ failure, where the body's vital organs stop giving up, the kidneys and the heart and so forth, and that ends up in impairing the blood supply to the extremities. So amputations are a really common consequence of sepsis, and of severe sepsis, and also people get damage because it's meningitis, which is the lining of the brain. The lining of the brain can affect nerves as they come out of the skull, so deafness is an important complication of severe meningitis, and then a minority of people can lose their lives. So they're really non-trivial things.
Absolutely, deeply unpleasant. So what would your message be to young people who fall within that age range today?
Yeah. So contact the NHS National Booking Service if you're in the eligible age range, which is that group of people who were in year 13 last year and going to university, or also anybody under 25 that's going to a university or to a residential further education course. And so those people are all eligible for the vaccine. They get their first dose as soon as possible, and then get the second dose after 28 days.
That's all really useful information and advice. Dr. Chris Strether, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks very much indeed. Do stay with us. We'll have lots more on our breaking news this morning, but we understand that the English FA is set to send a letter withdrawing support for Gianni Infantino.
When life plays dirty, water wipes. Cleans, cares and protects sensitive skin.
I didn't think we'd get paid this weekend. Not prepared for issues. No problem. Thanks to All Clear Travel Insurance.
It's amazing. When I called them, they said all medical conditions are covered, even yours.
They didn't mind us changing our destination, either.
And they gave us loads of discount for renewing with them.
We're a clear winners, if you ask me.
Oh, taxi. Let's hope it's all clear to the airport.
All Clear Travel Insurance. Call 0800 077 777 or visit our website.
Just one more brick could break it. Just one more heavy load could sap the last drop of his strength. Just one more step could push him beyond his limit. Yet just one phone call from you could change his life forever. Call Brooke now on 0800 008 6235 and give £2 a month. Every day, working horses, donkeys, and mules suffer so needlessly. Your gift could give them access to water, food, and shelter from the scorching sun. And it could lighten the load for more animals than you think. Because Brooke helps whole communities learn the skills they need to care for their animals for years to come. Please, make just one phone call now and give £2 a month. Call 0800 008
TUI gives you more. More confidence you've got the best deal thanks to the TUI price match promise. More food options and more ease with flights, transfers and hotels all in one place. Package holidays made simple. TUI Apple and Apple.
The summer sale is now on at HSL. Our back care support chairs, rising recliners, posture support sofas, adjustable beds, and stressless swivel chairs are all specifically designed to support your neck, back, and hips for unparalleled comfort. Get your free chair fitting in one of our 62 showrooms nationwide, or by calling the number below to book a free home demonstration and save up to 50% in HSL's summer sale. Hurry, limited time only.
It's a sound like also inspired.
Follow 3 Welsh choirs on their road to competition. Voices of the fans.
And what you like about saying things. There is strength in what she's saying. Really, that's been going on in our life. And it's been going on a long time. Tell me a story.
What story would you like?
Hamlet, available from the 14th of August on Sky Cinema.
Good morning, it's Sky News today. It is 10 o'clock. I'm Gareth Barlow. These are the headlines. Sky News understands that the English FA will withdraw support for FIFA bets during the President of the United States, Donald Trump, says talks are to begin today with Iran after cooling off, quote, massive strikes. But Iran denies negotiations of war going ahead.
Well, now what we're doing is we're talking to them in the form of a negotiation. It begins tomorrow afternoon, and we'll see. I'd love to do that, save a lot of lives.
Heat alerts are issued as temperatures yet again to reach the mid-30s as farmers across the country warn of drought and extreme conditions could cause food shortages. In politics, Reform pledges to use the Navy to stop small boats crossing the Channel. That's after the Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, promised to deal with the issue. Very good morning. It is a Monday morning, and Sky News understands the English FA is preparing to send a letter withdrawing its backing for Charlotte Infantino's re-election as FIFA president. It follows Wales becoming the first nation to drop its support in an attempt to force out the FIFA president. Infantino has been in power for 10 years, but has drawn criticism following his attempts to sell off states in the World Cup. Let's take you to Jackie Bertrand, who's in our Westminster studio for us. Jackie, it feels highly surprising that the dominoes are starting to fall. The question is, how many more might go?
Yeah, a little bit, doesn't it? The optics are not good at all. First of all, Wales says we've put our letter in, withdrawn our support. Now the English FA are saying they're about to do the same thing. Before this whole saga began, really at the beginning of last week, there were 200 votes, 200 letters of support for Gianni Infantino from the FIFA nations, saying that they will support him in the next election, which is in March. So he was home dry. He was going to be voted in unopposed. Now this has happened. The proposal behind people's backs to try and sell off 20% of FIFA competitions, which has caused such a furore and civil war, really, in world football. He's now looking in a very, very different and dangerous position indeed. The question is, even if the letters go in, even if of the 211 member nations of FIFA, if they get 20% of that 211 to oppose him and write letters to spark a no confidence vote, it still takes an awfully long time. It takes 3 months from those letters going in to absolutely anything happening at all, to triggering an extraordinary Congress meeting. You will also need to have someone to step in. You will need to have a candidate. That candidate would have to canvass the votes and the support, because there's no point in putting someone up to oppose him in that March election or beforehand unless they're going to win. You need to make sure that you've got all the votes. A quicker way of doing things, and I was chatting to people last night to explain, the processes of this. It is quite complicated. So you have 211 nations in FIFA, but sort of at the top of that, in a subset of, FIFA powers, are 36 members of the FIFA Council. Now, 37 members. If you can get 19 of them to trigger a special meeting to oust him, to say that he should resign, that is possible. So are there 19 members of that FIFA Council who really want Gianni Infantino out right now? We don't know. We don't know the numbers. And we have not heard from him at all. He has laid quite low since his statement saying that his plan to sell off part of FIFA was abandoned on Saturday. Since he released that statement, we haven't heard anything. I was chatting to him once before the last this morning, and he said, what do you think he will do? What is he thinking? He said, I think he'll probably think he can dig in. He can dig in, sit it out, wait till all the heat calms down a bit, do the numbers. He needs 106 votes in that March election to win. Does he still have 106 votes? It is possible. He has got support from different parts of the world, not from the waiver countries, not from CONCACAF, but certainly some in Asia, and certainly in Africa and in South America. So he does have support from that.
It's the case, isn't it, then, Jackie, that around the world there are kids playing football, looking up to their idols as they kind of, make the best of a beautiful game and play with whatever they have at times. And when they look up at the senior leadership of football, it's so often kind of dogged with controversy, challenges, issues, whether it's, Gianni Infantino, whether it was Sepp Blatter's time at FIFA, whether it was even back in 2021, the European Super League, or the ill-fated European Super League. Yeah. Football governance really sometimes struggles to come across as being the best of the business.
Yeah, sometimes it's a bit murky, doesn't it, and shady with things happening that shouldn't happen. I mean, for Gianni Infantino, he started off wanting to be transparent. When he was elected in 2016, he said, it's not my money, it's not the FIFA president's money that we have. It's it's the money belonging to football, and it's up to them, it's up to us to distribute it and try and grow the game for everybody's benefit, especially for those countries who are lacking in facilities and lacking in infrastructure. Give them the opportunity to one day play in a World Cup. And I think, this recent World Cup, which was very successful and generated a lot of money, 12 billion, it was very, very successful commercially World Cup. We saw those smaller nations who perhaps were really cannon fodder, a few years ago, actually giving teams like Spain a run for their money. I'm thinking of Cape Verde. So in that regard, people do a lot of good, but they have a lot of money. Do they need extra investment? Probably not. 12 billion is a lot of money to distribute to all of those countries that you want to help. And you are literally a custodian of football if you are the president of FIFA. You don't need to be doing shady deals on the side. There are quite a few things that happened at the World Cup that, were questionable. And there are many who think that Gianni Infantino should be answering questions about those things as well. The overturning of the Balogun red card for the American team when it was seen to be Donald Trump who was stepping in to make that happen, and it did happen. There was quite a lot of backlash to that, to the divvying up of the match into quarters, so you could have drinks breaks. Well, they actually just turned out for commercial breaks, didn't they? Because a lot of the matches were played in air-conditioned stadiums. Not all of them, but some of them were. And again, the half-time, 30 minutes. Football matches don't have a 30-minute half-time. Like they did in France, they have a 15-minute half-time. So people didn't agree with that. The fact that Ronaldo was playing at the start of the tournament when he was serving a 3-match ban, and somehow two of those matches were removed or suspended. So many things that need to be looked at from this administration
There's so many good people working for you as well who've been touched by all of this that's gone on. And yeah, you're right at the top of the teeth, and maybe the money, the amount of money, the power corrupts in the end. Even the straightest of guys seem to be swayed by the power that they hold in the end.
Tricky time in football, and it's going to continue for the moment. Though, Jack Bertrand, good to see you. I appreciate you walking us through that. And there is plenty more on the story, because like I say, it ain't going anywhere, is it? Not for a while at least. On the live page, on the Sky News website, and the Sky News app. Stick with us for the details and the developments. And just come up to 10 past 10. Monday, US President Donald Trump says negotiations with Iran will begin this afternoon after calling off a new series of strikes on the country. However, this morning, Iranian officials have denied that any talks are planned, saying their position remains unchanged while US aggression continues. Follows President Trump's decision to pause planned strikes from Iran over the weekend. This is what he had to say on board efforts.
Well, now what we're doing is we're talking to them in the form of a negotiation. It begins tomorrow afternoon, and we'll see. I'd love to do that, save a lot of lives, save a lot of unnecessary power, to be honest with you. Take many, many years to ever build it back. If it could, I don't think it would be even comfortable back. So we had an attack that would be the biggest attack since World War II. And it would have been disastrous. And they didn't want us to do it. And frankly, Saudi Arabia didn't want it either. They thought that the deal is imminent.
This morning, the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson said the following: "We are not currently holding talks with the American side. From our perspective, the mediator is Pakistan, and there is cooperation from Qatar." Well, our military analyst Sean Bell joins us, and Sean, there is this kind of widening war, isn't there, that saw Saudi Arabia be dragged into it in recent days last week. Is that kind of broadening of the situation increasing the pressure on Trump to stop all this?
Yeah, good morning, Gareth. I mean, it is interesting. President Trump has constantly played Armageddon and then stepped back from it. Most recently, obviously, this major conflict, and he said he's backed off because the Iranians want to talk, and the Iranians turn around and say, no, we don't. Most noticeably, I think it was on the 7th of April when he said, whole civilization will die tonight if the Iranians don't come and talk. And of course, nothing was seen from it. I think the challenge is that it's gone from just being a war against Iran to much more of a regional war now. And the challenge is that it's not just about Iran, it's about all the other countries in the Middle East. We've also seen Iraq dragged into it. They had the funerals the other day after 20 Iraqis died as a result of American strikes. We've seen the Bab al-Mandab Strait, suddenly the Houthis becoming very active there, Saudi Arabia looking for help from the international community to get that open. And in Egypt, there was an attack from a drone in the eastern end of the Mediterranean. All of this is just tensions building up. And I think the really interesting thing for me was that the Saudi Arabians, the Crown Prince doesn't offer great cover. Him turning around and saying publicly now that they're urging caution, stop the Americans from escalating. That's been followed by the UAE and Qatar. Also, to be a cynic, another reason why President Trump will do this is that it brings the price of oil down. Just his words. Just before I came on set, oil prices have been down 5% over the weekend, just on the prospects of talks.
And oil prices kind of allude also to domestic pressures as well. This isn't just geopolitics, is it?
No, and I tend to steer out of that politics, but they don't get involved too much in the military guide. The harsh reality is, when President Trump declared this war on the 28th of February, there was 4 to 6 weeks war and it'll be all done. In fact, when you look at where we are now, the midterm elections for President Trump were the 3rd of November. Well, at the time, that seemed almost a year away. Now, it's 93 days away, and the clock is ticking. You started to see some ground rush there, and with the war in Iran, 60%, over 60% of the US population not for it. They're seeing high inflation, gas prices are still high. So there's no doubt that President Trump and the Republican Party are desperately looking for a way for getting out of this. And of course, military action keeps threatening. All that's actually doing is delaying a negotiated solution. It's not enabling one.
And with regards to negotiations, he says talks are going to happen. We just saw the transcript there from the Iranians saying nothing's happening. If something does, what's on the cards? Because it started with nuclear weapons, and it's kind of finished with the Strait of Hormuz.
You're absolutely right. I mean, the whole declaration of war was around curtailing Tehran's nuclear ambition, whereas now, there's no doubt all of this is on the Strait of Hormuz. A I was looking at a graphic before coming in, the 10-day rolling average of ships going through the Strait of Hormuz is now below 4 a day. Well, it used to be well over 100. You can't get 20% of the world's energy goes through there. It has to be having an impact. Oman and Iran are having talks. They're either side of the Strait of Hormuz, whether they'll actually come to anything or not. And I think the US strategy here, in reflection, if you look at, basically, they say, I quote, they're going to hit Iran hard until they cannot take it anymore. That strategy works if you've got a democracy. The Iranian people are definitely feeling the heat. But it almost doesn't matter what they feel. What matters is the IRGC, the leadership. And at the moment, they're very resilient. They just got to outlast America. Then they achieve their strategic goal. They're going from being a pariah state before the war to potentially being a regional power, potentially with control of the Strait of Hormuz. What a massive prize for them. All of that, thanks to what I would consider a rather ill-conceived American strategy in the region.
The regional power at their own power play point rather than via proxies, which they've been using previously to try and exert it. That's it. So I'm sure we'll see plenty more control through the coming hours without doubt. Enterprises Reform UK Party is today pledging to use full name to stop small boat crossings if they weren't checked to government. Plans include deploying vessels to return small boats to either France or Belgium. Similar ideas, you may well remember, floated under the Tories but never really made it past the proposal stage due to concerns around legality. Well, earlier, the Energy Secretary Miatta Fandola told Sky News the Labour Party's approach is working.
Candidly, we're not going to take advice from Reform about how we get to grips with this because the set of people they've got in charge of Reform were the set of people who were in the government at the time when we saw this crisis. We think we do have an approach that's working. We just have to be, we've got to be focused, we've got to be relentless. It's down by 50%. There is more that we need to do. We recognise that, but the approach is working.
Joining our political correspondent Alex Rogers. And Alex, in many respects, we're seeing kind of a bit of a rehash of a prior plan in the form of getting the Navy into the Channel. Worth predicating by saying, Reform are nowhere near being the government at the moment. And for its part, the government says we don't even need to deploy the Navy because our plans aren't working. And in some respects, it sounds too back up.
That's right, Gareth. The Tories are saying this is a repeated policy that Reform haven't thought through properly, but they're promising, Reform are promising, the largest military operation in the English Channel since the Second World War. They say their plan is in line with international law and would act as a humanitarian response. Earlier, we spoke to Zia Youssef, the party's Home Affairs spokesman. Let's take a listen to what he had to say about this policy.
So what our plan envisages is two scenarios. One in which the French consent to our Marines arriving with these migrants on French shores. But the plan also envisages a scenario which is absolutely possible. We acknowledge that the French object to it. Should they object to it, then of course we basically get into a big diplomatic argument with the French. And I would remind your viewers, who no doubt already know, that Tory and Labour governments have already sent France £1 billion of taxpayers' money to quote, stop the boat. The official position of the French government and the Élysée Palace is they don't want those boats leaving their shore. So what our military would be doing is in fact actually assisting the French with complying with their with the contract they've already signed.
Now that point there that Zia Youssef made about risking a big diplomatic argument with the French, that's what Labour and the Conservatives are seizing on this morning. Chris Philp, who we spoke to earlier, the Shadow Home Secretary, he's accused Reform of shooting from the hip, says they haven't thought this through properly, and it is unlikely that the French are going to agree. Labour are also saying this is a non-starter, that the French are unlikely to agree as well, and that it would undermine the cooperation that we have seen with France, with them boosting their patrols on French beaches, which is what has been accredited with this drop in crossings that we are seeing, and that Miatta Fandola alluded to on our show. The scenes that we've seen in Ceuta, in Morocco, the Spanish territories of Morocco, that has reignited the debate about illegal crossings in the UK. And we do know that 2,000 people have arrived on small boats since Andy Burnham has become Prime Minister in just that 2-week period, including 326 people on Saturday. And when he was visiting Dover at the weekend, he did say he would be relentless in bringing down the number of small boat crossings, that he wanted to grip the issue and take the politics out of it. But I think the truth is that while these boats still continue to cross, opposition parties will just continue to keep applying pressure.
Live in the Westminster studio, Alex, good to see you. Thank you. Before Farmers Union, the NFU, says there could be shortages of some foods in the UK as a result of the prolonged drought. National farmers already dipping into feed stores, meanwhile even oats are being harvested early due to high temperatures and are suffering from their yields too. It comes as amber and yellow heat health alerts have been issued from Western England. There's a 4-foot wave and temperatures are forecast to reach mid-30s. Joining us now, correspondent Amelia Harper. Let's start first of all with those heat health alerts. Like they say, 4th heat wave, and yet again, people are being warned to take care.
Yeah, Gareth, there's a lot to get through. It's very hot once again, but as you said, those heat health alerts are in place across much of England, and we are expecting today in the southeast to see temperatures reach 35 degrees C. So there are a couple of different health alerts in place at the moment. The UK Health Security Agency has issued an amber alert, which is its second most serious level for London, for the southeast, east of England, and the East Midlands. That's in place until 9 AM tomorrow. Then for other parts of England, we have a yellow heat health alert, so that's in place for the northwest, Yorkshire and the Humber, the West Midlands, and the southwest. We are expecting temperatures to dip a little bit into tomorrow, but we could still see over 30 degrees C in the southeast tomorrow. There is, at the same time as this, the UK Health Security Agency warning about the impact on the elderly or vulnerable populations, and the ongoing impact on the health service as well. And certainly, Gareth, as we go into the future, certainly into the summer as well, we are going to have to see the health service looking at this as a real problem, something they really need to put a focus on. If we turn then to farming, I know a topic very close to your heart as a former farmer, the National Farmers Union is warning today that we could see food shortages as a result of the drought that we are seeing. Here we go, farmers are trying to do their best to get those yields harvested. The NFU president, Tom Bradshaw, has essentially warned that we could see food shortages for some types of crops, and he's actually called for government action. These things include tax breaks to try to help farmers actually build a permanent irrigation system for their water supply. But just to touch on a few of the things that we are starting to hear, so the 2026 harvest is already the earliest known records. Farmers are saying that they are farming 2 to 3 weeks earlier than the long-term average. Then we are seeing wheat and barley crops particularly affected. There are reports that it's only grown to half its height. Then we're also hearing that farmers are having to actually choose which crops to irrigate because they simply don't have the water supply to actually irrigate all of them. I don't know if this is something when you farmed that you have to think about as well. Also because the reservoirs are drying up as well. And at the moment, half of England and the whole of Wales are in drought. 23 million people are under a hose pipe ban. So, this is going to be a continual problem. Not only are we seeing the impact on farmers, but we've also got to consider the wildfire risk. This is something we've seen become a huge problem in Europe, and we have sadly started to see it crop up here and there across the UK. We just had last week the wildfire in Suffolk. Then we also had one in Scotland a little bit earlier. So planning essentially around drought, around farming, around heat health alerts is going to be incredibly important for the government going forward. But he's warning to farmers today that we could see potentially serious consequences from this.
Yeah, each of you, there's plenty on the horizon, like you say, to get through, and it's not stopping. Let's bring up some of those stories. 35-year-old man has been arrested for the death of a 9-year-old who was found with serious injuries at an industrial estate in Brooklyn. Police Scotland said the girl was found at an industrial estate in the early hours of this morning, taken to Ninewells Hospital in Dundee. Officers say her death has been treated as suspicious, and they're offering support. Ukrainian drone strikes killed 8 people in Russia, including a child and a veteran. The governor of Belgorod said a 13-year-old girl died, and 2 other children were wounded. The Foreign Office says it's aware of reports that British pilots survived a helicopter crash in Greece while fighting wildfires. 2 people died after 2 helicopters collided while tackling fires northwest of Athens. It's understood the British pilots were taken to hospital. Watching Sky News, still to come. We're going to turn our attention to the Middle East, but we're turning our attention back to Israel.
The Specsavers home visit means our best eye care would only be in the house. But more bedding to nothing else. It means you get expert care, even in bed or a favourite armchair. It's a shop's worth of choice national check. Thought in the total medical is people who care every step of the way. Search Specsavers Conferences. Click away.
We're just going to follow with you on Monday. Palestinians in North Palestine are living under increasing Israeli restrictions after a flare of sparked by Israeli settlers. The tight checkpoint controls aren't just anything else. Deadly. Our international correspondent John Spies.
In the West Bank, the state of Israel is tightening its grip on the places where Palestinians live their lives. Roads are shut, barriers erected, 5 military battalions redeployed after a surge of violence sparked by Israeli settlers. Yet the Palestinians are suffering the consequences. The ambulance in this small Palestinian village is driven by Bashar al-Qayyuti. Last Monday, he picked up a woman who was 6 months pregnant. She was bleeding and in terrible pain. She needed urgent medical attention. But their route to the hospital was blocked by Israeli checkpoints, like this one near Nablus. The medics were forced to sit and wait at the roadside. The incident caught on the vehicle's cameras. But if they tried another route, they risked attacks and further delays.
We've been trying every route to reach the hospitals. Some gates shut from finances. At other gates, settlers tried to damage our vehicles. They've even stopped us from transporting patients.
They had to wait for 10 minutes before the ambulance was permitted to advance. We see the soldiers approach the vehicle, one with his rifle drawn. They open the door, see the pregnant woman and her nurse, and demand IDs. Then they tell the driver to shut off the engine. Soldiers order Mr. al-Qayyuti to switch off the engine. He had to stop the oxygen. He had to turn off the monitors in the ambulance. The crew were already running out of fluid, but they couldn't move. They were stuck here on the edge of the city, and soon they had to make an impossible decision. Did they try to save the life of the mother? Or did they try to save the life of the child? That decision was made at the checkpoint. The nurse telling al-Qayyuti she must deliver the baby to save the mother's life. Another 10 minutes passed before the soldiers let them through.
I tried to do everything I could to save the baby's life. I shouted at the soldiers and they threatened to shoot me. Even the nurse who was with me had a weapon pointed to her head while she was trying to treat another patients.
They pass an extraordinary queue, thousands of people trapped inside Nablus before they reach the main hospital. Doctors confirmed their arrival shortly before 8 a.m. The life of the pregnant woman was saved. The baby was placed in a box. In response to our findings, the Israeli military denied the incident took place. A spokesperson told us the claim that IDF soldiers delayed an ambulance at the Awarda checkpoint is false, adding no such report regarding such an incident was received from the Palestinian side. But this is clearly contradicted by the video evidence from the ambulance crew. And the director of the Rafidia hospital and the doctor who treated the woman in question told us delays like these dramatically increase the chances of complications and death. The draconian restrictions on movement were introduced after the deaths of 2 Israelis last week. They lost their lives in a confrontation in a Palestinian village called Tel when a group of armed settlers entered the community. 4 local people were also killed. Attacks by settlers are rising in frequency, while Palestinians are feeling increasingly afraid. In the village of Kusra, the brand new mosque has been torched and dubbed in graffiti. And we found the mayor inside trying to put the pieces back together.
It makes you feel despair and frustration, a feeling of racism from the other side. This is a mosque, and the mosque belongs to God. You are free to pray as you wish, whether you're a Christian, Jewish, or Muslim. But here, they won't allow people the freedom to worship.
Here we see the brothers who paid for the mosque, a building they named for their mother. They told us they haven't got the money to repair it. The Israeli government says it's increasing security in the West Bank to combat terrorism, but it's also enabling the settlers as they invade and occupy more land. And the Palestinians seem powerless to stop it. John Sparks, Sky News in the West Bank.
For more things, defence, conflict and national security, you can sign up to the Defence Insider interesting group.
Dinner on the distance tonight?
Reminds me of that travel insurance.
Do you mean All Clear Stuff? All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
This week will bring a much needed rain, probably not enough though in the cloud strip and south. It will turn out warm today, hot and humid at England around 34 Celsius. Possible in southeast England. England looks mostly dry, plenty of sunshine this afternoon, but central England will see outbursts of rain. The rest of Britain can expect some rain for a time, but it'll tend to fade, clearing southern parts later. Ireland, Northern Ireland, meanwhile, still widespread heavy showers, some torrential.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
Well, with that forecast in mind, still to come here on Sky News, we're going to discuss the impact that drought, hot weather, and a very low rainfall has had on farm food production.
Baskets!
alerts issued for much of England, and the National Farmers Union is warning that the unusual rainfall could lead to shortages of certain foods. Let's bring in arable farmer Andrew Ward. Andrew, good to see you again. Talk to us about how this harvest is going.
Yeah, hello Gareth, good morning. It's been a really topsy-turvy harvest all over the country, I'd say. There are one or two parts of the country, such as Gloucestershire, that's had a lot of rain in June that saved it. But where I am in Lincolnshire, the farm in Lincolnshire, with the last significant, well, not really significant, the last rain we had was on June the 11th, where we had 4 millimetres. And so, you know, you cannot grow crops and produce food without water, it's as simple as that. And the harvest, we started our wheat harvest, we finished our harvest now, and we are a month early. And that has all been caused by the hot weather ripening the crops or sort of killing them off, really, not ripening them. And that's contributed towards a really low yield and a poor harvest for virtually everybody.
That harvest that you have managed to bring in, what's the quality like? What's the yield like?
So the quality is variable, depends which variety, because obviously, you know, Gareth, when we put a wheat variety in it, we've got probably 60 or 70 different varieties to choose from, and they all vary in quality. What I've been growing is 2 varieties, and one of those, the quality was average, was okay, just. Yield was poor, but then the other variety of the year, the quality was really good, and the yield was better. But we're still, I would say, as an average, we're going to be probably 2.5 tonne a hectare down on our average, which is a tonne an acre. So that, you know, that's just one farm. That which is huge. When you look at that all over the country, we are going to be short of wheat, no doubt about it.
And also, let's talk about farm businesses at a tonne an acre down on yield, potentially shorter on money too.
This is the problem, yeah, and we've actually had a double hit because we've lost yield, you're quite right, we've lost grain that we can sell, but also the moisture we've been harvesting these crops at, we get deductions if we sell it below 15%, so 15% moisture is our magical figure, but we've been harvesting our crops at 12%, so we've lost 3% extra on top of the yield loss as well, and you know, all those sorts of things, farming is in a very difficult time, and we can't just carry on producing food at a loss like we have been doing the last few years.
And it's an interesting point there, you're talking about years, because farming is a long-term project. You're talking about harvests that last over the course of a year, cultivating and cropping rotations that last multiple years. This isn't like a computer program that you can turn off and turn on again and have another crack at it. How does the impact of this summer and of you know, the wet winter as well affect you going forward? What are you going to have to change? What are you going to do? What are you maybe going to say?
This is the problem. I mean, you mentioned it, Gareth, the wet winter. We had a very, very wet January, February time, but then from then we've just been in a drought situation. And really, we just throw in the dice again by starting cultivations and starting the process to get next year's crops going. And so, what do we do differently? We try and plant crops earlier, but then we have weed pressure and disease pressures if we plant them early. So we've just got to try and adapt what we do, but try and deal with the weather. But at the end of the day, it's the weather above here that controls our bank account and controls how much yield we get ultimately.
And just finally, a lot of talk in the last couple of days, and more broadly nationally as well, about farmers being able to invest and build reservoir capacity. Where are we at with that? And what would need to change to be able to support farmers, let's be honest, make the most of a very wet winter, store the water, also potentially help stop it flooding communities further downstream, and then use it in the summer? Like, are you able to go and dig a reservoir? What's the situation?
This is the problem. I mean, ultimately, that's what we require. But when the crops I'm growing wheat, barley, sugar beet, and a crop of beans as well. Baked beans. It's the only crop of beans in the UK of the British variety. But the problem we've got is that all those crops, they're not financially viable to put infrastructure in for water. Building a reservoir is a huge amount of money, and then the equipment needed, the rain guns, and all those machinery needed to put water on crops is very expensive. So growing the cereal crops that a lot of the UK grows can't afford to put irrigation in. It's the vegetable crops and root crops, potatoes and salad crops that have the returns that can put the water in. But I will say, Gareth, that I know some of those, because of the dry year, we've got some of those guys are really short of water, and they're running out of water now, even though they stored it over the winter. And we can't keep just saying that we need to accept that we're going to have a shortfall in food and that we are going to import it, because we cannot just keep importing food and saying we're going to import food to make up the shortfall, because imported food isn't to our standards. You know, a lot of the food that we produce in the UK here and the methods is grown to really one of some of the highest standards in the world. And so we're importing food grown to lower standards from countries that don't have the same environmental values and the same thoughts on wildlife and environmental protection that we do. It just doesn't work.
Everyone joining us live on Sky News. Good to see you. All the best.
Thank you, Gareth.
Breaking political news now. This is being brought to us by the Parliamentary Standards Watchdog, saying the Reform UK Deputy Leader, Richard Tice, is under investigation by the Standards Watchdog over failure to declare an interest. This is a log that has been published on the Parliamentary Standards website on parliament.uk, and it says that the name of the MP is Richard Tice MP, that the Code of Conduct relevant to the investigation is Rule 6, and the matter under investigation is failure to declare an interest, and this was opened on the 28th of July 2026. Now, according to the Commissioner considers evidence that individual MPs may have breached the Code of Conduct, where a matter is within the Commissioner's remit and the Commissioner decides it is justified and proportionate to investigate. The Commissioner will open an investigation. Notably, though, the fact that an inquiry is taking place does not mean that rules have been broken once the Commissioner has investigated the matter. If there is no breach or if there is a case to answer, then there is a verification process and evidence will be published online. So details just being made public that Richard Tice MP is under investigation by the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner over failure to declare an interest, and that is Rule 6 of the Code of Conduct for MPs. Like I say, it's an allegation that is noted by the Standards Commissioner website. The fact that the pricing base doesn't mean rules have been broken, but an inquiry and investigation has been triggered and is underway because it's been decided that it is justified and proportionate to do that investigation. It doesn't give any details as yet to the further investigation or any allegations that have been put forward. When we get reaction to you, let me just take a brief look at his social media. Often swift reactions from MPs, that should take a quick moment to take a look. But like I say, this obviously follows a wider investigation across the spectrum and also within the form guarding funding, although no details as to exact allegations as yet, and nothing on Richard Tice's X account in response. I'm sure we will get a response. We are expecting actually Reform to be speaking a little later more broadly about politics, and we'll bring you those details as we go. Just going up to 11:15. Voters Interactive are being asked to pick an MP for the 6th time in 12 years. Next week, myself and Nigel Farage resigned in early July in the midst of a parliamentary investigation into financial affairs. Despite Reform being the only major party to vote forward, there are actually a record 34 names. Our political correspondent Ali Forsey takes a look at this.
So the media focus is once again rolling into Clacton. Are we just looking at more political stunts? You would rather a bid representing you from the 90s. Yeah. Is there something more interesting going on here? A quick reminder of why this by-election is happening in the first place.
No, I've decided that the people at Clacton, the judges of my actions, this will be a people versus the establishment by-election.
There are a record 34 candidates standing in this by-election, but apart from Reform UK, the other main parties, so Conservatives, Labour, the Lib Dems, the Greens, are not standing until after that parliamentary prelude, the £5 million gift received by Nigel Farage was completed. He, of course, says he's done nothing wrong, and the reason that he's willing to gamble in Clacton is because he knows the level of support he has, which, to be fair, is fabulous. Do you mind me asking who you're going to vote for?
Reform. I'll give you a guess.
Nigel Farage?
There you go.
Farage. Why? I like him, and I think he's very up front. You vote for Farage, Nigel Farage?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, don't know Milka? Interestingly, the other name that has come up is this one.
I actually voted for campaign case with a best local win and make your vote count. Some of his manifesto is a bit of a jibe and a bit of a joke, I think, someone new, I think because he's fresh.
He's young alternative to Nigel Farage. We'd like to see Nigel Farage lose his seat.
The widespread expectation is that Nigel Farage will win. People aren't just voting for what they want, they are voting for what they don't. We have seen so much after the voting recently in Denton, in Makerfield. It is particularly striking here. There is at least a level of organisation around Count Fairface. People are willing to vote for a novelty candidate to try to stop Nigel Farage.
There will be a get-out-of-work operation in informed sense from party supporters of those parties who don't fancy going into voting. For Count Fairface really don't have, or really don't have much of a reason to head out to the polls, probably. So I do think we probably should expect turnout to be depressed.
You don't have to look far to see that we are in Reform UK territory here. This is a constituency that is predominantly older, white Brexit voting. Remember, it was the first UKIP seat in the country. Reform UK sources tell me that they hope they can get 80% of the vote share. Turnout will probably be low. They think this gamble is going to pay off. We'll soon find out if Nigel Farage is overtaken.
We heard the mention of the tax and the by-election. This is a list of candidates running on the screen right now. There are, like I say, a record 34 in total. You can watch Ali's full report by scanning the QR code on your screen. Watching Sky News still to come. Details as to why Ariana Grande is looking to pull back from the public spotlight after big shout.
We've got this power and passion. It's a song that shows on display.
Follow 3 Welsh choirs on their road to competition, celebrating what it truly means to sing as one.
It's been my anchor.
Will live with that future.
You're there with the best choirs in Wales.
It'll be a tough competition.
Voices of the Valley on Sky Arts.
The Virgin Media Sports Bundle. This one's for the fans. Get stacks of sport, including Sky Sports HD, F1, TV, and ultra-fast M500 broadband, plus Netflix and Skyland included. All for under £53 a month. That's right, our lowest ever price is that. Visit virginmedia.com.
You're yours for the two. Save up to £825. Plus get guaranteed this full draw for £1. Also, essential for living.
Ariana Grande will take a step back from the public spotlight, withdrawing from the London theatre production planned for next year. Management agency announced this, saying the actress and musician had been the subject of endless ongoing public scrutiny. Let's bring in our artist.
Even by established standards, Ariana Grande is someone over the last few years who has taken scrutiny over how she looks and in her ways. Now we've seen, we've had this announcement overnight from her team that she has had enough. She's decided to take a break from that, which means the Western debut, which she was due to make next year, that's now been shelved. And also she said that she's not going to make her full coming in September. She said that will be it for a while. Overnight, the team have come back with statements from the magazine. Let's just take a quick look at what they said. It says, Ariana will be taking a step back from visibility after she completes the Eternal Sunshine tour. She looks forward to finishing the tour and ending it on a high note, both healthily and happily, and then taking much deserved break from public facing work and appearances, which has led to endless, ongoing public scrutiny. This tour has been a beautiful experience for her. She loves her fans and has loved every minute of this tour so much. But nevertheless, throughout this tour, she has been accompanied by this level of scrutiny of people looking at images of her and her body and feeling the need to comment on how she looks. And with reference to that, the statement also goes on to talk about how she has been performing healthily and successfully at a very high level every night of that tour. So there clearly is a need, they feel, to reference that she in her body feels that she is healthy. Empire Street Productions are the people that were due to put on the West End performance with her next year alongside her wicked co-star Bailey. They have spoken about the fact that it's not been an easy decision for her to make this. The production will still be going ahead, but they say they have complete understanding how she's come to this decision. It sounds incredibly dramatic. This isn't the first pop star we've had making an announcement like this. We are living in incredibly scrutinised times on social media. We've had the likes of Justin Bieber walk away from touring. He's returned to the public eye over new music. Ed Sheeran did a similar thing. Adele last year announced that she intends to step away from public eye for a few years now. I think what's particularly interesting about Ariana in this context is her relationship with British fans. She's had a very complicated relationship to Britain. Has to be one of the darkest moments in her career, but she is so beloved by fans of this country, and I think we find it particularly disappointing that she isn't now making this West End debut, because we really got to see completely different side to her character from this, not just the touring pop star, but the West End actress performing for all her fans over here. There was genuine excitement about that, but I think there is a lot of understanding of the scrutiny that she faces. I think this also does say a lot about how fame has changed. We've sort of replaced the tabloid world of yesteryear with this world where there is basically a 24-hour social media jury judging room. And I think as for Ariana Grande, it's just honestly become a bit too much.
Katie, joining us tonight. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Let's just take a few moments to bring up speed on this week's politics at St Anne's. Sky's Economic Secretary Ed Conway joined the pair as they look ahead to the autumn and the Prime Minister Andy Burnham.
He's asking some really interesting questions about the nature of the economy, the public sector, but also, where we've come from, cost of living, kind of challenges for the UK. There is a kind of, incoherence is probably going a bit too far, but there are a lot of disparate views, which at the moment we don't have any kind of numbers on how you actually turn that into reality. And so for me, the budget is truly interesting because he has thrown out a lot of fascinating kind of policy ideas and tools. But in the end, you have to kind of put it down on paper. And this is, I guess, the moment where this reputation that he has in some circles of being somewhat indecisive. With the budget, you just have to put it down there. It has to go into a scorecard. You have to have numbers, and those numbers, if they're going to affect people's lives, those numbers will end up likely being quite big, and that means there will be questions about how affordable is it, the housing in the future, what do you do with spending, what do you do with welfare. So to me, should we stuff that we're going to do? That's one. To so all we look at studies inside all those skills of
turn warm today and hot and humid over England, 34 Celsius, possible 24 in Hull, 29 in the south parts of Wales, and the high teens in Scotland. England looks mostly dry, plenty of sunshine around this afternoon. Central England will see some outbreaks of rain there, as you can see. They'll move in slowly. The rest of Britain expect some rain for a time, but that will tend to fade. It will clear southern parts later. Their parts, Ireland and Northern Ireland, will see some pretty widespread heavy showers, some torrential, some thunderings, so do check for the car. Northern and western parts will see outbreaks of rain overnight. There will be locally heavy, long, will pass thundering again. Rain mostly confined to Scotland later, 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. High teens to early 20s for all of us. Elsewhere, dry, warm, especially in the south, almost a tropical night. Scotland looks quite wet tomorrow, but long rain there will clear to the north. Elsewhere around the UK, there'll be some sunny spells and showers. Some will be thundering, some of those showers in the west. It'll be a bit less hot in the south. And looking ahead to the middle of the week, Wednesday, it's going to be similar but cooler overall. Top temperatures on Wednesday, mid 20s Celsius. Teens again in Scotland.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
Watching Sky News, so it's coming top of the next hour. Pressure mounts on the embattled FIFA boss Gianni Infantino, the Welsh FA and the English FA. Both say they are withdrawing their support. Will the other countries follow? Details to come.
Dacia Duster, available from only £21,845. What a hotel, right? And only 210 a night on my favorite site. What? You didn't check Trivago? I got mine for 130. You have to check Trivago. Oh yeah? Prove it. On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites, even your favorite. See? Save the hotel. £80 like you didn't check Trivago.
I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago. You can save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
Now I'm retired, I can spend more time with my grandson. I'm proud of him and want to help any way I can. Which reminds me. Welcome to British Seniors, the UK's #1 rated provider of over 50s life insurance. Hi, I'd like a quick quote. No problem. We're proud to offer our seniors lifetime guarantee. With 100% of claims having been paid, we guarantee your premiums will never go up and that you'll speak to one of our specialists in the UK. That's good to know. UK residents aged 50 to 80 are guaranteed to be accepted. Depending on your age, your loved ones can get a cash payout up to £10,000.
That money can help with my funeral costs or even be used as a gift.
Plus, when you sign up, you'll receive a £135 gift card and free 24/7 GP advice and health services.
Thanks, Mom, for everything.
Be proud to protect your loved ones with British Seniors. To get a free quote today, call our UK team on 0800 158 552 or visit britishseniors.co.uk. Dacia Duster, available from only £21,845.
You're watching Sky today, it's 11 o'clock and our 5 Sky News understands that the English FA will withdraw support for FIFA boss Gianni Infantino. The US President says talks are to begin today with Iran after calling off massive struggles. Iran denies negotiations with the war on.
Well, now what we're doing is we're talking to them form of a negotiation. It begins tomorrow afternoon, and we'll see each other. I'd love to do that, save a lot of lives.
Heat alerts issued as temperatures to reach the mid-30s as farmers warn drought and extreme conditions could cause food shortages. The four pledges use the Navy to stop small boats crossing the Channel after the Prime Minister promised to deal with the issue. I'll bring you more on the details regarding FIFA in a few moments' time, but we're going to hear from Reform UK in the next few minutes. They've been speaking and publishing details this morning regarding how they would look to tackle the small boats issue in the Channel. Calls that if they were to enter government as a party, they would look to deploy the Navy, the Royal Navy, as part of their solution. A topic, an issue of potential that was raised by the Conservatives when they were in power, but ultimately did not go forward. For its part, the government says numbers are coming down. Ministers this morning pointing to a reduction so far in 2026, despite the fact the numbers have increased over the last week or so. Let's bring in our political correspondent, Alex Rogers, who's at the Reform UK press conference. And Alex, just tell us more about what exactly you're expecting to hear.
Well, this is Reform's plans to use the British Navy to intercept small boats in the Channel and take them back to France and Belgium. Now, opposition parties are already criticising this plan, saying it would rely on an agreement with the French, simply yet not in existence at the moment. And they say there's also a risk of endangering lives in the Channel, but Reform keen to talk up this plan. They say that 2,000 people have already arrived since Andy Burnham was made Prime Minister, and that more needs to be done on this issue.
Let's take a listen to Michael French.
Last year, this major crisis that Europe's facing began really in earnest in 2015. It followed the disastrous war in Libya and led to large numbers of people beginning to cross the Mediterranean in boats. I was there in the European Parliament at the time. Commission President Jean-Claude Juncker saw this as an opportunity for the first time to launch the common EU refugee and asylum policy. What it meant was that if anybody set foot on EU soil, they would be allowed to stay. I warned against it, I railed against it, but of course to no avail. And that stupidity was compounded, of course, by Angela Merkel saying, anyone that wants to come, we can manage, we can accommodate you. And it's had pretty dire consequences. One only has to think about what's happened to the city of Malmo. Previously a fairly peaceful port, now one of the murder and rape hotspots in the whole of Europe. And in many ways, in the run-up to the referendum in 2016, the reason that I launched that Broken Point poster was to say Europe has given itself massive problems for decades to come. But we can avoid this by leaving the European Union and getting back control of our borders. Sadly, governments after 2016 were in power, never really believed in the Brexit project, and even when Brexit finally came, there was no change to our status with the ECHR. And that was why 5 years ago, single-handedly, I went out repeatedly into the English Channel, videoing, YouTubing the growing number of boats crossing the English Channel, and I made the argument that you might just as well put a sign on the White Cliffs of Dover. Everyone welcome, because the chance of deportation were then and are today so incredibly slim. I said I believed that if it wasn't stopped, that it would lead, literally, in numerical terms, to an invasion of our country. But under the Conservatives, 130,000 people arrived via that route. The vast majority, young males of fighting age, who willfully discard their iPhones and their passports into the English Channel of the 12-mile line. I've been out and I've filmed that too. In the end, Boris Johnson reacted with a speech at Lid Airport announcing the Rwanda plan. But it was doomed to failure from day one because of our continuing presence as part of the European Convention say, the fact we've given the French over £1 billion and that their navy still escort boats from a couple of hundred yards off the beach all the way across to the 12-mile line, that is something that needs to stop. And whatever videos or pictures you see of the French police slashing boats, the fact is that the traffickers become even smarter. In the last 3 weeks, we've seen several launches coming from as far west as Normandy. All the while, the pull factor of coming to the UK, able to stay, all the while that pull factor is still there. It doesn't matter how much money we give the French, the boats will continue to come. And of course, many of those that have come are people who in some cases wish us harm or do us harm. As we speak, there's a man, charming chap, Kalashnikov tattooed on his face, currently in prison in this country, who's threatened repeatedly to kill me, and no doubt that promise remains when he's out in a few months' time. There isn't a single week that goes by where we don't see stories of serious crimes, sexual assaults, rapes, and we know for a fact that many that are now coming come with the deliberate attempt of joining criminal gangs in Britain as soon as they come. But it is worse than that. I first started voicing this again 5 years ago to say this would become, or could become, then, a national security emergency. And that's exactly what it is. Repeatedly, I've asked the Prime Minister, or the last Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, in PMQs, whether he would declare a national security emergency. 2 months ago, I told the Home Secretary and the House of Commons, who had it on the highest authority, that the Iranian regime was using the Channel crisis to put their own operatives across the English Channel. I was met by shouts of shame on you. Well, shame on them. Because once again, it proves that I was ahead of the curve on this. And indeed, that is what is happening. So, Operation Fortress will be a combined military operation. It will save lives. It will help the French in fulfilling their job of stopping the boats, and it will save a huge amount of money. We are very confident that our policy of securely picking people up and safely taking them back to France, we are entirely confident that that falls within other conventions of international law, and you'll see that argued clearly in this document. When you think about it, what is the Royal Navy for? If the Royal Navy is not there to protect this country from invasion, then frankly, I can't see what its purpose is. We now see a Conservative shadow Home Secretary going into the English Channel 5 years too late and making exactly the same arguments now that I've made for 5 years. Well, remember, their 2010, 15, 17 and 19 manifestos, they promised net migration down to tens of thousands a year, and shouldn't be believed. And even since that Prime Minister, already 2,000 people have crossed the English Channel. There is an argument doing the rounds in the media that it's okay. It's fine. The numbers are 40% lower than they were this time last year. It only takes 1 or 2 Iranian terrorists to come into Britain and commit a mass atrocity for this to be a disaster. The Australians faced all of these problems many years ago. They tried offshore processing. They tried a number of things, and in the end what worked was towing the boats back to Indonesia. And since then, hardly a boat has landed in Australia. I am entirely confident that under a reform government, within a fortnight, there will be no more boats. And while this issue may not be uppermost in minds of many in Westminster, I can tell you out in the country, it is. And that comes down to a simple point: fairness. What is fair? What is right? What is wrong? Those who come to Britain legally now go through a long expensive process is unfair on them. And to now see a situation where those that come to Britain illegally, via these means, go to the top of social housing lists all over the country is simply unfair. I do not have much confidence that this Prime Minister will grip this, but I very much hope that I'm wrong, and I will ask Sia to lay out more of the operation details. A nation that cannot control its borders is not a sovereign nation, and Britain is being invaded. For decades, Tory and Labour governments promised to get tough on illegal immigration, and yet year after year after year, tens of thousands of fighting age males arrive on our beaches. In fact, the total number of illegal immigrants in this country now stands at well over 1 million. The United Kingdom is being invaded. Over 200,000 people have landed illegally on our shores over 8 years. Now that's a staggering figure, and it exceeds the total number of Allied troops that stormed the beaches of Normandy and D-Day. Those who arrive are unvetted, mainly military-aged men from Iran, Afghanistan, Syria, and Iraq. Now they have been rewarded for this by a political class that puts them up in hotels at the British taxpayers' expense, given free meals, free healthcare, free TV license, and even free trips to the safari park. Never forget, as Nigel said, that it was the Tories that allowed 130,000 to arrive. Labour is simply continuing their betrayal. Even those who commit heinous crimes are routinely defended by so-called human rights lawyers, preventing even convicted rapists, illegal migrants, from being deported. All thanks to Tory and Labour politicians who prioritise the rights of foreign citizens over our own. Now, some of those arriving illegally by boat have already attempted terrorist attacks on our soil. Some have committed gruesome murder. Like on the night of the 20th of October 2024, a 27-year-old young lady called Gemma White just finished her shift at the Park Inn Hotel. She was on the phone to a friend as she walked to the railway station. While she was on the platform, a Sudanese man inexplicably stabbed her 23 times with a screwdriver. He died in hospital 3 days later. A killer, named Majek, had arrived in the UK illegally on a small boat 3 months before the attack. CCTV footage later showed him dancing and laughing. He was living in a hotel at the taxpayer's expense. Rhiannon's devastated mother said in court, quote, "It's always the undocumented illegal migrants that are doing it, and it's not fair." Also among those arriving are individuals who have actively plotted terror attacks on our soil. Intelligence reports confirm that hostile actors, including Iranian terrorists, are exploiting these very routes. The safety of the British people is being put at risk every single day. And the patience of the British people is now at risk. We're unwilling to accept that Britain's borders should be open and undefended. Unwilling to accept that our own veterans who served our nation with valor and distinction are being evicted from their homes. To house fighting age males from Iraq and Afghanistan who turned up on our beaches uninvited. As Nigel said, this is a national security emergency.
Yet, successive Tory and Labour governments have treated this emergency with contemptible weakness. Rather than defending the realm, they have turned state agencies into a free taxi service and provided taxpayer-funded hotels to those who break our laws. They surrendered the English Channel to criminal cartels. Under Nigel's leadership, Reform UK will end this crisis for good. We will launch Operation Fortune, the biggest military operation in the English Channel since the Second World War. Under a Reform government, Prime Minister Safehouse will order His Majesty's Royal Navy to ensure that not a single unauthorised vessel makes it to the shores of the United Kingdom. Our plan, as you will see in the document, is endorsed by senior former members of our armed forces. It is simple. First, we will create an integrated surveillance command, unifying military and intelligence surveillance to make ours the most surveilled maritime border in the world. Second, any vessel attempting to cross illegally will be intercepted by our armed forces and will return them back to France. Not a single illegal migrant trying to reach our shores will make it to Britain. To those with no right to enter Britain, our border will be impenetrable. Once the world realizes that crossing the Channel illegally leads only to being intercepted by our Royal Marines and returned to France, the incentive structure breaks. These economic migrants will stop paying smugglers and the boats will stop. Now, I know many in the media are clamoring to ask, what happens if the French don't agree and Royal Marines attempt to land people on the beach? Let me be crystal clear. The Reform government will show unflinching resolve to ensure that people who set out from France to break into Britain go back to France. That is our policy, not a future negotiation. What France gets to decide how that happens. Now look, we would far rather disembark people in port, walk people down the gangway, and hand them to the French authorities. That's more dignified, and it is what we will do. And keep in mind, the official position of the French government is that they do not want these boats leaving their shores in the first place. Tory and Labour governments have paid them as much as £1 billion of British taxpayer money to stop the boats. Sensible. Our military would in fact be helping them comply with the very agreements that they signed. But if the Elysee Palace refuses, make no mistake, His Majesty's Royal Marines will disembark them safely on the very shore they left that week. Those are the only two options. There is no third option, where a British government under Reform just shrugs its shoulders and brings them back to Dover. That policy of Tory and Labour government that has led to 200,000 illegal migrants arriving on our shores. That was the policy that led to the savage murder of Rihanna White. The policy that has almost resulted in a mass casualty terrorist attack on us. And ask yourself what the alternative picture actually is. The President of France ordering French police onto a beach to block Royal Marines on a humanitarian mission from landing civilians in safety and forcing them back out to sea, directly endangering their lives. That would be a crime against humanity. It's simply not a serious hypothetical that President Macron, or anybody else for that matter, will do that. I do not believe the French public will stand for it. And to the talking heads and useless politicians claiming this policy will not work, the evidence proves the opposite. In fact, it is the only thing that does. When Australia had a major illegal boats migration crisis, it was only when they launched a major military operation that it stopped. In fact, Tony Abbott's Operation Sovereign Borders cut illegal crossings to zero within weeks. A years-long crisis ended within weeks. And it also applies. Between 2007 and 2013, 1,200 migrants tragically died. The Australian military operation reduced that to zero. Over 170 migrants have already died trying to come to Britain via reforms proposed military operations to secure our borders will save migrant lives. Now, expect fierce resistance from the Tory Labour establishment, claiming that this is impossible. Well, they have no choice but to call it impossible, unless they face the reality of their own country. But the former Navy commanders who engineered this plan know room for doubt. It can be done. It must be done. The former senior members of our armed forces who endorsed this plan confirm this plan is viable and imperative to our national security. This is how we will stop the votes for good. Reform will end the invasion of Britain. Reform will put the British people first. Thank you.
Thank you, Zia. We've got one or two questions, starting with Henry Zephyr of the BBC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farage. This is an eye-catching targeting of your position on supervotes. Why now? Is it an attempt to distract from questions about your finances and your party finances? On which note, in 2024, did you negotiate a deal on what would happen to reforms finances if you came back as leader at a time when you were suggesting you had no plans to return to electoral politics?
Why now? Because I think what happened in Suez over the weekend shows you just how serious this situation is. The British public are getting tired, and I do genuinely think that the Iranian threat is very, very real indeed. So we've gone further. By the way, I never ruled this option out in the past. I always said it was an option if it came to it. But I think actually, you know what, the country will get behind the message. That we have a Royal Navy. It's there to protect this country from invasion, and that now is what it should be used for. In terms of, more questions about money can go on for years. Look, I had no intention of returning to politics as a leader of reform, but in the spring of that year, I did talk to Richard Tice about what the liabilities would be if I was to come back to that position. And you'd be a bit of a nut, wouldn't you, to walk into a job and not find out what the potential liabilities were. And they were substantial. But without Richard, I wouldn't have even survived. So that was useful for me to know. But it wasn't a deal, it wasn't an agreement, it was subject to if I came back. If you want clarification on this, that came quite some time after the gift, which is perhaps the important point. Thank you. Olivia Utley, GB News.
Return migrants back to French regions, even if the French disagree with the plan. Obviously, this all works a lot better if the French do agree with the plan. Have you had any assurances from senior French politicians that they're on board with this?
Can I just say for the French, there are big upsides. Very big upsides. Life from Dunkirk, through Calais, through Ardelais, Wimereux, all those rather beautiful little villages on Côte d'Opale. Life is now hell. People stay locked in their houses. You can't resell a house. There's crime, there's litter, there's vandalism, there's gang violence, there are stabbings, there are shootings. I mean, dealing with this problem would be a great, great relief to the people of northern France. So that's the first thing I would say. There is a big upside for the French in this. Have we had talks with some senior French political figures about this? Yes. And I think attitudes are starting to change. Attitudes towards this are starting to change. And they're also beginning to realise that we had given them a lot of money, and this would in fact be helpful with their objectives. So are we there yet? Can I guarantee you that they'll welcome us with open arms? I can't. But shall I say there was a softening of attitude towards this position? Yes. And of course, we have some very major French
Well, look, as Nigel said, as you'll see in this document, we envisage two positions. One in which they consent, which is vastly preferable, and what we will, that will be our primary objective. However, if they choose not to consent, we have a plan.
All right, thank you. Carl Dinner, ITV.
Thanks very much. Just to be clear, so you seem to be saying that if the French do not consent to accepting these people back, you are going to order the Royal Marines to land on French beaches against the will of the French to offload these people. Is that legal? And secondly, you seem to have just admitted that you were considering returning as reform leader in the spring of 2024. Can you be absolutely clear and honest? When did you start thinking about returning to Parliament and becoming the leader?
I was being bullied for months and months and months by lots and lots of people. You've got to come back, you've got to come back, you've got to come back. I said, no. I mean, to be honest with you, I was probably 60-40 in favour of going to America, because there's an exciting 6 months coming up over there. So all of this was provisional. None of us ever quite know what we were going to do next in life. And look, you know, when Rishi called the election, I just thought, well, the hell with it, I'm not going to do it, and that's that. And then yet more guilt was piled upon me. I reluctantly at the last minute changed my mind. But no, there was no plan to come back at all. There were lots of people asking me to do that. All right. So the first part of your question,
what's the legality of sending a man to land on French people?
Saving lives at sea under international law, when people are in, and these big mega dinghies, you saw one last week, 165 on, 92 common. You've never seen one, and I've seen many of them. They're built for one trip. They've got balsa wood glued in the bottom. It is astonishing. We've not had a mass casualty event for some time. And indeed, the last big one happened at night. It just happened to be a scholar boat next to them. Otherwise, that would have been 40 gone. And you're going to the world's busiest shipping lane. You're thrown the fog, actually picking these people up out of flimsy boats and returning them to the nearest safe destination and to a safe country, we believe is entirely in keeping with the international law of the sea, going back for, gosh, I mean, well over 100 years. Now, that doesn't mean the French government will welcome it, but hey, we give them £1 billion to stop the boats, we're just helping them.
Yeah, and I'll just obviously opposite the Prime Minister, the CHR Hospital, the CHR, it demands that you protect the laws of the sea. The prevailing obligation for anybody who comes across a vessel in distress is to protect life. That is exactly what we would be doing. And by the way, find me another route in which, in between two developed countries, two first world top 10 economy countries, or 1 in every 100 people making the journey of dying. Every single one of those vessels, those people are in distress. They need to be rescued. Listen, our priority is Britain. We don't want any more British people to be murdered by illegal migrants coming across town. We don't want a mass casualty terror attack, but we also don't want any migrants perishing tragically. That is our position.
Alex Rogers, Sky News.
Question for Nigel. Last year, when you announced your policy for mass deportations, you said the boats would stop coming in days because there will be no incentive. Why then do you lead this policy of involving the Navy? And a second, if I may, your former MP Rupert Lowe has offered you a pact of working together. You haven't explicitly ruled it out, but can you rule it out now? And are you able to offer reassurance to your colleagues who defected from the Tories that you would never do a deal that would see them lose their cabinet positions?
Right. Look, this does not replace Operation Restoring Justice. Not a bit of it. What it does is to update Operation Restoring Justice, which did, as an option, say we would consider this as the next step. So the British public are sceptical that anybody, any government, will allow people to come in, be processed through Dover and Manston, will ever actually get legal frameworks right to the court. do all of these things. This, I think, puts it out in starker, clearer terms. It's very easy to understand the concept that the Royal Navy is there to protect against foreign invasion. Actually, you know what? The 1971 Nationality Act still applies. It is an offence to illegally enter our country. It's just that the last two governments don't seem to have cared about it. On the Rupert Lowe stuff, well, my understanding is that he had a little fallout last week with Conservatives. He had been working quite closely with for some time. He said that he had a deal with the Conservatives and came back and said they had an arrangement. I don't know what that was. My understanding is there was a bit of a fallout. No, I mean, if you want to do a political deal with somebody, you would contact them privately and not do a 12-minute video. That said, I did actually reach out back yesterday to him. I did say, look, true or false, I haven't heard back yet. So I don't know what the sincerity of this is. But it seemed to me that he was sort of, more than anything, perhaps putting out this gesture, saying, look, I'm the good guy, Nigel's the bad guy. Well, that's not the case. You look at my history, in politics over the last few years, I am prepared to do things that make sacrifices if I believe it's in national interest. I certainly did that in 2019. I would do whatever I could for us to have a sane centre-right alliance that beat Labour at the next general election. But I don't ditch my friends. I don't ditch my allies. Whether that's Swella Braverman or Posh George, I do not ditch people because somebody else wants me to. And there's an irony in this, which is that 2 years ago, Rupert Lowe said, what a fantastic job Jenrick, Braverman and Kruger were doing inside the Conservative Party. And, unlike Chris Phil, who failed completely, but now want to sort of forget it, in the case of Braverman and Jenrick, they resigned from their positions in their frustration that the government wouldn't get a grip. So that would not be a part of the negotiation. In broader terms, look, you could see a situation where Restore, without the hope of winning anything outside Great Yarmouth, I mean literally without a hope of winning a single seat in the country, could do us great harm. And I think online you would see a lot of Restore potential voters now beginning to worry about the impact that might have. So look, I'll finalise that by saying, if it was the offer of the deal, it came in a very unusual way. I have responded to it potentially with open mind, as I would, but I'm certainly not going to be ditching people who I use the allies anyway. Thank you for the question. Christian County, Denmark.
Hello. Just a couple of questions on this, the policy itself. When you just mentioned Robert Jenrick, when he was immigration minister, he actually did plans to turn dinghies back to France in 2022 on the grounds that it was unsafe. That was the then government's assessment. Why do you clearly believe it can now be done?
No, stop. This is not pushback. Pushback is difficult and dangerous. When you get a spring tide and an egg running through the Straits of Dover, believe you me, operating pushback without capsizing the boat would be incredibly difficult to do. We are not talking about that. We are talking about rescue and return. It is a completely different concept. Thank you for that one.
You say this plan will save a huge amount of money. There are questions about the Navy's actual boat capacity with offshore patrol vessels. Is it not the case that you would have to spend a sizable amount of money increasing the number in the arsenal? And just to pick up on the question we just had about this offer from Mr. Lowe, you called for a broad coalition last night, and clearly you are very open-minded, surprisingly so about Mr. Lowe. Do
do you think that board coalition needs to improve its? I'm open-minded about talks. I'm open-minded about talks with people who I think share a similar, albeit in some cases slightly different, objective. And I've always been open-minded. I'll talk to anybody who's got a similar goal to me. The difficulty with the Conservative is how likely will work, Chris Phillips says. Will it, you know, I mean, how can you tell people in 4 consecutive manifestos you'll reduce illegal migration, deport those that come illegally, and do the opposite? If they've done it for 4 manifestos in a row, why on earth should I or the public believe them? That's how I see that right at this moment in time. Okay. I don't think what no one's really got a grip on here is the sheer scale and cost of what happens in the English Channel every single day. I know this subject well. Go to Ramsgate Harbour. You will see 4 great big cutters. Those cutters are used by Border Force, but of course, we will have Border Force working in conjunction, in many cases, with Royal Marines, soldiers, whatever else may this joint military operation play. So those boats are there, they're fully staffed, they're fully manned, they're available, and it won't cost any more than it's currently costing, frankly, to operate. You also in Ramsgate Harbour got 2 other boats on big 7-figure money. Do you know what their job is? To go up and down the channel and pick up the empties. Literally millions of pounds a year just to pick up empty dinghies and take them back to Ramsgate. Go to Lid. Go to Lid Airport. Where you'll see spotter planes, a gigantic drone, a small drone, other spotter planes of Norfolk, sometimes coming down to help. And then, of course, you've got the RNLI, who, whilst that's not taxpayers' money, but still money, on a busy day, you'll have the lifeboats of Ramsgate, Walmer, Dover, Dungeness, Rye, and even Eastbourne. If you literally came out and saw the mass scale of operation, the daily operational cost of hundreds of thousands of pounds a day, you would realise we've actually got the kit already. We've just not chosen to use it to stop people from coming. The only upgrade that we needed here would be a couple of naval patrol vessels to be in the channel. As I understand it, there are 3 of those currently at sea around the United Kingdom. We are spending all the money on these assets just to act as a taxi service on behalf of illegal criminal gangs, bringing these bits of Britain. I'm not upping the cost, I'm just saying these people will not be allowed. Really bizarre national pulse.
I'm sure we're going to stay for this morning. The first question you got was related to the subject of the press conference, and I kind of wonder your thoughts on how the mainstream media has been treating you and those around you recently. Last week we broke a story that Prime Minister's new chief of staff, co-author of the report, denying the grooming gang scandal alongside a convicted paedophile. And yet it doesn't get coverage in the mainstream media, but they will go through every member of your family's addresses and all that stuff. So I wanted your thoughts on that. And then secondly, in terms of Rupert Lowe, wouldn't it have been better, rather than him doing a 12-minute video, very well produced, music bed, all of that, to just start by saying to the people that he abused in form the words, "I'm sorry"?
Well, as far as that's concerned, the store have spent most of their time attacking reform individuals endlessly, relentlessly. They haven't until now criticised the Conservatives at all. There was some kind of deal between the two. Don't ask me what it was. I just know we were running through that last week. It's nice to change the tack on that. There is this myth. That I fell out with Rupert Lowe. It's not true. Everyone fell out with Rupert Lowe. And it was the screaming, the shouting, the threatening, the legal words. Everyone fell out. All right? But look, if you have to speak to people or make arrangements with people that you've previously fallen out with, if there is a greater good to be had with that, but I'm not closing my mind to it. Sorry would be nice, but I would feel unlikely. Look, I just feel a one-sided pile on against reform. subject to harassment and increased security risk that might have been expected by a very different part of this. I don't think it will happen. And you know, if every time a name George Cottrell is mentioned, you write career criminal next to it, well, please make sure, folks, in the interest of fairness, you do the same with Louise Hay, and you make sure every time that Johnny Reynolds is mentioned, you do put family, a false CV, and Andrew Lorraine didn't pay her tax. I think, you know, without going to religious, I do think we're under a level of attack that would not be seen by another party who was part of the establishment, which would not. Let's go on to Peter Schneppbanger's in Telegraph.
You mentioned that earlier in the questions that you were open-minded to deal in a conversation that's still open. He sets out these red lines under which he sort of act. What are your red lines?
I said I'm open-minded to a conversation. A conversation is different to a negotiation. I opened the door to that conversation yesterday, late morning, and at the moment I haven't yet had a reply. We will find out whether he genuinely wants to have talks. If he does, then we'll start to negotiate. But I do it. These things, if anything like this was to happen, it would not happen overnight. It would go through a whole series of stages. As I say, whatever's been said in the past, I'm prepared to put that aside and have a conversation. But I'm not going to commit myself to anything more than that right now. And he seems to have given us a shopping list, some of which I have no desire to meet. Interestingly, on policy terms, you know, actually most of the things he talks about are things that I've championed for over a quarter of a century. That's it. Thank you very much. Michael Knowles from the Express.
Thank you, Nigel. Your policy document indicates that the Royal Marines and the Royal Navy will have the potential to use lethal force in self-defence and defence of others. Would that include a situation where a migrant is trying to sink the dinghy to avoid detention? And just following on from our investigation on the front page this morning, should foreign criminals be banned from dispersal accommodation?
So let me just address the one regarding to weapons after lethal force and this operation. That specific scenario you were talking about, those are going to be left to the operational decisions of commanding officers in armed forces at a given time. The context of us saying that this military operation will give the Navy the ability to use lethal force is very specific. It is where our intelligence agencies have confirmed the presence and confirmed identification of, for example, an IRGC fighter, whom they have intelligence on their way to Britain to commit a mass casualty attack, to commit an atrocity. Or, for example, the people smuggling gang member who is potentially killing people on board and throwing them into the sea. Okay? In such a scenario where we have confirmed intelligence, they will have authorization for that, specifically to protect innocent life. That is the only scenario in which they will use it. The specific scenario you're talking about would be, as I said, down to operational decisions by the military. But as Nigel said, as I have said, this is a humanitarian mission. Operation Fortress is a humanitarian mission. It's a rescue mission. As we saw with Operation Southern Borders in Australia, that reduced deaths by from 1,200 in the preceding 6 years to 0. Within a matter of weeks and into perpetuity, this operation will save us.
You're on the separation zone approaching that 12-mile line, and you see our cutters or our ribs or our patrol boats there waiting for you. There's not much point smashing the dinghy and going into the water, because we are going to act very quickly to save you and take you back to the nearest safe point, which will be a French port. It just wouldn't work. It just wouldn't work. What they have tried, I will say this, what they have tried to do is leaving French beaches. In the early days of this, 1819, those years, in the early days of this, when the French Navy approached them to do their job, if I leave Boulogne Harbour on a pleasure boat and I'm not licensed in France, I will be impounded and finish up in the magistrate's court the next day. So when these dinghies started leaving French beaches, naval rib would go up to line 1. They'd hold a child up and throw the child in the sea. They were apprehended. That's what made the French Navy nervous in the early days. But they felt they could do that because they knew once they got to 12 miles from the UK, they would be taken in. This whole thing reverses. Everyone's job becomes easier. The French Navy's job becomes easier. The French police's job becomes easier if we are absolutely clear that you are not coming past that line. You are not going to be allowed to stay in Britain. You will not be able to claim refugee status if you come via this route. So to sink a dinghy under that new set of rules would be entirely self-defeating. Thank you. Tom's got something to say.
Today revealed that taxpayers are forking out £8,000 every time French police stop a small boat man. Would you continue to honour this deal if before we're in government? And my second question for Zia. Rupert Lowe was actually originally suspended because of threats of physical violence towards you. Would you feel threatened if he was letting step forward or some sort of alliance in any way?
Look, all these deals with the French, we have just handed over more and more money. The more money we hand over, the more migrants that come. It appears that we will deal with most of it, perhaps not the last year. As I repeat, if this operation that we talked about today was put into practice, it would, in short order, save this country certainly 2, maybe 3, maybe more billions of pounds every single year. And the long-term saving of it would be absolutely enormous. In fact, the Rupert.
Well, look, specifically, because I was asked this already, I think, this morning, my feelings towards Rupert are not remotely right relative to the fate of the country and the millions, tens of millions of people around this country who want secure borders, who want an end to illegal immigration, who want mass deportation of illegal immigrants, upholding of law and order, want taxes to come down, all of the things that I know Restore voters or Conservative voters and Reform voters all want. That is what matters. I want to point out also, because we've had a lot of questions about costs, and I've been asked by the morning round this morning. I was very interested in how many people were asking about costs. Let's put the costs in. So if you just take the last 5 years and you just look at how much of it is taxpayer forced to pay, just for accommodation, forget about all the other costs, just the accommodation in hotels and HMOs.
Reform UK leader Nigel Farage and Zia Youssef there announcing their Operation Fortress, that they would, if in office as a government, bring in the Royal Navy to try and route small boat crossings from France into the UK across the Channel. Questions over the legality, the costing, and also the cooperation of federal authorities, robust defences from the pair against all of those. A few questions also about the potential of a working relationship with Restore UK as well. Nigel Farage saying he's open to talks and that he has responded to the video message put out there as yet. We'll bring you more details on what exact analysis on that story shortly. I just want to take a few minutes to turn our attention back to some of the warnings we've had this morning. Some food shortages, as the prolonged period of hot weather and dry weather may have an impact on food and farming. Joining us now, Tom Bradshaw, President of the NFU, who's in Colchester, the National Farmers Union. Tom, good to see you. Talk to us about where we're at with this season's harvest. We heard from a farmer from Lincolnshire last hour who said that they had completed harvest a month ahead of schedule.
The cereal harvest that they've been talking about there, using wheat for flour and biscuits and oats for breakfast cereal, it's been incredibly early, but it's also generally been very, very disappointing. Extreme temperatures and not enough rainfall. Behind me, you see a field of potatoes. Now, potatoes, about half of the UK crop is irrigated. That half is running out of water very, very quickly. The reservoirs are almost empty. This field has had nearly 12 passes of the irrigator, as opposed to 6 in the normal season. And it will still need 2 or 3 more, because there must be moisture in the ground to be able to harvest those potatoes. So we need to think about the resilience of our food system as a national priority. And the press conference you just come from, we need that same urgency around our food system.
So I used to be a sheep farmer. Some years I'd have not enough grass, and some years I'd have more grass than I could do anything with. I'd have grass growing out my ears and not enough sheep to go to grazing.
To what degree is this summer falling within typical cycles, and to what degree is this summer atypical?
It is atypical. I think we've just broken all records for the driest July that's ever been recorded. We're into our fifth heat wave now as well, so it's not just got dry conditions, we've got extreme heat. There was good grass growth for our livestock farmers. April, May, June, there was an abundance of grass, and actually we weren't that concerned at that point in time about the availability of forage. However, since then, the fields behind me in the background, you can see are now brown colour. They have burnt off completely. There's absolutely no grass growing in the fields, and many farmers are now on full winter rations, and it's only the beginning of August. How long this goes on for now, and what happens with the grass growth in those fields, will dictate for many whether they have enough forage to get through the winter.
Are you seeing farms and farmers changing what they're growing or changing how they farm?
We want to adapt to the changing climate, but to do that, we need the support of government policy. Building reservoirs on our farms to store the water. If you go back to January and February, we actually had a couple of very wet months, but most of that water makes its way out to sea. We need to build those reservoirs on farm. We need changes to the water extraction system so that we can have more flexibility to fill those reservoirs whenever we've got surplus water. And then we can utilise those reservoirs to produce the crops that you see behind me and to try to build the resilience of our food system. So we need to adapt, we want to adapt, but we also need the government to recognise that this needs to happen urgently and we need their support.
Jeff, the Department for Farm, Food and Rural Affairs figures for 2025 show the UK was about almost exactly 60% self-sufficient in food for our population. As populations increase and as weather variability becomes even more extreme, to what degree are you concerned that that figure could fall? And if so, where could it get to?
Well, 25 years ago, that figure used to be over 80%. We're seeing it falling already. But climate change doesn't just happen here in the UK. All of the third countries in Southern Europe, in North Africa that we're importing food from, that we could be growing here, particularly our vegetables and our fruit crops, we need to take responsibility for how do we build the resilience of that system. Now this matters to 70 million people because we know, we recognise there's a cost of living crisis, but there's also a cost of food production and farming crisis, which is increasing the cost of producing the country's food. And collectively, we need to work out how do we build the resilience, how do we make sure that we have an abundant supply of affordable food for society, and how do we mitigate the impacts of climate change and geopolitics around the world. That needs a joined up approach, and it needs some urgency from government.
Urgency from government. Are you getting that urgency? Are you getting conversation? Are you getting face-to-face time with ministers? Are you getting any sense from this new government that the prioritisation of food is where you need to be?
I met with the Secretary of State, Dame Angela Eagle, last week, and she is impatient for change. We're also getting impatient. And collectively, we need to make sure that the Prime Minister recognises the importance of our food system across the country as part of our critical national infrastructure. Water security is food security, and food security is part of our national security. For the Prime Minister, if we invest in our food system, it can deliver growth in every constituency around the United Kingdom. It's a fantastic opportunity to turn around reducing production, which has been happening for the last decade or more, and be the government that stabilised production, that invested in our food system, and that starts to turn things around.
So if the UK's largest farming union is impatient for change, and if the government minister in charge of this kind of remit is impatient for change, why is there not? Is it a case that it's just not reached the in-tray of number 10? Is it a case that it's not being dealt with? Is it the case that there's a lack of interest?
I think for too long we've taken our food production absolutely for granted. Treasury have looked at this through simple economics, saying, is it cheaper to bring it in from abroad rather than produce it in this country? Now, at times of abundance and at times of peace, maybe you can understand that approach, even though we completely disagree with it. But when we start to see climate change having the impact that it is now, we start to see the geopolitics. We've got war in Eastern Europe. We've got war in Iran. What is happening? We've got to recognise the importance of our national security. We talk about energy security. We talk about defence spending. The third leg of that stool has to be food security and food production.
I'm Rush for joining us live here on Sky News. Good to see you. Appreciate it. Thank you. With all of that in mind, let's take a look at the weather, shall we?
Do you know when the starts tonight?
Reminds me of that travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Sky?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
This week will bring some much needed rain. Probably not enough for the drought to strictly south as we've just been hearing. It will turn warm today, hot and humid over England and Wales. 34 Celsius possible, 31 in London, 29 down in the south of Wales, 20 across the island of Ireland. England, mostly dry, plenty of sunshine this afternoon. In central England, we'll see outbreaks of rain moving in. The rest of Britain can expect some rain for time, that will tend to fade, clearing southern parts later. Ireland and Northern Ireland, meanwhile, seeing widespread heavy showers, some torrential, some thunder this evening. Northern and western parts will see outbreaks of rain overnight, locally heavy, prolonged, and perhaps thundery too. Rain becoming mostly confined to Scotland. Elsewhere, mainly dry, most places are warm, especially in the south. And Scotland looks quite wet tomorrow, but long rain there will clear to the north. Elsewhere, sunny spells, showers, some thundery showers.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
You're watching Sky News, Gareth Barlow with you. Still to come at the top of the next hour. Pressure on Gianna Infantino, the FIFA boss. Will he remain in post? Will he look to allies for support? Or will his critics see him out of office?
Vitality is your
You're watching Sky today. It is midday. I'm going to follow and these are the headlines. Sky News understands that the English FA will now withdraw support for FIFA boss Gianni Infantino. Form pledges to use the Navy to stop small boats crossing the Channel after the Prime Minister promised to deal with the issue.
Successive Tory and Labour governments have treated this emergency with contemptible weakness. Rather than defending the realm, they have turned state agencies into a free taxi service and provided taxpayer-funded hotels for those who break our laws.
They surrendered the English Channel to criminal.
Victor Fonser, who stole almost £300,000 from a vulnerable pensioner before fleeing the country, is handed an extra 2 months. The US President says talks are to begin today with Iran after calling off massive strikes, but Iran denies negotiations on the war are going ahead.
Well, now what we're doing is we're talking to them in the form of a negotiation. It begins tomorrow afternoon, and we'll see. I'd love to do that, save a lot of lives.
And health alerts issued as temperatures reach the mid-30s as farmers warn drought and extreme conditions could cause food shortages. Very good afternoon to you. Sky News understands the English FA is preparing to send a letter withdrawing the backing for Gianni Infantino's re-election this week. It follows Wales becoming the first nation to drop their support in an attempt to force out the food union. Infantino's been in power for 10 years, with strong criticism following his attempt to sell off stakes in. Our sports correspondent Rob Harris joins us with more details.
There is now a concerted effort in European football to remove Gianni Infantino from power and FIFA. We understand the Football Association is waiting to Infantino to officially withdraw support for his re-election as FIFA president next year. This is a draining of confidence in him. Very early this morning, the Football Association of Wales said that they also withdrawn their backing for Infantino, saying that the failures of good governance, processes, leadership, values, stakeholder management, communications, and sound judgment have led to this decision, and that Infantino has been failing to put the best interests of football first, and that's a failure they cannot accept. We are expecting a momentum to build within UEFA nations to keep that pressure on Infantino to leave office. The election is not due until March of next year, but you get a sense that this watched attempts to sell off stakes in the World Cup to private investors means that, particularly right at the top of UEFA, they want to see Infantino out as soon as possible. This is an escalating crisis for the FIFA president. Just 2 weeks after he was basking in glory and handing out the World Cup alongside Donald Trump to Spain in New Jersey, it has been a rapid fall from grace for him, being brought down by this secret plan to try to sell stakes in a new $20 billion venture, overseeing the money-making parts of FIFA, the sale of World Cup rights, and questions over how much Infantino himself stands to benefit financially from all this. Certainly, it's been described as a bad deal by Carlos Cordero, his senior advisor, until he quit last week. So many questioning just why they rushed to make this deal, why the secrecy around it, for running it on member associations last week following leaks, and now we are seeing within Europe pressure mounting, even as Gianni Infantino still has backing from parts of Africa and the Middle East putting out statements in support of him. But now, we wait to see what will Gianni Infantino say. He said nothing since very early hours of Saturday morning. He announced that he was to scrap his plan to sell stakes in the new World Cup subsidiary.
Details there from Rob. Nigel Farage's Reform UK Party has pledged to use the Royal Navy to stop small boats crossing if they were to enter government. Their plans include deploying vessels to return small boats to either France or Belgium. Similar ideas were floated over the Tories, but never made it past proposals due to concerns around legality. Reform UK's Home Affairs spokesperson Zia Yusuf says their plan, Operation Fortress, will end the migration crisis quite quickly.
Successive Tory and Labour governments have treated this emergency with contemptible weakness. Rather than defending the realm, they have turned state agencies into a free taxi service and provided taxpayer-funded hotels for those who break our laws. They surrendered the English Channel to criminal cartels. Under Nigel's leadership, Reform UK will end this crisis for good. We will launch Operation Fortress, the biggest military operation in the English Channel since the Second World War. Under a reform government, Prime Minister Farage will order His Majesty's Royal Navy to ensure that not a single unauthorised vessel makes it to the shores of the United Kingdom.
Earlier today, the Energy Secretary Mias Kambora told Sky News the government's approach is working.
candidly, we're not going to take advice from reform about how we get to grips with this, because the set of people they've got in charge of reform were the set of people who were in the government at the time when we saw this crisis. We think we do have an approach that's working. We just have to be, we've got to be focused, we've got to be relentless. It's down by 50%, though. It's more that we need to do. We recognise that, but the approach is working.
Let's bring in our political correspondent, Alex Rogers. Alex, just tell us more about what was said at this press conference regarding reforms plans. We're noting they are planned if they were to come to government, and they were pushed on some of the details and important the legality of it as well.
That's right, Gareth. I mean, they were adamant that this plan, which opposition parties have already said is unworkable and non-starter effectively, they say that it can and it should work. Now, one of the key criticisms has been around the legality, as you say, of whether it's safe for Royal Navy vessels to intercept those boats, those small dinghies. They're often very flimsy and carrying lots of people, whether it's safe to intercept those. Now, Nigel Farage was asked about that directly, and he said he was clear this does not involve pushback into French waters and no escorting. He said, we acknowledge flimsy boats full of people is a dangerous situation. What we're doing is rescuing those people and taking them to the safest next point, which is in France. This is a completely different concept and one that does work international law. Now, whether France agrees to that, UK boats going into their waters and landing people on their beaches is the big question. And the political consequences too, would it risk undermining the cooperation that we've had with the French around this, the beefed up patrols that have actually brought crossings down, so they would say. I asked a question at the press conference about their plans. Let's take a listen at what the answer was.
This does not replace Operation Restoring Justice, not a bit of it. What it does is to update Operation Restoring Justice, which did, as an option, say we would consider this as a next step. The British public are sceptical that anybody, any government that allows people to come in, be processed through Dover and Manstrom, will ever actually get the legal frameworks right to deport them. Even though we assure them that we'll do all of these things, this, I think, puts it out in starker, clearer terms. It's very easy to understand the concept that the Royal Navy is there to protect against foreign invasion. Actually, you know what? The 1971 Nationality Act still applies, but it is an offence to illegally enter our country. It's just that the last few governments don't seem to have cared about it.
So I was asking why the policy of bringing in the Royal Navy was necessary if the policy of mass deportation would stop the boats. That's the language that they used last year. Farage just said to that this was an update on the policy. Interestingly, he did say that this would benefit the French, that places like Dunkirk and Calais become unvisible for lots of French residents, with crime rates going up and people unable to sell their houses. So let's see how the French receive that.
It was a really difficult conversation at this press conference. There was also the issue raised on the back of a video posted yesterday by Rupert Lowe, talking about the potential of working together with reform over areas of common ground in order to, quote, keep out what was described by Rupert Lowe as a leftist agenda. Talk to me at a looming left-wing alliance was the term for it. Talk to me about the response from Nigel Farage, because it was opening the door to at least a conversation.
That's right, Gary. He actually revealed in his answer to me that he had called Rupert Lowe off the back of Rupert Lowe's gesture, as he called it, but they hadn't actually heard back. Now, he said he was open to the same alliance of centre-right parties. They discarded the Tories from that, saying that they had broken promises over 14 years. Let's take a listen to Nigel Farage's answer to me.
No, I mean, if you want to do a political deal with somebody, you would contact them privately and not do a 12-minute video. That said, I did actually reach out back yesterday to him. I did say, look, sure, cool. I haven't heard back yet. I don't know what the sincerity of this is. But
did feel that Nigel Farage putting them all in Rupert court there, saying he didn't know the sincerity of his gesture, but that he was willing to have conversations with those who share similar political views. So this may be one to watch, but I think it's also a sign that the Reform are aware that in some cases we still are eating into their vote, and that action needs to be taken on that.
Alex, joining us live from Westminster, thank you so much. Such breaking news to bring you. A convicted fraudster who stole nearly £300,000 from a vulnerable pensioner before fleeing the country has had 2 months added to his sentence, meaning she will serve 6 years and 2 months in total. Sky correspondent from Southwest joins us from Preston Crown Court now. Just remind us of the details and where we've got to today.
Well, it's a real tale of greed and cowardice. Pamela Gwinnett, the fugitive fraudster who Sky News tracked down to Tenerife earlier this year, has today finally been jailed after more than a year on the run. Gwinnett defrauded a vulnerable woman, Joan Green, out of £300,000 of her life savings. She was given a 6-year sentence by a judge, but she ran off to Tenerife and has not yet served it. Gwinnett spent Joan's life savings, her hard-earned money, on things like Botox treatments, an expensive car and luxury meals. We joined Greater Manchester Police last week as they swooped in to arrest Gwinnett at the airport. She was brought through the terminal by National Crime Agency officers and she was finally detained. Well, today, here at Preston Crown Court, Pamela Gwinnett appeared in the dock and she was given 2 months added to her already existing 6-year sentence for absconding. Well, we've heard a lot today from the prosecution about the cost and time it had taken to get Pamela Gwinnett back to the UK. But perhaps more importantly, what we want to really hear from is the family of Joan. And I'm joined now by David Bolton, Joan Green's step-grandson, and his wife, Rebecca. David, could you tell us what this woman, Pamela Gwinnett, has done to your family?
She's caused an immense deal of stress, upset, heartache. Along with the suffering that she endured on my nan herself, who unfortunately died under the control of Pamela Gwinnett. Unfortunately, she's not able to see justice being served, but we as a family have, and we take great satisfaction in that.
What was it like, Rebecca, seeing Gwinnett in the dock today? She didn't react, did she, much?
No, she didn't. It was great to finally see justice served and have her sent down now. We've now got justice, and the fact she didn't show any remorse at all. When you met her in Tenerife, she said that the family had stolen money, again, no remorse. When it was proven that hundreds of thousands of pounds was transferred from Joe Green to her direct to Pamela's, but yeah, still no remorse.
It's a long time coming, isn't it? You've waited more than a year for this, David. How does it feel today?
We've waited more than a year. 4 years ago, we started this investigation. Amazing communication, social services, Lancashire Police, not was being done. Greater Manchester Police succeeded where Lancashire Police failed to even investigate. I'm so grateful towards Jonathan Ashcroft, Georgia Watson, Jerry Robinson, all Bolton Police team, myself and Sky News for raising this case and highlighting the abuse that goes on, and these people need to be stopped.
And as you said, Rebecca, a huge amount of public support. What's your reaction to that?
We have received a lot of support, and it's been great. Very comforting. But we want to personally thank Sky News and you for the amount of attention that you've given, the detail. It's been great. So
thank you both very much. Well, after more than a year on the run, Pamela Gwinnett will have a lot on her mind this evening. She was remanded into custody to finally start to serve the sentence that she was so desperately trying to avoid by running off to Tenerife. Something which she may be thinking about is the life she's left behind in Tenerife. She was living what can only be described as a life of variety. She was seen by neighbours swimming in the pool, going to get her nails done, going on shopping trips, and today she will be having a huge reality check. Finally extradited from Spain, finally now facing justice here.
Phoebe, joining us live from Preston Crown Court. Good to see you. Thank you. US President Donald Trump says negotiations with Iran will begin this afternoon. That's after cooling off from the strikes on the country. However, this morning, Iranian officials denied their talks.
saying their position remains unchanged while US and congressional continues. It follows President Trump's decision to pause strikes on the line.
Well, now what we're doing is we're talking to them in the form of a negotiation. It begins tomorrow afternoon, and we'll see the two. I'd love to do that, save a lot of lives, save a lot of unnecessary power, to be honest with you. Take many, many years to ever build it back. If it could, I don't think it would be even comfortable back. So we had an attack that would be the biggest attack since World War II. And it would have been disastrous. And they didn't want us to do it. And frankly, Saudi Arabia didn't want it either. They thought that the deal is imminent.
In a statement, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson said that they had denied the Iranians were talking with the United States.
We are not currently holding negotiations with the United States. Our talks are with Oman and are focused on reaching an understanding on a route that would allow shipping traffic to safely pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Our aim is to work out as soon as possible and in consultation and cooperation with Oman, a route that would naturally be temporary and will enable us to ensure security of shipping in the Strait of Hormuz.
I'm going to short out joins us. Sean, what is the pressure here on the president that maybe is leading him to change course?
Yeah, good afternoon, Gareth. It's a familiar story, isn't it? President Trump puts out these huge threats and then backpedals when he says that talks are in progress. So this time Iran has actually said, as you've covered, that there are no talks. But it is worth remembering that there are lots of interlocutors that do talking behind the scenes before it gets in front of the main players. I think for me, the key question is why now? It was originally America striking war with Iran, but it's gradually expanded to much more a regional conflict. So if you look at the Middle East countries, their exports have been affected and some of their infrastructure has been damaged. We saw the other day that Iraq was actually targeted. There were some funerals there, actually American sentiment. Down the Bab el-Mandeb Straits, we understand the traffic through there has actually been slowing quite significantly because of threats to the Saudi oil there. And even up in Egypt, if you look at the eastern end of the Mediterranean, there's been some strikes up there. I think what's been fascinating is that America has claimed the Middle East, that means the Middle East are very supportive of this war. But actually we saw a really unprecedented situation this last weekend where Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman actually had a phone call with President Trump from Saudi Arabia saying, look, you need to back off, urging America to be much more restrained. That was backed up by the UAE and Qatar as well. Just reminding him that the nuclear fight with Iran, Iran's missiles can't reach as far as America, but they can reach as far as us. If you were to be a cynic, though, you'd say that nuclear atoms also managed to twice the oil, was on its way up over the weekend. Prospect of talks is back down by 5% again. It is some of these announcements are a bit place the markets as we go.
What about domestic pressures? Where do they factor into this?
Yeah, I mean, it's day 157, I think, of the war now. At the start of it, President Trump said it was a 4 to 6 week war. He said that the 28th of February started off the distant prospect of these midterm elections, which is so vital for President Trump, but also the Republican Party. We're almost a year away. But of course, now we're actually only 92 days away from those. We're 150 odd days into the war, and all of a sudden the clock is ticking, pressure is building. Now, the war is unpopular back in the US. The Pew Research Center has done some polling. Over 60% of Americans are deeply unhappy with the war. They're seeing inflation, high gas prices, although their gas prices still equate to about 60p a gallon, which I noticed that we're paying about 3 times that in the country. But for President Trump, getting the Strait of Hormuz open is now becoming an urgent priority, and it's pretty clear that military action simply delays the inevitable.
Trump says talks are happening, the Iranians say there's no talks at the moment, there's probably something in between, because there's the Pakistanis and Qataris doing some mediating. If conversations do take place, what's the focus of?
Well, if you asked at the beginning of the war, it's all about the nuclear and curtailing Tehran's nuclear ambitions. But the corridor nearest the Qadum at the moment is undoubtedly the Strait of Hormuz. That's the one that needs to be opened. The 10-day rolling average of movement through the Strait of Hormuz is now down at about 4 ships a day. If you look at that compared to pre-war, it's about 100. And even Oman and Iran are now in discussions between them to sort out how will the interim arrangements, potentially long-term arrangements for managing the Strait. I think what's been interesting, the US strategy here has always been, even to the last few days, hit Iran hard until they can't take any more and force them to negotiate the table.
lose everything. They probably can't believe their luck in a way, and this all appears to be the outcome. Or from a military perspective, it's very ill conceived US strategy for the region.
Sure, just everyone has appreciated. Plenty more from Sean and the team on the Sky News website now. Plenty more analysis and some of the day's other stories for you now. 35-year-old man has been arrested following the death of a 9-year-old girl who was found with serious injuries at an industrial estate. In Scotland, the girl was found in Elliot Industrial Estate in the early hours of this morning, taken to Nymars Hospital in Dundee, which officers say her death has been treated as suspicious and they're offering support. Tens of thousands of young people have received the first of a life-saving double dose of the meningitis B vaccine. It comes just 2 weeks of the NHS launching its biggest ever catch-up campaign for the virus. Since the programme began on the 20th of July, 89,261 first doses have been given to young people, many of whom are preparing to go to university in September. The NHS National Booking Service has received more than 135,000 bookings for the coming weeks. Myanmar's military-backed government has released photos of Aung San Suu Kyi after much speculation about her well-being. They claim she met with a representative of the International Committee of the Red Cross on Monday in what would be her first public meeting with a foreign official in 7 years. Ukrainian drone strikes have killed 8 people in Russia, including a child in a plane. The governor of Belgorod said the 13-year-old girl died and the 2 other children were injured. Reform UK's Deputy Leader Richard Tice is being investigated by the Parliamentary Standards Watchdog for allegedly failing to declare an interest. Investigation was opened last Tuesday. Mr. Tice says it does not relate to declaring an interest. Says it relates to not declaring an interest when talking about Israel in a debate in Westminster. In Greece, emergency services are continuing to battle wildfires west of Athens. Pictures from Porto Genera show hundreds of firefighters tackling the blaze amongst trees and brush on a rocky hillside with helicopters dropping water. Still to come here on Sky News, we're going to take you to the West Bank and an increase in violence. Living under increasing Israeli restrictions after a flare up of violence sparked by Israeli settlers. Checkpoint control is part of convenience, but there be consequences. International correspondent John Scott.
Bashar al-Qayyuti drives the only ambulance in a small Palestinian village in West Bank. Last Monday, he picked up a woman who was 6 months pregnant. She was bleeding, in terrible pain. She required urgent medical attention. But their route to the hospital was blocked by this checkpoint. Israeli soldiers had closed the road. The medics were forced to sit on the roadside and wait. But if they tried another route, they risked an attack by Israeli settlers.
We've been trying every route to reach the hospitals. At some gates, shots were fired at us. At other gates, settlers tried to damage our vehicles. They've even stopped us from transporting patients.
They had to wait for 10 minutes before the ambulance was allowed to advance. The soldiers approached the vehicle, one with his rifle drawn. They opened the door, see the pregnant woman and her nurse, and demand IDs. They tell Al-Qayyuti to shut up.
When the soldiers ordered Mr. Al-Qayyuti to switch off the engine, he had to stop the oxygen. He had to turn off the monitors. And they couldn't move. They were stuck here on the edge of the city. And soon they had to make an impossible decision. Did they try to save the life of the mother? Or did they try to save the life of the child?
The nurse tells Al-Qayyuti she must deliver the baby to save the mother's life. Another 10 minutes pass before the soldiers let them through.
I tried to do everything I could to save the baby's life. I shouted at the soldiers and they threatened to shoot me. Even the nurse was with me, had a weapon pointed to her head while she was trying to treat one of the patients.
They passed thousands of people trapped inside Nablus before reaching the hospital. Doctors confirming their arrival shortly before 8 a.m. The life of the pregnant woman was saved. The baby was placed in a box.
In response to our findings, the Israeli military denied the incident took place. A spokesperson told us the claim that IDF soldiers delayed an ambulance toward a checkpoint is false, adding no such report regarding such an incident was received from the Palestinian side. But this is clearly contradicted by video evidence from the director of the Bidia Hospital and the doctor who treated the woman in question told us delays like these dramatically increase the chances of complications and death.
These restrictions on movement form part of a major operation introduced after clashes last week. The Israeli military hasn't stopped attacks by Israeli soldiers. This mosque was torched in the village of Khusra, where the lives of its Palestinian residents become increasingly precarious. John Sparks, Sky News in the West Bank.
Breaking news, a man who kept the body of his dead mother in a freezer has been sentenced to 2 years and 4 months in jail. Christopher Phillips, of course, pleaded guilty to preventing the lawful and decent burial of a dead body and fraud by false representation. This footage shows the moment of his arrest.
The time is 81 p.m. and under arrest constitutionally allowing so the circumstances are that we've come to the address that you went earlier on and we've gone into the back room and found everything in the freezer.
To the address in February following concerns for the welfare of a woman who hadn't been seen by medical professionals since 2022, despite continued prescriptions and despite previous consistent contact. Officers attended the address. When asked where Phillips's mother was, he said that she was in London with cousins. When pressed further, gave no details. A search of the house identified a freezer with flowers on top, and they found the body of a woman in her 80s, confirmed to be Sylvia Phillips inside. Phillips has unanswered, no comment to all questions, and has now been sentenced after pleading guilty to 2 years and 4 months in prison. You're watching Sky News. Still to come after the break. We're going to talk about the impact of the hot weather, the dry weather, and the drought across England on food production and farming.
At home, life should feel easy. It doesn't need to be key doors, with spaces that work for every member of the family, from quiet ones to joyful get-togethers. Let's design a space that fits the way you do. Shops, rock and roll. Book your free home design visit today at shops.co.uk.
Syntax being asked to put MP for the sixth time into Parliament after Nigel Farage resigned in July in the midst of the parliamentary investigation. Despite Reform being the only major party to vote over forward, there are in fact a record 34 names on the ballot. Our political correspondent Ali Fortescue takes a look.
In this quarter of Essex, the media circus is rolling back into town. Is this the stage for just another political stunt? You would rather a bit be representing you in Parliament than not?
Yeah.
Or is there something bigger happening? After one man tried to grip the political moment,
I've decided that the people of Clapton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election.
triggering a by-election in a place knows who has his battles.
Nigel Farage?
Yeah.
I would, yeah.
I'll give you a guess.
Nigel Farage?
There you go.
Do you mind me asking who you're going to vote for?
Well, Reform.
But do you feel even more emboldened to vote for Nigel Farage this time than last time?
Yeah.
It is a very unusual by-election. A record 34 candidates standing. That's even after the Tories, Labour, Greens, the Dems, Restore all boycotted the race. They want to wait till after that parliamentary vote and the £5 million gift Nigel Farage received. His part says he's done nothing wrong. But there is one name in particular beyond Nigel Farage that does come up again and again.
Big time. That's it. Because you won Win Face to be your elected representative in Parliament?
Cabinet is manifesto. There is a lot of rubbish in there. Don't get me wrong.
It's basically a vote against Farage.
It's a vote against Farage.
For those that don't know, this is who they're talking about. Comedian dressed as a bin who stood and lost time and again in other by-elections.
I haven't called this election. Somebody else has. Now, isn't it a factoid for you? This is my 8th election on planet Earth.
So no prizes for guessing who you're going to vote.
Yeah, campaign phase.
Right.
Because it's the only alternative to Nigel Farage. And I'd like to see Nigel Farage lose his seat.
The widespread expectation is that Nigel Farage will win here, but people aren't just voting for what they want, they are voting for what they don't. We've seen so much actual voting recently presented in Makerfield. It is particularly striking here. There is at least a level of organisation around Count Binface. People are willing to vote for a novelty candidate to try to stop Nigel Farage. Is there a world where Nigel Farage does something else?
There's certainly a lot of issues in this. Let's not forget in 2024, he did not secure the majority of votes in Blackpool. All other candidates, such as perhaps campaign basis in overturn they would have to unite all of that vote, turn it all out, and hoping Nigel Farage can finally votes himself. So I think all of that is quite unlikely, particularly given there was no real sort of formal campaign machinery around campaign plans, but strange things have happened, I guess.
Charles Watling was the MP for nearly a decade, unseated by Nigel Farage. If you think there are three things that have to be here, what are they?
Health, communications, and
So it's kind of local issues, really.
yes.
Oh, it's interesting you don't know immigration.
Immigration is, we don't have an immigration problem here in Clacton. It is for the rest of the country. People are concerned about that, of course, and it is an issue. But we don't see votes arriving here.
You don't have to look far to see the Iron Reform UK territory. Predominantly white, older, Brexit voting Clacton was the first UKIP seat. Turnout could well be low. The Reform source tells me they're voting for 80% of the vote share. You vote for Farage, Nigel Farage?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. You vote for North?
No.
This one you vote?
Yeah. Yeah, this time.
How come?
Well, he's the only person that I find truthful to how it is.
Farage.
Why?
I like him. I think he's very upfront. You know, there's nothing around him. I find he's going to do everything that he says he's going to do. And hopefully he'll stand by it, keep behind him, get rid of it.
That's a big part of it, the immigration.
I actually would be voting for campaign phase. I don't think I've actually seen many changes in the 2 years that Nigel Farage has been in power, and there's a lot of things I do feel very strongly about, and though I do think that campaign phase, some of his manifesto is a bit of a jibe and a bit of a joke. I think, you know, someone new, I think it was something fresh as well. What's your favourite policy of his? Can't lie, does he? No, ice cream, I think that's brilliant.
Are you going to be voting this by-election?
At the moment, I'd say no.
Why not?
I'm very disappointed the guy who stood there.
Oh, why?
No, they're all getting at you that you start the new prime minister, you've got to give them a chance.
All the stuff, you know, with the donations, that's part of the reason you stepped down. What do you make of all that?
They all do the same thing.
2 miles down the road in this constituency is the village of Jacob. By government metrics, the most deprived neighbourhood in England.
It's got a rough preference, but it's good to speak.
Thank you, beautiful.
And people need to do stuff like that. And I think the chamber, we don't get nothing really sorted.
It doesn't matter who's in power. On half the show.
What we've not seen, they need to sort it out. We don't want talk, we want action.
I've been here 8 years.
What are the things that matter to people?
Yeah. The nurses say good morning, good afternoon. I walk my dog every day.
You have to vote again.
Yeah, nothing to hide. I get it after the fact. That's why I reckon it's good.
To be clear, we've got four votes for Nigel Farage here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. Well, see how it happens.
People in this seat are being asked to pick their MP for the 6th time in 12 years. Do you think people mind the fact that they're having
There's two schools of thought. Some people think it's ridiculous and they're cross about it because it is just nonsense. And there's the other school of thought, which is all of us, we're the centre of the universe again. That's one thing I would thank Nigel Farage for, is we are still the centre of the universe as far as the media.
Nigel Farage has found to have broken Parliament's rules may yet face another by-election. Reform insiders think this gamble will pay off. Soon know.
Voting for Nigel Farage, of course.
He's overplayed his hand.
He's the best, simply the best.
And good excuse Sky News acting on scene.
Mentioned there the Clacton by-election, of course, so you can see the list of candidates now running. It's playing on the screen. This is the first page. And this is the second page, 34 candidates in. You can watch and full report by scanning the QR code when it comes onto the screen in due course. And you can also find more on the Sky News website. Let's take a few moments to show you these live images from our It's a subject of our focus of attention because, according to the Environment Agency, it is notably low. You can see there the shoreline, or right outskirts of the shoreline, showing the lower water level from where it can be when the reservoir is at full capacity. And this is focus of attention because of the heatwave and droughts that are affecting particularly England. And earlier we spoke to the President of the National Farmers Union about their warning that there may be a shortage of some things as a result of extreme heat. Listen to this.
Behind me, you see a field of potatoes. Now, potatoes, about half of the UK crop is irrigated. That half is running out of water very, very quickly. The reservoirs are almost empty. This field has had nearly 12 passes of the irrigator, as opposed to 6 in the normal season. And it will still need 2 or 3 more because there must be moisture in the ground to be able to harvest those potatoes. So we need to think about the resilience of our food system as a national priority.
Let's think further about potential food shortages with Gavin Lake, President of the Countryland and Business Association. And good to see you. I appreciate your perspectives would be fairly similar to that of
Yeah.
you. What are your members saying?
Exactly the same thing as Tom's members are saying to him. I mean, we have seen a pretty drastic harvest out of in the last 5 years. And we're going into a period where we want to try and start putting crops in the ground come September, and there's no moisture there at all to start actually putting anything in the ground and letting it grow.
Your members maybe sometimes at times run perhaps like more diverse businesses than perhaps on the typical LFU members who may be a bit more agricultural businesses. What impact does issues on our farmland and farm fields have to the wider rural economy?
Well, I think farming underpins quite a lot of the rural economy, and a lot of our members will have farming at the core of their business. It does have massive effect. If we're seeing another year where people are losing money growing food, it will have a wider effect to the whole of the world.
To what degree do you feel supported or otherwise by regulators, lawmakers, decision makers, politicians, the government in trying to address these issues?
Well, I just don't think that we're spending enough time preparing for climate change. I mean, ultimately, these sort of increased warming patterns are driving some pretty severe impacts, and we haven't really thought about how we're going to adapt and how we're going to provide a more resilient rural economy. So we'd like to see much more investment in, say, things like reservoirs. We'd like to see much more investment in sort of managing flood risk, because we know that when the water comes, it's just going to fall straight off the land because it's so dry. And we haven't really seen any sort of government sort of vision in terms of getting that long-term resilience sort of embedded into policy.
We talk about yields being down and potential shortages of some domestically grown crops. If that is the case, are you hearing any concerns from members about their businesses being at risk in totality as a result of hard summers, wet winters, and drought now? Are there businesses that are particularly struggling?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of our businesses are very resourceful. In fact, most of our businesses are very resourceful, and they are looking at different crops. They're looking at different ways of growing things. They are trying to adapt, but at the same time, we're seeing removal of direct support for farming and the movement to public payment for public goods. That's a really good system, but it does leave us very vulnerable when we get years like this where things aren't going so well. And given the fact that there's 3 of these years in the trot, and yeah, there will be people that will be thinking about whether they carry on farming, and certainly they'll be carrying on. They won't be. They'll be worried about carrying on farming in the present way, but maybe not carrying on farming at all. And I definitely think those conversations are being had by some people about whether to get out.
In an ideal world, Gavin, you control the weather, you make it rain, and make the climate more sustainable for us all. But unfortunately, I don't think that's in your wheelhouse at the moment. But what would you like to see ultimately if we can't control the weather? What in an ideal world would you see happen?
I think some more support for farmers to make climate resilient decisions. So better policies on what climate resilience looks like, and understanding that this is a risk not just for the UK, it's a risk globally. And we have to sort of try and work out what it is that we're going to have to do to make farming a lot less risky to do in this country, so that we can support both our farmers, our rural economy, but also support food production in this country because it's so important.
Support's a wide catch-all. Does that mean easier regulation, different regulation? Does that mean money? Does that mean more?
I've been campaigning for 5-6 years to try and get permitted development rights for reservoirs. That's just one small thing that the government can do quite easily to get the regulation off. We've talked about how extraction licenses need to be more flexible. We've talked about how we may have to consider how we approach wildfires, how we mitigate against those. We're going to have to mitigate about trying to find nature-based solutions for flood risk, which I've talked about as well. I mean, there are so many different areas where I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about basically government being much more flexible about what they allow in the countryside to happen.
President of the Country Land and Business Association, Gavin May. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Watch us going today. We'll have more after the break.
Football's back. Time to put on our Sunday best. Get our face on. Treat ourselves to a bit of fine dining. Travel in style. Maybe even have a dance. Because when football's back, so long way. Join us for 1,500 matches. Sky Sports. Welcome to the show. To avoid
Sweden on politics at Sam and Sky's economics editor Ed Coyne joins the team as they look ahead to what the autumn and what the Prime Minister Andy Burnham might do for the autumn budget. he's asking some really interesting questions about the nature of the economy, about the public sector, but also where growth will come from, cost of living, kind of challenges for the UK. There is a kind of incoherence is probably going a bit too far, but there are a lot of disparate views, which at the moment we don't have any kind of numbers on how you actually turn that into reality. So for me, budget is truly interesting because he has thrown out a lot of fascinating policy ideas and tools, but in the end, you have to kind of put it down on paper. And this is, I guess, the moment where this reputation that he has in some circles of being somewhat indecisive. Well, with the budget, you just have to put it down there. It has to go into a scorecard. You have to have numbers, and those numbers, if they're going to affect people's lives, those numbers will end up likely being quite big, and that means then you have questions about how affordable is it, how many compromises do you have to make in the future, what do you do with spending, what do you do with welfare. And so to me, all of the chewy stuff that they've got really hard for people to dealing with, that's when that comes. And hopefully
Listen to the podcast, this kind of things. We'll take a step back from the public spotlight with the start withdrawing from a London theatre production that's planned for this year. The management agency announced the news, saying the actress and musician had been the subject of endless ongoing public scrutiny. Our arts entertainment correspondent Katie Spencer.
Even by celebrities, Ariana Grande as an artist is someone who has faced an unusually high fixation with her weight, in particular for the last few years. Now it seems that she really just has had enough of that attention that she's been getting. She has been on tour for the last few months, and she has overnighted with Safehouse by other people, saying that she intends to, after that tour, basically have a big break from being in the spotlight. She was due next year to make a West End debut alongside her rookie co-star Jonathan Bailey. Now, because she's put out that saying she's decided as well that she won't be doing that, which clearly is going to be a big disappointment for fans over here. But it was her team of representatives that put out that statement overnight. Let's just take a quick look at what they said to People magazine. Ariana will be taking a step back from visibility after she completes the Eternal Sunshine tour. She looks forward to finishing the tour and ending it on a high note, healthily and happily, then taking much deserved break from the public-facing work and appearances, which has led to endless ongoing public scrutiny. This tour has been a beautiful experience for her. She loves her fans and has loved every minute of this tour so much. There are clearly areas though that she hasn't loved about being on tour, and that's the social media attention that she's got. This statement also talks about the fact it mentions that it's a very physical show that she's been on, that she performs healthily and successfully at a very healthy level after stress. And clearly it is the criticism that she's been received. She was happy that she's something that has played a factor in this. She won't be making a West End debut, and the producers behind that have said the show will still be getting ahead with Jonathan Bailey, but they've put out a statement talking about how it wasn't an easy decision for Ariana to come from, with their complete understanding and support. It does sound very dramatic. She isn't the first star at this level to decide that she's had enough and she needs to walk away. In recent years, Justin Bieber did it, saw it with Ed Sheeran, Adele was last year announced that she decided to concentrate on her own private life and walk away from becoming high for a while. But what's interesting about Ariana is the context of her relationship with this country. Of course, nationally bombing 2017 was one of the darkest chapters of her career, but it cemented her bond really with fans in this country. We're going to be so looking forward to that. We're going to see a different side of her character with this West End debut next year. She's doing the top star performance on Venus, always acting as well in this country. That's not going to happen, but this does certainly say a lot about how fame has changed in recent years. We've moved from this tabloid culture to more of a sort of 24-hour jury that stars now face social media criticism. I think clearly for the likes of Ariana Grande, it's just become too much.
Details there from Katie Spencer. 5-1, time for one.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year. All
Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
This week will bring some much needed rain, probably not much though to the drought strip in the south, I'm afraid. It'll be warm today, hot and humid over England and Wales, 34 Celsius possible in the southeast. England looks mostly dry, plenty of sunshine all afternoon. Some northern parts though will see outbreaks of rain moving in. The rest of Britain can expect rain for a time, that will tend to fade. It will clear southern Scotland and southern Wales later. Ireland and Northern Ireland, meanwhile, will see widespread to potentially locally torrential showers, some of them thundering. Northern and western parts will see outbreaks of rain this evening and tonight, mostly heavy, perhaps, and prolonged thundering too, with the rain becoming mostly confined to Scotland. Elsewhere, mainly dry, most places warm, especially in the south. Scotland wet tomorrow, long rain there, clearing to the north. Elsewhere, sunny spells, showers, some thundering, the showers mainly in the west, with quite a lot in the south. Wednesday, it'll be similar.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
You're watching Sky News. All the rest of the day's stories are on the Sky News website and the Sky News app. James Second will have all the day's top stories for you at the top of the next hour, including Wales leading the charge on withdrawing their support for the embattled FIFA leader Gianni Infantino. Sky News understands that the English Football Association will follow suit. What will it mean? Will you stay post? Or will you have to leave? Details to come.
Domino's new Italianos range. Fancy flavors? Thinner crust. Order now.
News today with me, James Second. It's 1 o'clock. These are the headlines. Sky News understands that the English FA will withdraw support for FIFA boss Gianni Infantino. The Reform pledges to use the Navy to stop small boats crossing the Channel after the Prime Minister promised to deal with the issue.
We will launch Operation Fortune, the biggest military operation in the English Channel since the Second World War.
convicted fraudster who stole almost £300,000 from a vulnerable pensioner before fleeing the country has her sentence extended by 2 months. The US President says talks are to begin today with Iran after calling off massive strikes, but Tehran denies negotiations on the war are going ahead.
Now what we're doing is we're talking to them in the form of a negotiation. It begins tomorrow afternoon, and we'll see what I'd love to do that, save a lot of lives.
And heat health alerts issued as temperatures to reach the mid-30s as farmers warn drought and extreme conditions could cause food shortages. Sky News understands the English FA is preparing to send a letter withdrawing its backing for Gianni Infantino's re-election as FIFA president. It follows Wales becoming the first nation to drop its support in an attempt to force out the FIFA president. Infantino has been in power for 10 years, but has drawn criticism following his attempt to sell off stakes in the World Cup. Our sports correspondent Rob House has this update.
The reason why it's a certain effort in European football to remove Gianni Infantino from power at FIFA. We understand the Football Association is waiting to Infantino to officially withdraw support for his re-election as FIFA president next year. This is a draining of confidence in him. Very early this morning, the Football Association of Wales saying that they were saying before Infantino saying that the Premier is a good governance process, leadership, stakeholder management, communication, and sound judgment led to this decision that Infantino has been failing to put the best football first. And that's been faded. They cannot understand what expecting a momentum to build within UEFA nations to pressure on Infantino to leave office. The election due until March next year, but you get a sense that this option attempts to sell off stakes in the World Cup to private investors means that, particularly right at the top of the UEFA, they want to see Infantino out as soon as possible. This is an escalating crisis for the FIFA president. Just 2 weeks after he was basking in the glory of handing out the World Cup alongside Donald Trump to Spain in New Jersey, it has been a rapid fall from grace for him, being brought out by this secret plan to try to sell stakes in a new $20 billion venture overseeing all the money-making parts of FIFA, the sale of World Cup rights, and questions over how much Infantino will still stand to benefit financially from all this. Certainly, it's been described as a bad deal by Carlos Cordero, his senior advisor, until he quit last week. So many questions just why the rush to make this deal why? The secrecy around it for landing it on member associations last week following links, and now we are seeing in Europe pressure mounting, even as Gianni Infantino still has backing from South Africa and the Middle East putting out statements in support of him. But now, wait to see what will Gianni Infantino say. He said nothing since very early hours of Saturday morning. He put a scrap into South State in New York.
Nigel Farage's Reform UK party has pledged to use the Royal Navy to stop small boat crossings if they were to enter government. Their plans include deploying vessels to return small boats to either France or Belgium. Similar ideas were floated under the Tories, but never made it past the proposal stage due to concerns around legality. Reform UK's Home Affairs spokesperson Steve Wilson says that their plan, Operation Fortress, will end the migration crisis for good.
Successive Tory and Labour governments have treated this emergency with contemptible weakness. Rather than defending the realm, they have turned state agencies into a free taxi service and provided taxpayer-funded hotels for those who break our laws. They surrendered the English Channel to criminal cartels. Under Nigel's leadership, Reform UK will end this crisis for good. We will launch Operation Fortress, the biggest military operation in the English Channel since the Second World War. Under a Reform government, Prime Minister Farage will order His Majesty's Royal Navy to ensure that not a single unauthorised vessel makes it to the shores of the United Kingdom.
Well, earlier today, the Energy Secretary, Miatta Fahnbulleh, told Sky News that the government's approach is working.
Candidly, we're not going to take advice.
It's sweeping changes. There's a lot of little things. So what's crazy is that this has been the most stable, like, best set of developer betas I've tested in a long time from Apple. Not that that really means anything for the everyday person who's going to wait until September when it officially drops on Apple installs. But it's a good sign. It's nice to see for a while. So. Rakieta Ilona Maska uderzy w Księżyc. Już w środę 5 sierpnia, kilka minut po godzinie 8:45 rano polskiego czasu, Księżyc uderzy w porzucony przód rakiety Falcon 9. Chociaż w tyle początek katastrofy to astronomowie zawsze ustawiają teleskopy, amerykańska sonda specjalnie zmienia plan pracy, żeby przelecieć będzie zderzenie. Bo to jest jedna z najlepiej zapowiedzianych kosmicznych akcji w historii. Cofnijmy się do 15 stycznia 2025 roku. Zgodnie z Falcon 9 z ładunkiem lądownikami księżycowymi naraz, amerykański drugowski Dragonfly poleciał a skill that took 400,000 years to develop and it was never written down once. Not a single word. And somehow it survived perfectly generation after generation for longer than most languages have even existed. Here's the thing, stone tool making is one of the hardest physical skills a human being can learn. Dozens of precise strikes, each one dependent on the last, with zero room for explanation in words. So how did it spread across an entire species with no writing and for most of that history, no fully developed language? The answer is watching. Ancient humans didn't teach with lectures. They taught with proximity, a skill that called repeating an action next to a learner over and over, until the hands simply knew what to do. Children could learn so precisely they even repeat unnecessary steps because the body trusted the demonstration more than any explanation could. We think knowledge needs words. Ancient humans proved for hundreds of thousands of years that it doesn't. A skill that took 400,000 years.